Yep, Stampy was good. Was good, family. Was good with it. With a good shout out to. We're talking about Burkina Faso and some more other topics. More in Shannon Sharp. We're gonna talk about this topic right here. This man is giving free education, free housing for all poor people, not the rich people. We're gonna talk about my guy right here. True believer, not a new believer. He's one of them guys that, right now that is saying no to certain things, like certain governments. Riaz, what's going on, family? We're gonna talk about this and more. You know what I mean? Because we got a lot of rich people. We got a lot of rich people over here, right? They don't give free education. They don't give free housing, right? You know what I mean? Right. We gonna get into that. We gonna talk about that. You know what I mean? Because I think the Shannon that this Burkina Faso still is heating up behind the scenes. No one's talking about it because we all worried about Shannon Sharp and you know what I mean and other shit. But this man right here, the U.S. government and the French government. Hold on, one second. Let me tell you something. So the U.S. government and the French government is, let me go down real quick. So the U.S. government and the French government mad at him because he not doing things, by the agenda. He doing things his way. The people first. That's like what I said. The people, we should put, I've been saying this a while ago and I said this, right? And I said this. People say Africa is the poorest country in the world, right? But they giving free education and free housing. While we got people over here lined up in North America, lined up. We got money and we send it to Ukraine and all them places, but we got people lined up outside out of their homes, because of what? I mean, so what's going on? So who really has money? What's going on? Is there something that we don't know about? We don't talk about all that. You know what I mean? But yeah, this dude right now is trending, and for the right reasons. For the right reasons. And I say, you know what? Yeah, I like this. Because I was saying, yo, this is what it takes to expose the governments. Sometimes you got to think about it. They try to assassinate this man 19 times. 19 times, and it never worked. Like what he said, I've been telling y'all. Yeah, you know what I mean? He prayed to his ancestors. Right? So, but yeah, him right now, Trump is having a hard time with him. A lot of you guys don't know that because, a lot of you guys don't know that for certain reasons. But Trump is having a hard time with dude right now because he's not flipping. He ain't flipping. He's saying no. Like if you're gonna send people back, you're gonna deport people, then every American citizen that don't, and this is all African countries. If you guys don't know this, as I said, every story that we don't pay attention, that we don't, and this is one of the hottest topic right now. This is actually killing the Shannon Sharp. It's only in the American and the media, is going out with Shannon Sharp is popular right now, but really and truly, this right now is even the Jamaican government, it got exposed because they don't even give free housing. They take everything for themselves. They keep all the money. So yeah, we're gonna get into this. So I'm saying you can't make a country great again if you're, and I agree with him. You can't make a country great again if you have people living on the street and you see what I'm saying, you're sending money to all these other countries, like you see what I'm saying, that don't like America. Period. You see what I'm saying? So France and the black dude there with that Donald Trump put in, to get at this dude right here. As I said, this shit heating up, and you guys need to know about this. It's they low key trying to assassinate him right now, allegedly. So this is a big thing because he not trying to do what they do. He's trying to put the people first. What else is he doing again? He's giving, as I said, free education, free housing. If you're poor, You ain't gotta pay for none of that. If you got money, no, it's different, and that's how it should be. You know what I mean? As a man, and they don't even, and he doesn't even have, he's not even as rich as Trump, the Canadian government. He's not even as rich as them. You see what I'm saying? But he's making it work with his people. His, Canadian government. Hold on. He's not even. My bad. I know. My bad. I opened it back. But yeah, he's not even. Anybody let me know? Is there a commercial on myself? Is it monetized? Is it monetized? Let me know, y'all, please. But yeah, you know what I mean? He is. What do you call it there? Willis, what's going on, family? Shout out to you. Much respect, my guy. But yeah, Willis, I know you probably know about this, but this dude right here that said free education, free housing. Remember, this is in Africa, y'all. And if you ask the racist white people, they'll tell you, oh, Africa is the poorest country in the world. They don't got shit. But this man right here, free education, free housing for all the poor people. So the France government and the U.S. government is now trying to get at him, trying to lock him up. You know what I mean? But the African people are saying no. So what they just did is they tell all, American people that are there, listen, you guys just can't come to our country with a passport. Y'all need a visa. So if you don't have a visa, and they're deporting them back, they're not telling you guys this. They're deporting them back to America. They're deporting them back right now. Just like, oh, they are sending people back. They're sending people back too, but we don't hear about this because, the mainstream government don't show this on TV. They hide everything. That's why we got this Shannon Sharp story right now, because before the Shannon Sharp case, you know what I mean? This was, that's why I say this is a distraction, because if it wasn't a distraction, Shannon Sharp wouldn't still be working on ESPN. So this was one of them stories right in there. The government trying to lock that man up. Yeah, like real talk, trying to lock him up. Are we gonna lock somebody up because he's exposing y'all and giving the people free education and free housing for all the poor people? I mean, damn, everybody got so much money, you want to be rich, right? Why not give it to your people? And why not, why not? Said, you know what? Instead of sending all this money to Gaza, Israel, and whatever, why not take the people off the street, put them in get them better, get them free healthcare, right? Because everybody else complaining about free healthcare in Canada. That's not how it works. If you're not a citizen, you don't get free healthcare. So let's make that straight. You see what I'm saying? You got to be a citizen to get that shit over here. What else? Yeah, as I said, it's all about the kids, the woman. And it does this. If you hear this guy, he talks about women and kids, telling you, and we lost that. We lost that touch with the women and kids because we see how they talk. Why would you guys want to lock up somebody like this? Because, and then you guys try to take him out 19 times or something like that, or 9 times? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's 9 times. But why would y'all want to do something like this? Why would y'all not give us, give the homeless people over here too, like, you know what I mean? But while we do it, instead of doing that, we set up a Catman site. We, you see what I'm saying? We let them get high, and you see what I'm saying? And, analyze themselves, some of them, or get in distress, or, it's crazy. So, if you have a government that was taking care of their people like this, a lot of stuff will stop. The crime will go down, But you need a crime. You need crime. As I said, this country's over here is built on crime. It's built on violence. It's built on war. North America. That's how it's been like that. So it's always going to be, like that. So to all the people that think, oh, no, this man over here is giving his people free education, and all the people, none of the people are homeless. They all have homes. So he's like, yo, my people can't be homeless. You see what I'm saying? So why can't, the man that says we gonna put, because I heard the same thing too in Mark Carney talking about, oh, we go to Canada first and da. But y'all got a lot of homeless people running around, and there's more. The homeless is a crisis. You guys don't get free housing, and if you guys do, it's like some type of control stuff. You guys want people to go through certain process. If people are dying, they have kids on the street because I see a lot of people out there with kids and it's ridiculous. I know y'all seen it too. You know what I mean? I know y'all seen it too. You know what I mean? But we drive every day down the street, everywhere in North America. It's true. Why we don't see anything in those African places, Russia, and all the, why we don't see nobody homeless? Like, why we don't see, we see homeless people, but we see like what? Maybe a little bit of them, right? We don't see that much homeless people. So I'm asking like, yo, if you gonna make and do something great, like, yo, that wouldn't, trust me, you do something, but instead you do something like that as a government, you know what I'm saying? And you make for the people, listen, it will be way better. Way better. You know what I'm saying? And it's I gotta agree with him. You know what I mean? It seems like a lot of us is enslaved minded, like, we're still slave. You know what I mean? By money and all that. As I said, some people get money. You know what I'm saying? This man is not even buying nothing. They mad at him because he's saving all his money. And I've been saying that before I heard the story. This just happened to pop up on my feed. Yo, the people who just get money and just flash in front of the camera, they're slaves. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Slaves. Real talk. There's a lot of slaves out here. Look, when people get money, like, yo, man, you're supposed to be, don't let, you know what I mean, people know what you have. And that's why, listen, listen, man. This man right here, Burkina Faso, he is smart as hell, bro. You know what I mean? As I said, smart. For a person to come in power at 35 years old, right? 35 years old and give free education, free housing. And we got these 88 motherfuckers that are 80, 70. You know what I mean? That just taking everything for themselves. Greedy as hell. Greedy ass people keep everything for themselves. You know what I mean? That tells a process, but we want this and that and all that. It's all the shit is exposing right now, y'all. All the shit is coming to life. All the shit's coming to truth. We cannot make a country great if we have our people living on the street. And that right there, I'm like, damn, the France government mad. One thing, we need more people that like, yes, we do, bro. We do. Hey, realist, we do. When I seen this, I was like, yo. When I seen this realist, I was like, yo, oh my God. You have a government that's going around taking out, making sure a black man too. It's making sure that nobody else is homeless. You know what I mean? Going around in this country, we have the richest of the richest over here in North America. You know what I mean? We got government that could buy probably, 4 things for $4 billion if they wanted to. You know what I mean? It's just sickening to me that we got so many homeless people. We got a country that's poorer than us, but they have no homeless people on the street. No homeless, bro. You come on, yo. What is we doing? Government support. See the people. Yeah, like bro, when I seen this, I was like, man, dude right here, I can't lie. He's only 35, yo. Remember, they tried to take him out 9 times before he got in power. 9 times because he wasn't with the agenda. As I said, when I seen this, I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? Because this is something, this is, like I said, it's just like here, when you try to build with people, a lot of people don't want to build. They want to do something else. You know what I mean? This man is building his people, bro. This man never came out and said, hey, I'm going to make Africa great again. Or, I'm going to put Africa first. Or everybody putting Africa first, putting their country first. He's like, I'm going to take care of my people and make sure they're not. And he did it. That's the way. When you come out, yo, listen, and he did that in like what? In 10 months, 4 months? My bad, 4 months, right? So, that's what I said. This is why when you hear brother right or big homie right saying, yo, the African people, you know what I mean? They don't. You see what I'm saying? Certain things they don't. It's true because I haven't saw the Mexican guy talking about this today too. Like he was fierce, but it's like, damn, look. The Puerto Ricans are saying, look, you know what I mean? Real shit. How are we making the country great again? We got so much homeless people. We're taking their money and we're giving it to other people. You know what I mean? and we're bowing down to other people while we got crisis in North America. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make no sense to me. It does not make no sense to me. So what I want to know is, why is this man? Why is this man? You know what I mean? That don't wear a suit and tie. His car, you know what I mean? He had no Mercedes. His car is like $500. You see what I'm saying? He built his own house. You see what I'm saying? He built his own house. You know what I mean? He didn't get no expensive, you know what I mean? He didn't have no U.S. government control. No U.S. government could say, yo, listen, Donald Trump said, yo, come to America. You know what I mean? We're going to have a meeting. We're going to have a sit down for it. You know what he said? No, I'm too busy. You know, I'm trying to, he's like, I don't want to do it right now. He's like, Trump is like, why? He's like, I'm too busy trying to get the poor people off the street. The homeless is a crisis, right? I don't want, the homeless to go up like, oh, you guys got it up there. Trump take it as a disrespect, but it's the truth. You can't be mad. It's the truth. Bro, you got so much money. You got more money than that man. You want him to come sit down and have a meeting with you? You know what I mean? I'm talking to the Canadian government too, because you guys are in this to France. You know what I mean? You guys are in this too. So he's supposed to come and sit down with y'all, make a deal, and you know what I mean? Saying having y'all real estate in the country. You know what I mean? While these, Caucasian people over here are saying, oh, the poorest country is Africa. But you guys are in the background trying to buy out Africa, right? Now this man tell y'all, no, you know what I mean? I got to take care of the people I'm before, because, you know what I mean? I need to feed my people. I mean, make sure they got housing. I need to make sure, schools, are good. You know what I mean? Because let's be honest. As I said, if we support school thing getting as North Americans, we're basically supporting other schools getting, you know what know what I mean? They don't want me to say that word. I can't say that word. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say blow up. So now when other countries see that, they're like, damn, the Americans, they supporting hospitals and Canadians are supporting hospitals and stuff getting blown up. I'm coming, princess. You know what I mean? So this is why countries, they said no, they don't want to come here. It's like you said you're gonna make your country great, and guess what? I am going to, take care of my people. You know what I mean? You got all the money. You got a lot of time. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't blaming him for that. You're right. Right. Yo, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. There's something else going on. There's something else going on. You know what I mean? There's something else going on. The man is 35, bro. Right? But if he acts, as I'm trying to tell you, a smart black man is a dangerous black man. And I notice about you people, you high power people, I think that, I'm not one of them people that you give money to it. You know what I'm saying? To say, or get some type of money to turn on the people of my homies. Like, that's why when I see people and they see me in the street, they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm good, bro. I'm not in that shit no more. I'm like, I got my thing going on. I don't need to be on your gig. You know what I'm saying? Real shit, because not every money is good money. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just can't be in everybody's shit. You just got to do your own shit, especially when you got your own shit and you're comfortable. You know what I'm saying? If you're comfortable, why would you want to be more comfortable for it? So I agree with him. I agree with him. Yo, my country, you know what I mean? You got this over here. You want me to come up, you know what I mean, over your country and do what? To do what? You know what I mean? To talk about how, you want to set up this and make it more harder for my country. And you know what I'm saying? Where we going, no, I'm too busy taking care of my people. And I said, I like that. I like that because you know what? No one can say that's a disrespect. If you're going to say, oh, you know what I mean? The way Africans see it, right, is when you say you're going to make the country great again, they don't look at it as like, even over here, but even the white, some white people are agreeing with him, like, yeah, he's making it. Some white people are agreeing with him. They're like, he's making it for himself. He's not really, and as I said, this is not towards nobody, but this expose the government as, has how they do it. They're all about richy rich. They're all about filling each other's pockets. You know what I mean? And they sell you fucking stories, dreams, and hopes that never come true. You know what I mean? Could you imagine if Trump would have came in power and said, you know what? We're going to get all the American people off the street that are homeless. And Mark Carner, right, which is American politician that came over here to turn Canada into 51 state, and everybody acting like it's not because he's a thing citizen. But both of these people are a plot, right? And they're mad now because they need him on board. That's why I said black people, we're important than ever before. Believe it or not, we are important. We're so important right now. We're more important than ever before right now. We don't need nobody like that. I'm telling y'all, we don't need nobody like that. And this is why I'm telling you, certain things that, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, you can't poison the mind. Listen, there's so much African countries that came on board with this man. You know what I mean? That's why when I see bitch ass content creators like James Money, what's going on? Like Chaotic Truth are talking about make America great again, but you ain't never say nothing about your African people, bro. You don't talk about this story. You talk, you know what I mean? That's why I said niggas like y'all, trust me. Sell out, bro. Sell out. Y'all niggas worship the money, acting like y'all don't worship the money. Y'all niggas do. Y'all worship the money. Straight up. I'll be the, trust me, that's why me and Coop, we never, trust me, when Coop was like, Coop tell me, yo, this bitch, Coop, you know what Coop told me about this nigga, right, Chaotic Truth? I had to talk about it because he's always wearing American Great. He's always wearing American Great hat again, right? I have nothing with that. I have no problem with that because I have my family in America. But when you not speaking up for your leaders and saying, yo, wait. If he's giving thing in free education and free whatever, you know what I mean? Why am I wearing this hat? A lot of y'all, like what he said, a lot of y'all low-key slaves. And I agree with that. Real shit. Even over here too in Canada, a lot of us are low-key slaves. Not us, but I'm just saying the people. You know what I mean? They you know what I mean? Real talk. They slaves because, you know, and I'm gonna tell you why a lot of them not slaves like that, like they out there working for free. Yo, instead of talking about they hate on their people. You think this man is over here hating on black people? Every black woman and black man he's bigging up. And he's trying to, and he's giving them ideas how to make them life better and how they could be better. You know what I mean? You think he said, oh, you know what? He's not saying, oh, you know what I mean? He's saying, I'm not coming to your country because you're sending people back here, right? So I am going to take care of my people. So the people that are going to come in the country that are homeless, I'm going to build homes for them. Because they can't, you know what I mean? So you go around and make sure all the people, as I said, imagine if we had a government that was giving us tens of millions, even $50 billion and said, you know what, $50 million and said, you know what, all right, we're going to go over here in Chicago, we're going to go over here, whatever, and we see all these homeless people in, you know what I mean? We're going to, make them, to live. And just like in England, believe he's not, why you think England is with him? Because England is like that. They don't want homeless people around. So, you know what I mean? Ask Riaz if you think I'm lying. You know what I mean? They don't want homeless people around. So they're giving the people them. Well, BD, what's going on, family? Much respect. They're giving the people them, bro, free housing and all that shit. Free. Imagine you get free housing. Free housing. Imagine that. Imagine how North America, how the homeless crisis would have looked. Right? If the government comes out and say, you know what, I'm going to donate, 100 million or 200 million in the homeless crisis to get all the people off the street. No one will have nothing to say about this government. But, these government, they want to be in control. They want to be like Kim Jong-un. They want to be like, everybody else. They want to be like Russia. They want to be like North Korea. They want to control you, bro. You know what I mean? The whole fucking North America turns into it's gonna be like what do you call it? A Middle Eastern country just now because we're living in our Middle Eastern rules. You know what I mean? We gotta pay for everything. We got an education system that we don't want, but we gotta pay for it. Why not make it free? You see what I'm saying? Now that's what they're not telling you. So there's a lot of American people that are coming to the country right now, and they're really mad at the American government because they deported all these people, and as I said, it's a tragedy. When you're deporting people and you put, you know what I mean? You deport the people and back. You can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing about it. And why am I going to come sit there with you when you're, you know what I mean? I'm not a slave. You see what I'm saying? I'm not a dog. So why am I going to come sit in your office so you could tell me about my country, but you're sending people back? I'm going to send your people and back too. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. So this dude right here is in trouble. I'm telling you right now that a lot of people are mad at this. And as I said, that's why I said both of these governments, they do dumb shit. They do dumb shit. And that's why I'm saying this is why these tariffs are on hold too. A lot of people don't know that. He's a big reason why the tariffs on hold. You can't put tariffs on. If you're gonna put tariffs on my country, I'm not coming to your country. That's what he said. I'm not coming there. So you want to put tariffs on my country and I'm supposed to come to you and sit down? No, I'm gonna take care of my people because you're trying to hurt my people. Man, boy, The man is only 35. I keep saying, if America, listen to me, if America have a government, or Canada has a government where, we have a government that's 40, 35, 45, that's in our age group, like Obama was. But you know what I mean? We can't have these 80-year-olds feeding their rich friends and their grandkids and all that stuff and not making it good for us. What is this? Oh, we have a poor country like this, a poor country, is giving free education and free housing, bro. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So when y'all ignorant idiots, I say Africa is the poorest country. Just remember, they're getting free education that we got to pay for. I'm talking about, when I say free education, I'm about college, university, all that stuff. It's free for poor kids, and it's free right now for everybody. But the housing is free for poor people. It's free until they get their stuff back up on their feet. You see what I'm saying? Which is true. That should be how it is. We can't just come in and say, oh, you're the reason why there's homeless and you're the reason why the country's like this. But we don't set it. You know what I mean? We don't make it. We don't. No. Gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop. I'm sorry. You gotta stop. So. That's why I said I wasn't spending. And I know that. And I've seen this story. You know what I mean? It just proves to me what I'm doing is right. I'm not spending on these big ass corporation companies. I'm not buying nothing from none of y'all. I've been saying that. I'm saving my money to myself. Real shit. Saving my money. My money used to go out and buy shoes every weekend and do all that. No. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. I'm not doing all that, bro. Keeping my shit to myself. If I got it, you know what I mean? If anything come up, I could be like, you know what, bum. I got 10,000, I can move over here. I got, you know what I mean? I'm good. I can move over here. I got 20, I can move over here. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. I don't care. It's real. You can't spend on these people, and you can't have someone tell you, oh, we're going to make this whatever, we're going to make Canada great. We're going to make, as good as the USA. We're going to come together and unite with it. You know what I mean? But we got poor people on the street that are from the military, that are IQ smart as fuck, and then we got the dumb people in the jobs working, fucking up all the stuff. Does that make any sense? Why not give these people housing, and since they served the country or whatever they did, take them out of this fucking mental health crisis. Take them out of this, you know what I'm saying? Put them back on their feet. Put them back where they're supposed to be. Don't go and say, you know what? I'm going to go to Israel. I'm going to make this. I'm going to go, and then it's so stupid. When you show something like Gaza is the future for America, it shows you, or Canada is going to be, we're gonna be involved in this. It's just not. It's not. I'm sorry. It's fucking not what I want to hear. I want to hear, back. Make the people in work. They're supposed to get, like down here. The people are working, and they're getting what they're supposed to get. You see what I'm saying? They're getting their, the kids are getting their free education. So only thing they got to do is pay for their books and their uniform. So they're going to school. They're getting the books. The government could do that here. Curve, what's going on, bro? Much respect. Shout out. That little man must be big, I lie? Big now, I lie? Shout out to you, bro. You know what I mean? But it's the facts. And everybody's saying this. The Puerto Rican, the Mexicans, bro, the people are mad. The people and the white folks right now is so mad. They're so mad in America, but people are not showing this. You know what I mean? You have a government, and as I said, I don't know. I'm not voting. I never vote anyway. Nubian Queen, much respect. Yeah. Already. Nubian Queen, much respect, family. But I believe, especially like, what he said. I'm a Nubian Queen. She's a mom that's being whatever. She's a single mom. Yo, the man is over there making sure a woman, not putting nobody on child support, is he making sure a woman that has a kid that does whatever, gets help, comes first, no payback, no nothing. We should do that over here. Housing should be free. You know what I mean? For people who has, single mom parents, and even man too. He said it, single man and women should have free housing, especially when they go. You know what I mean? So when you have a man that say, "Yo, listen, I'm not coming to see you. I'm not coming to see you. Hold on, I'm not coming to see you. I'm going to think." You know what I mean? Hold on. Team shot fly. Hello? So I came out of that. You know what I mean? But yeah. So what I'm saying is I think it's amazing that we have a man that has we have government over here that has so much money that don't give free education and all that to everybody else. I just think it's weird that we fight everybody else. I guess what we do, and when we got some. Yes, Jensen, what's up? Okay, hold on, I'm coming. Let me help you out. You know what I mean? Check it. Come, Jensen. Come. Yeah, that's what I said, y'all. Like, this is to me is crazy because this is a one of the stuff right now. A lot of you guys don't know. Realists will tell you. You know what I mean? Because this dude right now is the reason why y'all don't even know this. He's the reason why that we had, like, us Canadians and American had to put the tariffs on hold because he said, nah. If he would have came and had the meeting, when did Trump go on and he put the thing on hold? Was it March 9th? Right? Yeah. So if he would have came to America, one thing you guys don't know, if he would have came to America and had a meeting with Donald Trump, it would have been we're still going through the crisis. So thanks to him. Thanks to dude right here. You know what I mean? Real talk. So all the people that think that this man, when I found this out, I was like, what? This dude is the reason why part of the tariffs is on hold? Because he doesn't want to come to America? I said, boy, this is shaking up. Nobody listen to this. Nobody talks about it. And what do? They hit us with a Shannon Sharp story, right? Hit us with the Kanye talking about he got head from his cousin, right? All that shit. So we wouldn't see this. Now, you think the people over TikTok are talking? What's up? What happened? It's okay, Jen. It's okay. Let's go back. Okay, go play your Minecraft. Go. You know what I mean? Mommy's gonna be up. So, this right now is big. As I said, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. YouTube flooded it, but I'm gonna tell y'all this. No one's talking about Shannon Sharp on TikTok and these other platforms about YouTube and whatever, Facebook and whatever. But I'm gonna say this. It's a distraction, Until dude get fired, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna do a next thumbnail about him. Until he get fired off ESPN, I'm not, gonna talk about his story like that. Yeah, because he still works for ESPN, so there's something going on. And this is not really, and the way the African people are looking at it, like, y'all ain't got no real problems. Y'all just giving people allegation charges that, you know what I mean? And let's be honest, Shannon Sharp's story is just like, he's just a dum-dum. He's the one that wanted a 19-year-old. You know what I mean? The girl got jealous because he was on Instagram effing the next girl. You see what I'm saying? And like what the people have said, Shannon Sharp, once again, Uncle Tom. You know what I mean? You're a dumbass nigga. Any girl that said, put a big black baby in me and you got to get rid of her. She raised that. Come on, bro. She trying to set you up. You're a racist girl. Somebody send her. So we going to talk about that later. That's a whole mess. But dude right here, you know what I mean? He probably got his 100 mil. You know what I mean? I'm going to talk about that, but later. But this dude right here is the man right now. You know what I mean? Is the man. While everybody else take money to sell their country up, while everybody take money to be on the podium and sit in the White House and get eliminated or embarrassed. This dude is, hold on, Jen. This dude right here is saying, yo, I'm not coming there because you're deporting people, and I'm gonna let you know this, bro. The people that down here that don't got visa, I'm sending them back. So if they got passport alone, you better tell them they're gonna come back to their country. They're not telling you right now. Hundreds and thousands of American white folks and black people too is getting sent back to America. Just like we're sending, people back. They're sending people back. But once again, the mainstream media don't show this. They don't show the people I'm coming back. You know what I mean? They don't show the people I'm coming back into the country like that. But yes, this has been going on for like 7-8 months now. There's been people come, Rice, I've told you guys this before, so I heard it, as I said, but what's up? What's up, Jen? Go ask your brother. I don't know nothing about that game. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is what's going on right now. There's millions of people coming into, you know what I mean? Coming into. Hold on, yeah, hold on. Because I'm telling you, I never get a break. When you have a daughter, that's a daddy's girl. I mean, come on, why you want to set up the game good for her? You can't just expect her to get into it. Thank you, please. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out is we why we don't have a thing like this to where we give the people them. No, because you know what? These people are for themselves. They want to keep the money for themselves. They want to they want to keep us in control. They want us to pay, they want us to pay more. You know what I mean? Every time they do something, every time they give us a deal, they give us a free, or they give us a sale or a raise, or more, whatever. They make us pay more. That's what I'm saying. Real talk. Can you imagine so what do you think people are gonna do? What do you think people are gonna do? I mean, real talk. What do you think people are going to do? People are just gonna say, you know what? I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. And you can't blame these people. You can't blame these people. You can't. Let me tell you something. If y'all people trying to scam me in the background, you can't scam me. Alright? I'll tell y'all that. Are y'all trying to call my work phone and do this fake stuff and all this stuff that you guys are doing with AI? You can't do it with me, okay? I tell y'all this. Stop calling. I know some of y'all sit at home bored as hell. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to we're talking about this. This is the story that matters right now. Why nobody showing mainstream media? Why you guys are not showing a whole bunch of white folks that are getting sent back? You know what I mean? In America and Canada, because they don't have a visa. They only have a passport. So you can't go to Africa no more with, you know what I mean? That's why it's true. It's true though, what he's saying. Why should I let you in my country with a passport? And it's not like he's saying you can't come back to Africa. He's just saying like, yo, you gotta have a visa. You know what I mean? Because if you have a man that's deported my people, right? That's what I'm saying, real talk. And it's just, trust me. And I'm telling you, everybody's gonna get on board. The Mexicans, everybody, and this is what's gonna fuck up this, and this is what's gonna kill this guy's career. I'm telling you, regardless what you guys want to say or what nobody wants to say, I know, you know what I mean, Hazy and everybody and Food Stamp, you guys are strong believer, but I'm telling you right now, this dude right here is the reason why Trump put the tariffs on pause, because he said he wasn't gonna come to America. If he would have came to America, you know what I mean, that's why they mad at him right now. They're trying to lock him up. You know what I mean? They're trying to lock him up. But for what? Why are you trying to lock up dude for? For what? For what? You know what I'm saying? Because he's not with the agenda. And he's giving his people them free housing and free education. Y'all got way more money than everybody. Y'all got so much rich friends. You know what I'm saying? Y'all could wipe $1 million, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? With y'all poop. So I'm just trying to say, like, are the people just going to find a fault and say, well, you can't say, well, the reason why they're getting education, and no. You know what I mean? The people, name one government that's going to lower their standards for you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? No, name one government that's going to lower their standards for you. You know what I mean? Name one government that's going to say, you know what? I'm going to take less money. I'm going to take my money and make sure the country is not poor, have money. There are a lot of babies, because there's a lot of homeless kids in America. Why? Why they're not off the street? Because we're trying to make the country great again. And the world, like what Canadians do, we're trying to make, we're going to make Canada a better place than all for Canadians. Okay. Why do we got homeless people on the street? Why this man is so 35 years old, don't have not much money as y'all, right? And Putin gives him hell respect. You know what Putin said? Putin give this dude so much respect, and that's why he talking like this. That's why he know. That's what I'm saying. The people think they could trust the Russian government, right? The Russian government deal with people that they don't like. The Russian government let them know, like, yo, People trying to get you. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on right now. So, where we at? May? And we're going to have July 9th. So we're going to see. If something happened to this guy by July 9th, and we go into this, because Canada is dismissed right now. And I'm saying, there's a lot on the plate. France, and America, they mad at dude, trying to lock him up. But for what? Saying it's a red zone. No, it's not a red zone. It's a green zone. Because if it's a red zone, we have homeless people walking everywhere, crackheads smoking in front of your business and the daycares and all that. That's a red zone. That's what I see every time I walk in. Every time I turn on my cable TV, every time I walk outside, that's what I see. I see people with pipes like cigarettes. And then what do? We give them money. What do we, instead of, you know what I mean? What do we, like, we'll talk. Let me know. I'm not gonna lie, dude did a wonderful job. Nah, real talk. Real shit. And if he said, like he said, if they take me out, hey, at least I know I did something for my people. You know what I mean? Real talk. You other African people, right? I told y'all, the Nigerians, right? Tell y'all about the Nigerian people. They are the biggest, they were a part of the biggest slave trade. Believe it or not. Remember, I'm telling y'all, they're the part, that's why you'll hear them. So, and Trump or Canadian government do and do everything they say. Nah. I mean, these guys are not like that. Only the Nigerians are like that. They used to sell slaves to sell their own people to the white people. But all the African countries have them against the wall right now. They have to put, the pressure is on them, and they have to get with the program. They have to get with the program. And like I said, but y'all hit the like button for me, y'all. This is crazy. Man, as I said, I think Shannon Sharp gonna beat his case. Because even my girl's like, oh, every female, and this is what every female is saying. But I mean, girl, she just mad. She just mad because she had a secret relationship, and you know what I mean? It's not really, she didn't really get R. And I agree. She did not really, the girl, the Shannon Sharp situation, that wasn't an R case. Because all of a sudden we can't say, we can't say the R thing no more because, I'm gonna tell you why they don't want us to say the R word. Like, and I got a little hint from Judge Joe Brown. Because a lot of these people have cases coming up where they're gonna be involved in some of these cases. So now these corporation people that are working with these people don't want, like YouTube, don't want us to use the R word. Y'all know what that is. You see what I mean? So no, we gotta say, oh, she got R. You know what I mean? We can't spell out the full thing. You know what I mean? Y'all can say it in the comment, but I can't say it on my live. Like, you get what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of people, you know what I mean? These big, Caucasian people in the background that have cases. You see what I'm saying? So now when we talk about Harvey Weinstein, we can't say, oh, we have to say R. We can't say what he did. You see what I'm saying? Crazy, because they're protecting their people, bro. They're protecting their people. You know what I mean? They're protecting their people. Shannon Sharp, that shouldn't be a case of R. You see what I'm saying? Shannon Sharp is just dumb. You see what I'm saying? Listen to me. Any man send you a girl tied up, delete, block, cop, you know what I mean? Report, call the police, do something about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We'll talk. But anyways, yeah. We'll talk about that later. I'm gonna deal about dude right here. Him is what you say? Who are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let me drop it in. Let me drop the link for you so you can. Oh, you talking about you talking about the boy what's his name there? Thing. Yeah. You know, as I said, you know, a 19 and a 20 something, a 56-year-old man, Rhea is definitely, definitely a loser to be trying to, have a secret girlfriend as a 19-year-old. I'm not gonna like I can't even buy alcohol in America. When you're 19, you can buy alcohol over here. You know what I'm saying? 18, you can buy alcohol in Montreal. You know what I'm saying? But in Ontario, you gotta be 19 to buy alcohol. So they always say, if your girl can't buy alcohol, you shouldn't be with her. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Real shit. Real shit. And it's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up what's going on with Unc. You know what I mean? With Shannon, with Sharp. But yo, listen, a lot of y'all do that. A lot of y'all out there, as I said, I remember the one dude that was 70 something. The 70 something still on, you know what I mean, is a U.S. senator. And this was a while back. This is before Obama came in. Dude had a 21-year-old girlfriend. You know what I mean? And he got caught for spending you know what I mean, the money on her. She exposed him. Mm-hmm. He never went to jail. He just paid his shit. You know what I mean? You know, he never went to jail. He just spent his shit. Riaz, what's
Hey,
going on, broski?
hey, I'm doing good, man.
Riaz, you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, I hear you,
Y'all can
though.
hear
Do
him?
you hear me? Do you hear me?
I can't hear him. Riaz,
Yeah,
you good, bro?
I'm good, bro.
Yo,
Yeah,
can you?
yeah.
Oh, I can. How come I can't hear you? Let me leave and come
Wait,
back, bro. Let me leave
do
and
you
come
want
back. Let
me
me see
to
if I
drop
can
and come back?
fix this shit. Let me leave and come back, Riaz. Hold on. Let me leave and come back.
All right, guys, he'll be back, though.
I know it happened there, Riaz, but yeah, my bad. I don't know if y'all could hear me. I couldn't hear him, so yeah, but you hear me now?
I hear you though.
Yeah, I can hear me. You can hear me now, right?
Yep.
Somebody trying to mess with my shit in the background because but yeah, but yeah, yo, this dude right here doing good for his peoples, bro. You know what I mean? Real
Well,
talk. We need more people like this. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. You know what I mean? Real talk.
yeah, I totally get you on that though, but I'm gonna say to me though, both sides is wrong, but just based on the information that I know at the moment though. There's probably more to it that we don't know yet though, but I just feel to me right now, both is wrong right now. That's how
Who's
I see it.
who are you talking about? Who's wrong?
No,
Who's
no,
wrong?
no, Shannon Sharp though.
Oh,
That guy.
You're talking about Shannon Sharp. Yeah, Shannon Sharp. Yeah,
Yeah.
he is definitely because you know why Riaz? He's too old for that. He's 50. Like you know what I mean? He shouldn't have been. He's too big of a caliber dude. Not saying he did anything wrong. I'm just saying he's too big of a caliber dude. He's too big of a impact on and on the sports world to be involved. You should have seen that coming. There,
I
there's no
know.
way. There's no way you should have seen that coming from a mile away. There's no way you
Yeah,
should let that
I
happen
get
to
you
you.
on that.
You know
I
what I mean?
agree with
And
you on that though. I was talking about him. I just want to say indirectly sometimes though. But I agree with you on that, like where you're saying no and everything like that. I'm saying at the moment, to me, the way I see it, both is wrong. But he has more. He's the one that held. He's the one more responsible though. You know,
right,
it's
definitely,
him though.
definitely, and I ain't gonna take that away from you because you're right about that. People like those shouldn't be involved in. As I said, you gotta be standard for yourself. But um, you know, the African government. What do you think about that? Giving free, and as I said, it's going on over there for y'all because I know y'all are giving free. Y'all are making good for y'all peoples over there to live. Like y'all don't have as much homeless people like what we have over here. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that
So
is
because
true though. I know. I kind of see where you're getting at though. That's interesting though. That's kind of cool. That's nice though. But I'm saying probably in the area I stay though, there's not much homeless though because I'm in
yeah,
the southeast though. No, but I'm saying the area I stay though. Probably if you go down to the cities like London, Birmingham, or like
yeah,
South
but even
London or
yeah, but
whatever.
yeah, but even when I talk to my people, I'm in Brixton and they're going London, bro. It's not like as bad. Let's be honest with you. It's not as bad like it's over here. You know what I mean? It's not. You don't see homeless people in every corner smoking pipes. You don't see people sitting
Okay,
outside the big business.
you're not
It's,
wrong though.
you know what I
You're
mean?
not wrong though. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get you on that. I'm not saying you're not wrong though. You have a point though. I'm just saying there is some of it though. It just depends which area is it. But actually, if you have to compare though, I'm not gonna deny where you're getting at though.
Yeah. It's not because it's more control for the people over there. The people have more rights than we have more rights over
Mm-hmm.
here. You guys have more rights than us. You see what I'm saying? Certain things you guys don't report to. You guys don't have people watching your pockets like we have the government, like watching our pockets, our bank. Like we get like if I get like 5,000, the bank is gonna have somebody call me. You know what I mean? If I deposit, like you guys don't have that problem. Over here. You know what I mean, you guys don't
Mm,
have the bank selling your information. You said I'm,
right.
but yeah, doing right here, doing right by his country. As I said, of free education, taking care of all the ladies. Making sure they good, make it. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, protecting everybody, playing with his.
Sorry, you cut out for like a few moments though, but I get what you're trying to say though. Sorry, your audio's kind of messed up at the moment.
You hear me?
No, I heard you. I hear you now, but when you were talking, your audio got messed up, literally cut out completely.
Yeah, I told you because they trying to report me. I know why they're trying to report me for because they want me to talk about the story. That's why. You know what I mean? That's why my
Yeah,
audio is like that. I seen that.
okay.
It just showed up on my TV. It says unavailable and to connect. Please try as I said. Someone's trying to report me because every time that shit happens, it pops up on my smart TV. You know what I mean? So Look at that. So I see my shit went back down to 6 because somebody went and filed report. It's crazy because I'm talking about this story. They don't like it. I'm just trying to show you, but I'm definitely going to stick on this story right here. I'm not changing. And so
Okay.
y'all could be as mad as y'all want, because y'all over there, right, is giving money to
Mhm.
other people and telling people, oh, but this man is the reason why the terrorist is on hold because he ain't folding. He said he's not coming to America to sit down while y'all are sending my people back. And you know, we're gonna send your people back to you because you're saying I'm a red zone. We're gonna send your people back to you and tell them to get proper documents before they come back to my country. Real talk. That's what he's telling. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with him.
Mhm.
I agree with him, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people like low key slaves. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. They fall into the slave mentality. You know what I mean? Real talk. And I said, dude, right here, his thing that he's doing, it's you know what I'm saying. It's a good cause because you don't want you don't want what do you call it? You don't want people living in the streets. Like babies shouldn't be living in the streets. I walk over here, I'm shocked, bro. I see kids in the streets, and they're, you know what I mean. Homeless kids with their moms and everything. I'm like, damn, what's the government doing for that? You know what I mean? It's saying
Yeah.
people are complaining like we should have a government. If we're giving money to all these whatever making deals, we should be able to give money to the people. We should be able to say, you know what? Let's build this up over here and give these people the money back. But we don't. We listen to these greedy ass people and we let them brainwash us, which is a new way of slave mentality, because we sit here and we listen to the bullshit. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's why France, you know what I mean? France mad because, you know what I mean? This dude undermined them. You know what I mean? He undermined everything that they was doing. He said, no, we're not doing that. I know what y'all about. You know what I mean? Real shit. And we just not going to lay down,
Mhm.
lay down to y'all and make y'all just, want to center people back. That's what I said. There's so much people right. They're not telling you because that's why we have so much. The Shannon Sharp ship came out like this. I think it's a distraction because there's so much. There's so much Caucasian people coming back. But the racist mainstream media areas do not like seeing white people getting sent back. But they'll show up black people and a whole bunch of Mexican people and you know what I mean, on the country getting deported back into their country. But they don't show not like it's not like these Caucasian people are coming back in handcuffs. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting treated like dogs and pigs. They're getting treated, you know what I mean? Good. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I agree with you.
and the
Plus, though, don't
yeah,
forget, I also see as well sometimes in some mainstream media finger, they talk about like basic, a person who has an Arabic name, though, they think they Muslim, though. Not every person who has an Arabic name is a Muslim, though. Some people just use those names because there is, though. One time, though, I think, though, I can't remember what cases was, though, something like that, though. Guy had an Arabic name and people called him Muslim or something like that. He's not Muslim, no. He's just a Christian who has an Arabic name.
yeah. It's true though. You ain't lying. It's true. That's what I said. A lot of people don't know what they're talking about, Riaz. They just see on the mainstream media, let the mainstream media lie to them and they believe. But I think it's
Yeah.
crazy how the mainstream media don't show these people getting deported. They say Donald Trump racist, but they're just as bad as him because they don't show none of these white people coming back. The only way you can see these white people going back is when you look it up in the African area and you say like, damn, look at all these white people getting deported back to their country. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because they don't have a visa. You know what I mean? So now you can't go to Africa no more because of the rule that Donald Trump made. You know what I mean? And that's why, and the people that are coming back, you know what I mean? I hope he's got jobs for them. It's gonna be crazy because there's gonna be a lot of not more working people, gonna be more homeless people. You know what I mean? Because the government is not gonna say, you know what? All right, let me give the homeless people them free housing until they get back on their feet. You know what I mean?
Okay. I
I'm
get you in that.
they get a job.
Now I kind of see what you mean, though, but I'm still not changing my mind on Trump. I have reasons not to like
Right,
him, but I
right,
see
right,
what
right,
he's
right,
doing.
right. Everybody has, Riaz. Everybody has. Everybody has changed their mind. Like even his supporters have changed their mind on him. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's all about the rich. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
you're
I've
giving
been
people.
like that since day one, though. You know, like his first presidency, when I heard about it and what he said and everything, no, back then, no, in 2016, I heard about him, no. Literally, I was against him since day one, though.
Mhm. Yeah, and I understand because everybody thinks that, oh, these people, right? They think that they don't need Africans and Muslim, right? And this guy said no. If this guy would have said yes, Trump, like everybody else, because he doesn't want to go to the country. He wants everybody to come to him so he can make a show and make it good for his TV. So
Well,
this dude is like, no, I'm not coming up there so you can make a mockery of me. I'm busy taking care of my people. You know what I mean? We need
well,
food, we need
but
water,
you know, little does he know. Wait, but little do they know they're using the Muslim way of mathematics, though. You know, like the Arabic numerals, though. We use that in mathematics. The way we taught in school, though, that is Arabic numerals, though. You know,
right?
these people they used to use Roman numerals, though, but it was really hard, though, to actually, like yes, you learn it, but really hard to keep count of it, though. The Roman numeral system. Not you're
Yeah,
dissing it,
I,
but
I,
they
I
actually
know.
when they saw the Arabic numeral system, they actually said, okay, that's much easier to do it. So they took it. And also there are a lot of inventions though, made by Muslims as well. So
Right. I feel you, Riaz. I feel you. As I said, it's crazy. I think it's crazy. And as I said, YouTube just went. You know what I mean? And I don't know why. And I think that's crazy. How you gonna have and you gonna try to report someone for what? For what? Like, come on, you guys are crazy up here. You guys are crazy. Trust me. I'm on this. I'm not even done yet. You guys are wild, you know. You guys got this guy right here, and because y'all trying to make a 3 month strategy to lock him up. You know what I mean? That's why they tell y'all, oh, we gonna come back in the night because they're trying to because he's not on board. He's a big part. He was supposed to come to America. He said, bro, I'm not coming to your country. You know what I mean? You're sending my people back. That's what I'm saying. And you said it's a red zone. You know what I mean? Tell him it's a green. And he said, you know what he said? You say my country is a green zone. Tell him you say my country is a red zone or whatever because I don't want to come to your country. Tell him it's a green zone because guess what? We're giving people free housing and free education over here. You see what I'm saying? Real talk. And he's not even,
mm,
and and he's not even, he's living like all the people is living. You see what I'm saying? He's not in no big house or no big car. You see what I'm saying? The man, bro, the man, like, I'm not gonna lie. But not every government could live like that because they rich, they want to fill their pockets, and they want to think that they want us to listen to their plan. You know what I mean? Well, in this era, this is the type of government we need to have that's going to look after the people and that's going to make sure the people that are good and what do you call it? They're not suffering because when the people come back, when the people come back into the country, it's going to be crazy. How they going to get jobs? You know what I mean?
mhm.
How they going to get jobs? And now you could laugh and say the things that you want, but it's going to look bad on you because when you have your people come back and they can't
Okay,
get
what about Qatar though? Qatar seems like a good country as well though, because there's not much homelessness in Qatar though.
right, right, that's true. Yep. It is so true. And even the Jamaican government, because This he checked the Jamaican government too. It's true. Like you're selling out to those guys where they're giving you less, and you're not even taking care of your people. You know what I mean? They say something, you want to lock them up and threaten them and come to their house and give them warnings. Like he knows all of that. He knows everything that's going on. You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
I agree.
Yeah, well, that's also interesting as well. You know what Saudi used to do though? When I used to live back then in Saudi Arabia, though, they gave you residential visa though. So you just stayed there as a resident, but you're not a citizen. So
Right.
like you can stay there, do business, work, or bring your family, but you're not a citizen though. The only way to obtain a citizen is to actually marry a Saudi or have a parent who's a Saudi though.
But
They want to keep Saudi for Saudi.
just now for every North American, it's gonna be hard because guess what? They saying, yo, if you don't have a visa, we can't just go to people's country no more without proper documents. You gotta have, just remember, we the only, you know what I mean? The only country you need a passport and a visa to come. Well, other countries you just need a passport to go. You see what I'm saying? No, you're gonna need a visa too. You're gonna need a visa too. So all the people that said I have my passport and y'all wanna go start going to these Caribbean countries in the future, you better get your visa. You better get your visa.
Okay. Yeah, I get you enough for my dad though. Me, my dad, my brother, sister, and the rest of our family. We citizens, we're like UK citizens because of the 1983 law that actually allows it. So me, my dad, my brother, and his siblings and stuff like that, basically we're like you born in the country, so we've obtained citizenship. I applied for it though. So I've got my citizenship through my dad though, who's British born though. So it's okay.
Yeah, this dude right here. Can you just imagine how smart all kids would be in North America if they got free education? But they don't want you to be smart, yo. They want to control you. That's why they give you AIs. Look at that. There goes your free education system there. Anything you want, let's go use the AI. The AI will tell you what to do. Hey, Gemini. That's all you gotta say. Rice, bro. Rice, bro. Rice. Yo, when you were saying the African, I said, what? This shit is on rice. This shit is rice is crazy. The man, Rice, you never told me the man said, I know you told me some part, but you ain't never told me he turned down, he said, no, Trump, I'm not coming in America. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take care of my people. You say you're gonna make your country great again, so I wanna make my country. So I'm gonna stand here when I finish taking care of my people. You know, I give them this free housing and education. Yeah, yo. And Trump said that's disrespectful. I'm gonna put more tariffs. He's like, I don't care. Go ahead. You know what I mean? You tell
Okay.
them,
I mean, I get you. Not commendable though, but I'm just saying though, you gotta be careful though how like, I'm not saying though, like, the same thing with my heritage people as well. It's like, okay, you can do good for them though, but at the same time, though, you just gotta watch out for, who you do business with down there though. Because, there is corruption there. I'm not saying though, he's doing, well, I commend him. That's very commendable and respectable. But also, he's also watching out as well because you get people who are corrupt though.
okay, don't worry. Shwan's gonna help you. Oh, no, don't worry, Jen Jen. Yo, my daughter's crazy. It's true though. You know,
Yeah, that's why basically for example, if you're for my people, I know how the born Pakistani things though, man. Look, even we the same people, they my fam at the end of the day.
right?
But
And
I
and
know
and,
how.
and, and then when here we was, right, thinking, oh, you know what I mean? No one listen, bro. Listen, when he said he wasn't coming to America, that's why the terrorists gotta be paused. Don't think Trump did that on himself, bro. Is this man said he was a part supposed to come, and he's like, no, I'm not coming. I'm gonna take care of my people because you know what I mean. You sending them back, and some of them are homeless, and he's gonna make you know what I mean. So, and he's a big reason why Trump had to put everything on pause. He's a big reason. That's why Rice ain't lying. No one's scared of that shit. Ain't nobody want. You know what I'm saying? Ain't not. Ain't
Okay,
not.
I mean, okay. I get you, and look, I commend him for that. But I'm sure, like, basically, he's taking all the necessary precautions, though, because you do get corruption down there, though. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm sure he's taking the necessary precautions. Like, look, I get you, and that's good for him. Do what he gotta do. I can respect that, but I'm sure he's taking all the necessary safety precautions because you get people though who are corrupt there, though. Not saying the government overall, but there are people in there though as well, and you have to be careful who you do business with down there, though. That's just what I'm saying.
She wants to get the McDonald's. She wants to go to the McDonald's. I was talking about yeah. I hear what you're saying, though, Ria. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying though, but yo, in a situation right now is, they trying to lock this man up. They trying to lock him up because he don't want to come to America. You ever
Mm-hmm.
seen nothing like this before? A man don't want to come to your country, and you want to lock him up. Okay, he don't want to go. He's like crazy. And the only two people I got a problem is once again his friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The U.S. military and them trying to go over there for this man. You know what I mean? In the next 3 months. In the next 3 months, y'all,
Okay, so that's
I'll just go on.
wow. I'll give you another example, but so basically the former prime minister of
I'm gonna tell you
Pakistan,
guys
you
this.
know what happened
I'm
to
gonna tell
him?
you guys
They
this.
would
I'm gonna
do
tell you guys this. I'm gonna tell you white people this right now. I'm gonna tell you guys this right now. I'm gonna tell you this, all y'all stubborn white people and all y'all racist pussy, right? If he gets hit before, if this man gets hit before, what's the dude in Iran? It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem because he never did nothing. Am I lying, right? He never did nothing.
uh,
Nah, you ain't.
wait, but
You
isn't
ain't
like
lying.
basically the
It's
Iranian slash
If he
Persian
gets,
people are known
if he
for
gets,
being
listen,
hospitable?
he
it's
never did
I
over,
nothing.
actually,
y'all. America
well,
is done. Nobody cares anymore, and they're gonna make a. They're gonna. And now people are putting their military. Y'all know Mexico put all 80% of their military on the border.
well, wait,
Did
but
y'all know
I was
that?
gonna say yes, though. I was saying that the UK is over too. Like both Western powers, UK is also over too, though, man. Literally been on a decline since 2008, though. You know, they have never been the same ever since, though. That's what I'm trying to say too. You're not wrong, though. I'm not gonna take away what you're saying, but I'm also saying for me here in the UK as well, it's gotten so bad that people literally want to leave the country. They're literally trying to leave, though. Young people literally want to leave, though, and literally the education system, though, it's getting so hard for the teachers. They're like 90% of the teaching force wants to quit.
Yeah, hey, right. Yeah. Right, sorry. What you said? No, right. I didn't hear the, I didn't hear the
What
last
you
thing you
say,
said.
bro? Oh no, this country's done. Trump has overturned his card. Now he's begging China to come to the table
Well, wait,
because we
but
don't
rest,
make anything. We make zero.
Right.
well,
Anything anybody else in the world needs, we don't make any of it, and China makes it all. So you got to be an idiot to think that your money is superior over the product.
Right.
And that's what
well,
most Americans think that are okay with the tariffs. They think that your
well,
money actually can feed your family instead of food feeding your family.
well,
And,
wait,
and,
but
and
rest,
they're
you know
so,
what?
wait a minute,
Hold
they're
on, Riz.
so
Hold on. Let me finish.
delusional. They don't know that the reason why we don't make anything here is because all the companies took their business to China because it's
Yeah.
cheaper labor.
And it's crazy because it's crazy, no, Rice. What I was saying, Rice, and you've been saying this. Why is the news showing all the people? Remember, you said this a while ago back. I think you said this like around, I'm going to say 8 months ago, you said this. Why the news is not showing all the people I'm coming back from Africa, right? With all the white people. How come the mainstream media is not showing that? But now they're showing it on TikTok, though. You see all them people line up at the airport, going back to America, going back to Canada, all white folks. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't got a visa. That means you're not a citizen. You got to go back. Yeah, I mean, the visa. My bad. The visa doesn't mean that you're a citizen, but the visa. He's saying if you need a visa to come here, then you gonna need a visa to come to our country too. And you're saying my country is a red zone because I don't want to come to your country. You know what I mean? Guess what? I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna make it better for my people. Yo, he got he got a $500 just to drive a whip just to drive around and people and he's like I don't want that. You see what I'm saying? Like we
Oh,
gotta
shit, it's even worse, bro. Everybody's moving on in technology. We're about to United States is about to be a third world country, bro.
Yeah, right. I was saying this. I was saying we're gonna be
Well,
like the East, bro. I just said
We're
that.
locked up from the technology. Our stupid ass government won't let us have the technology. Africa just
well,
created a car, an automobile that won't need gas or electricity. It'll charge itself, and it
well,
only costs 14,000 to make. Meanwhile, we've got these piece of shit cars in America that you're going to spend 20,000 in gas alone for running for 50 grand to
well.
make.
Wait, can I also
And
ask
we're
this
done.
question as well?
We're
I was gonna
done.
ask this though. Do you think the UK is also gonna be a third world country along
No,
as
no,
well?
the UK is going to follow suit and become Russia.
I mean, at the moment though, right now, of course, maybe in future, but I'm saying right now, this country's
Right,
finished though.
right,
My country's finished.
right.
Right now, they finished though. You know how bad it's got that literally younger people are literally wanting to leave their
Because
country,
it's
and
about to become
90%,
Russia.
yeah.
That's why they
I
want to
don't-
leave. They trying to get to the global south. Everybody's running from Russia. They know what's
okay.
coming. They know
Well,
what they
but you know
did.
what else is going on as well? 90% of the teaching for like the teachers in the UK, 90% are quitting though, because the education system, has become so, not like bad though, but it's harder to manage though, that 90% are literally quitting.
They're quitting because they're not, they found that they weren't even educating people. They were lying to them. Do you know how idiotic that the white people here were that came to this country and believed the story that the forefathers told? How you gonna discover something and then buy it from somebody else?
Wow. Wait, so they learned. Wait,
That's the story. Christopher Columbus discovered a country that had people here, and then they had to buy Louisiana from the French.
nah,
Why
basically,
would
I
you
agree
buy
with you.
something? Yeah, but why would you buy something you discovered? See,
Well,
our education system has been playing people like they're supposed to stupid for so long because a bunch of the people that came over here from Europe that started this country, they didn't want them in Europe from the get go. That was the white trash. That's who they sent away.
Exactly right.
well, I was gonna say though as well. Then, like, basically, there were Chinese who came before Columbus. There were Vikings who literally came before Columbus.
Yeah,
There were
and
literally the Moors, though.
and
Don't forget
Riaz,
the.
the Moors, but Riaz, check this out. How come all those boats that they have from the Vikings, the Moors, and how come all those boats are in those boats and remnants of those boats? They're in museums. Can anybody tell me where the Nina Pinta or the Santa Maria is?
Well,
We haven't seen a piece of wood off of a boat come from Africa, have we?
No.
Because it don't exist. It's all a lie.
well, I'm saying I agree with you. Of course, there
So
were people before here, though. I'm very, very, very well aware of that. And actually, I agree with you. I'm just saying, though, of course, there are people here, but then other people came over, though, because they wanted to seek something new. Like the Moors, though, for example, that the
Yeah,
Moors came before the Christians, though.
yeah. But
That's why you
again,
have Islam in America.
the Moors, the Christians didn't. The Christians still ain't came over here.
no.
Ain't no Christians over here by the definition of believing in Christ. There ain't none of them here. They don't even have. They don't even wanna. That's not. They don't conquer. That's not a Christian. That's just somebody who got to tell you. Like I tell you, let me tell you something, man. If somebody got to tell you they're a good person, they're a piece of shit. Because good people don't have to announce that they're good people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the first thing I ask somebody when they tell, well, you know I'm a Christian, let me get the fuck away from you. Well, why? Because I should have been able to tell by your actions. I shouldn't have to ask you. It should be out
Mm-hmm.
of things you say. See, you can tell a tree by the fruit it bear. You can
Okay.
tell me all day you're an orange tree, but if you making apples, you lying, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. No, the
Okay.
Christians ain't been here.
Wait.
Crusaders,
Oh,
what we'll call the Crusaders that went all over the world. Yeah, they did. They came over here and stole, burned up everything and act like they invented the Bible that was already over here. People think the Bible came from Europe and that. Let me ask you something. If the Moors and everybody else got here before England, what make you think the Bible didn't?
mm, you got a point though.
What make you think the Bible wasn't here before them?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Everything
so
that came here
always
was here
one
before
thing.
them. Everything except for the damn Bible. Come on, y'all. We got to do better than this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, yo. We can't be mad. That's like Rice said, oh Chef, I'm not coming to Canada. I'm like, whatever, Rice. I'm gonna put third.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop some money. I'm gonna drop some money on your head. Fuck you. Like, what type of shit is that? How do we get along? How do we gotta learn? Some of us gotta learn to take no for an answer. And a lot of this, and this is why a lot of everybody's so sensitive. Because if you got other leaders sensitive, you gonna be sensitive too. You see what I'm
And I'm gonna tell
saying?
you, it's not a good look for the United States citizens
No.
right now. They're even into it with the South Africans because they tried to mimic a Zulu parade. They don't even know the Zulus were a really strong nation in
New
South
Orleans,
Africa.
right?
And
In New
yeah,
Orleans. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and they think the Zulus were from West Africa and No, they're all South African. The Zulu nation is still there, you know. And this is the thing: South Africans are just trying to tell them that you're misrepresenting us. And we Americans we United States citizens. We don't even know what Americans are. We don't even know that Mexicans are American.
Wow.
Most of us
I
didn't even
don't
know
have
Chef
this
was
one.
an American.
Wow.
Chef? Are you an American?
No, I'm not American. I'm not American. I'm a
What?
Jamaican Canadian.
Yeah,
But
but we're Jamaica and Canadian.
I'm a North American though, because which is still
They,
America. Which
bingo,
is still
because it's
America.
part of
It's still
America.
America. Right. So I had to break it down
Okay.
like that. You know what I'm saying? I know I always
Yeah,
get that. I had to break it down like that to show people what you meant. You see what I'm saying? And
because
that's what
when
right.
people
That's
see
why.
people from South Africa was questioning them, and they were like, "Well, where are you guys from?" And they go, "America." And they go, "Okay, well, where?" And they go, "Well, you
Wow.
know." They go, "Are you in the United States?" And they're like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Why'd you think I was anywhere else? And they go, "Well, because there's two Americas. There's like South
Okay.
America and North America, and there's a lot of
Wow.
countries within those Americas. So you need to tell me which American are you?"
Okay,
Because I'm
that's
trying to see.
interesting though.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what. If you look on the map, we have continents. You see, it
Wait,
plainly says South
sorry,
America
I
and North.
want to ask this question though. Can you actually tell a difference between an Indian and a Pakistani? I know they're different though, and they tell you how different they are, but when you look at an Indian and you look at a Pakistani, can you tell the difference though?
No, I can't. But I wasn't
Well, I
raised
know
there.
you.
Someone that was
No,
raised
I'm not
there
saying
probably.
you're raised there. I'm not talking about over there. I'm talking about in America, the Indian American and the Pakistani American. Can you tell the difference between the both? Like when you
No,
look at them.
nuh-uh.
Wait, other than they tell you though. The only difference is their faith though. The faith is the only difference though. Their
What?
culture is the same. They're originally the same people, but they want to be known. They want it to be different though. You know, the concept of a Pakistani nation never existed before. It only came till 1933. Pakistani nation was created. The concept was created in 1933. Then in 1947, they declared independence with the partition. So they partitioned the region. Majority Muslims go to Pakistan. Majority Hindu go to India, and each side gets to pick which one, no, but also at the same time, British did not handle the
Yeah,
borders properly, so they fought a war over it though.
right.
And
And you know
so
who was the
basically,
leader? You know who started that war? And
uh,
then they also gained out of it. And formed a nation called Israel, because Israel wasn't a nation back then. It wasn't a land spot.
El Palestine.
A black boule guy did all that for white people. That's how Israel got formed. It was a black boule guy. I can't remember his name, but I'm gonna find it in a minute. But he the one who formed Israel.
Okay.
It wasn't white people.
Wait, but do you want to know why Pakistan was created? Because the people who founded Pakistan said, though, like, we basically want to partition the country because,
Yeah,
so much division, so many for years, though. And they feel like if they actually had a fully unified India, though, in those days, though, they feel like they're going to be
it would have
underrepresented,
been.
though. So
Yeah,
they
there you
wanted their own country, though. So they partitioned the region.
go. Yep.
So basically, I think majority of the Pakistanis, though, like I'm not saying every Pakistani is of Persian descent, but majority of the population is Indo-Aryan people, though. Then you got some people who's Indo-Turkish, Arab, and European, and they're
Yep.
like different regions though. But my people are from Punjab, but they're not Punjabi. They're basically Indo-Persian people. They're from the Canaan region in Iran slash Persia, but
Persia.
they're not Punjabi though. They my
Uh,
I'm not Punjabi. That's why, because you know they've made themselves clear though. Even
yeah.
though my people stayed in that region, they had families in there, they've stayed there, and Persian influence is still there and everything like that, though. But I don't make them basically Punjabi, though, because the Punjabi you see from there, though, are different from me, though.
And watch this. But hold on, Riaz. Watch this, Chef. Chef, Riaz, watch this. Chef, who did they send? What kind of person in the United States did he hire to say that this dude over here in Africa was wrong? The chef there?
Mm. Probably went though. He'll be
Uh,
back, I
he
guess.
he ain't he ain't thought about hiring one black person to do nothing until he one got mad at this guy right here. Now all of a sudden the
Right.
military master is a black dude or some dumb nigga in the United States. He's
Wow.
the dumbest nigga alive right now,
Wow.
and he catching
Okay.
it. He catching it from all over because
Mm,
the whole world is looking at him like you ignorant nigga. And I'm gonna
Right.
tell you now, I might have pissed a
Right.
lot of people off the other day, but I said I don't. I'm not. I say you guys don't want to play with me in certain situations. We got our reparations, and then they went off. Hey, what you mean we got our reparations? Are you not part of their police department? Are you not part of their military? Yeah, yeah, we are. Okay, then how you gonna sue your damn self, stupid motherfuckers? And I want you to show me one thing. You show me a Jewish Nazi, and I'll take back everything I said. And you ain't seen that yet, have you? Ain't no such thing as a Jewish Nazi. But you got American niggas that kill people for the same people they used to kill them. This is the state of our
well,
country. We're stupid.
well, I was gonna tell you this though as well, man. Do you know like $1.7 billion worth of money was stolen from the Indian subcontinent
Yep.
though? So both India and Pakistan though are owed like $1.7 billion though. I'm saying dollars in that type of currency, but you know, in their currency is different though. You know what I mean? Though, but I'm
It's
saying
fine.
dollars because
Guess
it's
what?
something easy for you to understand.
But guess what else we found out? Chef, we don't have the biggest navy. We don't have the biggest air force. We don't have the biggest military. Our Marines are shit compared to the Chinese guys.
Crazy, yo.
We
And you know,
found it out.
but you know what I
We
think so funny
found
to you,
out.
Rice? You know what I think so
Yeah.
funny? When it's time to beg a black man and reason with him, we were to lock him up and try to put fake warrants on. Yeah, it's
There it
fucking
is.
funny. And that's just show you this been going all along. You know what I mean? In their country. When you do that, you expose yourself to the world. Like, damn, that's the same thing they do to the people in the American country. What you do because you're trying to
Yep.
that's what I'm saying. Because y'all trying to France and Trump is trying to I'm like,
Chef,
damn, so you trying to lock him up?
Chef,
Come on.
why do you think back in the 60s and the 70s when we were fighting for our civil rights right after Israel was reformed, why do you think them people over there in Israel in Gaza was fighting for our rights in the United States? Because they knew if we didn't get our rights over here, it was gonna filter over there.
Mm,
Mm.
mm,
Wait, but
They
you
mm.
wrote
know the
songs about
people
our
over
distress.
there have been
They wrote
suffering.
Hold
songs
on,
about
Red. Hold on, yo. I gotta hear him
they
finish.
wrote songs
Please.
about our distress and everything we was going through during the civil rights movement. And you got stupid niggas over here right now don't give a damn about Gaza and what's going on. And if it
One,
wasn't for them, we might not have all this bullshit. They helped us fuel the civil rights movement, y'all. They really did because they was on the world stage and they the ones that told the world courts, go do something about that. That was a whole Martin Luther King. That was his whole reason. He got that from Gandhi. Gandhi said, you know how I got my people better? He said, I told them peaceful marches. Let them do all the fighting they want to do. But the world gonna see peaceful people and fighting people, and they gonna show the difference right there. And they gonna have to do something, or they're gonna lose credit around the world. And that's when civil rights started changing. That's why Martin Luther King said, get in your Sunday's best. Don't have no weapons. I don't care what they do to you, don't do nothing. Because the world was exposed to exactly what was going. You can't call us savages no more. A savage ain't dressed up in a suit walking down the street singing "We Shall Overcome." That ain't what a savage do. A savage do what you do. A savage see people peacefully protesting about them getting done wrong, and they put dogs on them. That's what the savage does.
mm, okay. Wait, I was gonna say this, but I hope you don't take offense. I'd rather, if I had to trust the American or born Pakistani, I'm going with American over born Pakistani. I'm not selling out or I'm not hating on my own people. I love them though. They my fam at the end of the day. I love them, but I know how they behave. And if I had to pick between American or born Pakistani, of course I'm gonna go for American first though. It's not
No,
because
you
I
wouldn't.
don't like them though. I just know how they behave and how they
Riz,
see me, man.
Riz. No, you won't. No, you won't.
Why?
Your people would treat you way better than any American people would treat you just because of what you would look like. Even my people, Rhea, we are embedded that every time you come into a store, Rhea, we want to check you and make sure you ain't got a bomb on you. That's why we brush up against you. We want to make sure
Well,
you ain't gonna blow up the
based
whole
on
store.
my experience, though, bro, I'm just telling you, based on my experience, though, that's just how I was raised around multiple
Rhea,
different people. Yeah.
Rhea, one of your favorite rappers said something very derogatory about your people in a rap song. 50
What
Cent.
did he say though? What he said?
He said niggas ain't scared of nothing. Niggas ain't scared to get back. We just scared of the corner store because they full of them Arabs. They blowing shit up like it's okay. They got their bombs on their way. They call them kamikaze.
Wow.
That's how we're told to view you. So I'm gonna tell you now, it's not gonna be any it might be worse when you come here because we're all miserable. Think about this. What country in the world has to wake up and tell themselves that they need to have a good day? Who does
Okay.
that?
Right.
That's kind
Wow,
of
man.
crazy, right? When you have to remind yourself that you don't want no negative energy.
Wow, man.
You're no
Look, man,
longer
I get
living.
you. I'm sorry, though, if it sounds kind of like if we're gonna take offense. I'm just saying, I'm not.
No.
I'm not.
I didn't take offense. I'm just saying that everything that we think in the United people, a lot of the misconception about the United States is that you can say what you want to say, but everybody's got a prejudice here, and especially if you're not white, that prejudice is going to rain down. Now they might not treat you
Okay.
exactly like they treat black people, but they're gonna number one, they're gonna think you got some money because you're from over there and you're in the United States. So they're probably gonna beg you a lot. There's gonna be a lot
Okay.
of mind games going on, bro. And
Okay.
if they
I
can't
feel
get
you
what they
on that,
want out
though.
of you, if they can't get what they want out of you, then they criminalize you. Does that make sense?
Wow, man. Wow,
Right.
that makes
Right.
sense, though.
Right.
I'm sorry,
And
though,
you see,
but actually,
this
that
is a
makes
big
sense, though.
example. Hold on, Riaz. I'm gonna get back to you. This is a big example. What's going on with you? Even if we don't want nothing from them, right? They'll still criminalize us, bro. You see what I'm saying? Even if you
Yes.
don't want to take what's going on, because you imagine a man that say, "Yo, nah, I don't want to come. I'm just gonna chill and and take care of the people that's coming back and take care of, you know what I mean, education, and all that, hospitals and all that." And then you're gonna say, "Oh, this is I'm gonna no, we should lock him up." Like y'all
Yep.
is crazy, yo. Y'all is crazy. That and y'all tell me if y'all think that's cool. I don't have. My head is not a slave mentality. I'm gonna tell people this right now.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
Well,
But
not.
man.
Riaz, yours isn't either, Riaz, because you guys were raised. You guys have a moral fabric. That's the biggest thing with countries over there is that you guys don't skirmish like we do. We make it seem like our government, Riaz, you know what our government think? Look at us thinking about y'all in y'all country. And it just your kind of people in those countries, oh, we think that all y'all do is walk around with AK-47s all day shooting at the sky and
Stuff
acting.
to Wow, man. I don't feel okay. I see where you're getting at, though, but I know personally though that you don't see me like that, though, because
I know
I've
that. You know
actually
that.
been around nice people though who are American based on my experience. I grew up multicultural though, and I'm not saying you're not wrong though. I'm just saying, like I guess my biggest struggle is being a Muslim and a British born Pakistani in a Western country. That's my biggest struggle though. Like it's not just the race
See,
element, it's the faith element too,
yeah,
though. And wait, but do you know what's sad as well? Listen, look, I tell you, this is what's sad as well, though. You know what the truth is, though, bro? That neither side will truly accept me. Like general society, they're cool though, but as one of them, they're not gonna accept me as one of them. British people will not accept me as one of them, and the born Pakistanis are not gonna accept me as one of them. They can be cool. The born Pakistanis will be cool. They'll treat me like family. They got love. My fam will always love me though. But I'm not saying to generalize all of them and put them all in a box. No, fam. I'm just saying no. That's the truth and harsh reality for me. Because I had a whole life, where I was confused on where I actually belong, and I'm always in the middle, man.
Right. And you see what I'm saying? I like the way you lay that out, though, Aria. Well said, bro. Well said.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
because
that
look,
was
it's
real
not that I
sad.
don't dislike my own people. I just know how they behave though, and being in the middle and growing up confused. You know what they don't realize though? They're saying, oh, like one person is, why do you not care though? Of course we care and we empathize with you, but at the same time, if you're gonna see me like that though, why do I have to actually, at some point though, where I'm getting at though? Like,
Yeah.
look, like we're not selling out though. We have no love for them. We got love for them, but they're the ones who help create the mindset on both sides though. That's why me and many like me started to just say, look, we're blended culture and we're best of both though.
All right. Yeah, but and that's where everybody's got to be on. Everybody don't want, like as I said, people think because they got money, they can control certain things. Like what Rice said. I know I see what Rice is saying. The dollar, the money doesn't really worth shit no more when you think about it. Because
What?
if other country don't want it, you know what I mean. And remember, people have said all the time. Remember, Rice, we talked about this. What was it? When did you 2 nights ago? We're like, yo, people are saying Africa is the poorest country, not knowing that they got money. But when we saying something about Africa, right, last time, right? And now look. You know what I mean? This, as I said, this story is bigger than the Shannon Sharp story. You see what I'm saying? This is
Way bigger.
way bigger than the Shannon. The Shannon Sharp
He's
story is
just
just,
an idiot.
yeah, right. The Shannon Sharp story is just you know what I mean? So we don't see what's going on with Trump and what this guy's doing to Trump. I know he's the reason why, you know what I mean? The what do you so-called terrorists is blocked until that day.
Wow. Wow, man, I get you on that though, right? So you're not wrong though. I'm not just, hating on them. No, I got love for them, but I just know how they are though. General Muslim community, they accept me regardless though, because it's one universal identity. You know, the people I was talking about, the people from my heritage land though. That's what I'm talking about though. And I'm not talking down on them. I'm not hating on them. I got love for them. I empathize with them. But at the
Yeah.
same time, outside my family, and not to generalize them, some of them do have this type of mindset. And I gotta understand the harsh truths on both sides, though, man. It's like basically being played on both sides. If I actually pick one side over the other, they're gonna start acting offended, though, Because if I said I'm British, though, the Pakistani people be like, why are you not Pakistani enough, though? And if I pick Pakistan, the British people start acting offended, though. Not every British person, but you know what I'm getting at.
Gotcha.
I hear you, right?
So they created that mindset for me, and I'm cool. I'm working on to fix all that problem though. Because if I did not fix all this problem now, I'm gonna have it for generational trauma.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, this man right now just let people know if y'all don't think y'all need Africans, so all the people that like to talk shit about them African people and think that they're not powerful, this man showed y'all how powerful he is. You know what
Man,
I'm
the
saying?
Africans been online trying to tell us that we're crazy. Like they're like saying like you guys aren't like us and y'all we like that y'all have that song because it's the truth. Like y'all are crazy over there. Like they can't believe we're even having certain conversations because they don't have those type of problems. They just
Mm,
don't because people have they have a moral fabric. We don't have a
mm,
moral fabric. Our moral fabric is money. We can play this game and that it's not all we want, but that's our moral fabric in this country, Riaz.
okay, you're not
You get where
wrong
I'm
though,
coming
man.
from?
Of course, I got you though. I'm
And
never gonna deny what you're saying. You got a good point and everything. The only reason I have this type of understanding right now is because I had to grow up like this, man. Literally though,
yeah,
like, look, I had to grow up.
but
Literally,
Riaz,
me, my dad, my mom had this conversation on what I really was though. Both sides though made me like this. I'm not blaming
Riaz,
them. I've got my own role too. Sorry, continue, man.
Riaz, having imagine you think you're confused? My mom's dad is white, and she was the leader of the Black Heritage Committee, and she's pro-black as you can be. Her dad is white.
saying?
Come on, what's do you not see the contradiction just in that?
Yeah.
And when I have asked her that, she doesn't get it because what she sees is an oppressed people, and she's
Okay.
she's really, and like I told her, you're more pro-righteous than you are pro-black. Because a lot of the people that you've been pro-black behind are they've been telling you that you have these problems you really don't have. They got the game on how to make money and keep money. They will not give it to you. They keep selling your ass education, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give you the game, but they keep sending your ass to school. You still ain't learn shit. Was
Wow,
it's
man.
something. I didn't learn when it says become your own bank. I'm serious. That's just
Wow,
not a
man.
pot of cash. Hey, I'm doing it. If you don't believe me, cool. But I understand how money works. It's always worked like that.
Okay,
And
I get you on that, bro.
when I have my grandmother on her side, and her dad looked like me, my color, my complexion, almost my build, and his dad moved here from North Carolina that looked like him, not mixed, with slaves to Texas, and they said they was killing all the black people. Well, who sold him the land? How come he ain't die? Something wrong, man.
Wow. Okay. I'm just basically not, I have nothing to say on that, though. I get you. I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not saying I'm the only one. There are many like me, of course, though, bro. I'm just saying, based on my experience, that's just how I was like, though, man. I just recently discovered that at a younger age, though. I
Yeah,
discovered it very young, though. That's why I'm fortunate enough. I've been actually feeling much better, though.
well,
You can actually tell I've got a
yes,
sense.
but you know the difference between you. You were able to be around your family that actually had the vocabulary to explain to you what was going on. A lot
Yeah.
of us aren't around our family men. We know something's wrong, but no one can articulate it. Does that make sense?
That makes
And so
sense,
a
though.
lot
I
of
mean,
us,
I've got a fortunate.
instead of trying to understand and articulate, we just throw it in the hands of God. And that's not how God works. That's why so many
Mm,
people are mad at God right now. He
wow.
specifically said, lack of my people perish because of lack of knowledge. If you don't know how to articulate something to a child, you don't know it. Am I right or wrong, Riz? If if
You're right,
if a
though. I had the
biochemist,
conversation with my
yeah,
parents, though. My mother gave me the spiritual answer, though, because my mom likes to see it
there
through a
it is.
spiritual point of view. My dad is more like, my dad sees the way she sees it, but the only difference between my mom and my dad's more of the realistic aspect. He'll talk about,
Because he's not no no no.
this.
He's not the more realistic aspect. It's a balance. Check this out. Your dad is telling you how the world is gonna see and what they're talking about. Your mom is telling you the righteous side of why the world is telling you this. That's why you understand, Riaz. Like I told
Of
you, you
course,
had
I'm
somebody that was there
fortunate.
to yeah, you had
I'm
somebody there to
fortunate, man.
articulate it. Yeah.
So I was just gonna say, man, I'm fortunate enough to be like that, man. You're not wrong, though. You got a point.
Because when I talk to my children, I talk to them straight up in a matter of fact. When their mamas talk to them,
Yes,
it's
that's
more
that.
nurturing.
Okay, I get you. Maybe that's why I found a way to break the cycle, though, at my age, though, because for my people, they probably got post-colonial syndrome.
It's well, see, they took it and said it's colonial, but the way cities and the banking system run, they've ran like that since when Jesus was in court. I mean,
Okay.
Jesus was in court. If the story stands true, Jesus went to court and they asked him a specific question. Who do you pay your taxes to? There's
No,
a
I'm not
reason why they
saying.
got that in the law. You get what I'm saying? See,
Wow.
this banking system
Of
ain't
course,
nothing
of
new.
course, of course. I'm talking about basically post-British Empire, though. Most
Yeah,
Pakistanis slash Indians, though, have some kind of trauma, though, over there. And, back then, though, do you know why some born Pakistanis see their Western counterparts like that, though? Because deep down inside, some of them know, not my fam, or the people I know down there, though, but some people there, the only reason they see it like that, though, because they never addressed that problem. It's
right.
generational for them. For me, though, I'm fortunate enough to break it
That's
Yeah,
fact.
because,
Big talk right there. Yeah. Big talk. Like big up yourself. That. Big up
that
yourself.
for real.
Yeah.
yeah, Because look, man, you know why actually I know that now, Restos, because the only reason I wanted the conversation with my parent about it though, because I know if I don't fix that problem now, wait till I have kids though. They're gonna go through something, not just they'll go through the same thing as me, but they'll go even worse though.
But we have a lot of what's happening right now is that he lost the we didn't lose a tariff war. We had already lost a media war
Okay.
because of, let me tell you why. Everybody knew the United States was wide open and stupid as soon as as soon as like Facebook and stuff came out, and more people were able to get on their phones and express themselves.
Right.
Well, now again, there wasn't a lot of friends that I had that were even interested in a computer the way I was, and this was back
Well,
in the '90s. Like I was on the computer, and Ray Riaz, because we were hustlers and stuff. Nobody would really come to my house because I had computers and cameras, and I was on AOL and void video chatting with people. You know why? Because they all thought I was the police. That's right. That's what got me that jacket. Just a computer at my house, not going around filming people, not getting
well,
caught, getting in trouble. But the fact was, when they say, man, you go over Stick's house, you know he got them cameras, and he be on the internet. You got to watch what you. I don't even, and they'll be like, I don't even smoke in the camera, because they
okay.
gonna tell you,
Well,
you get where I'm coming from.
of
So
course, of
Yeah.
course. But do you know what though, man? The only reason I said what I said though about the born ones, so it's not I don't hate them, no. It is that I don't think I can relate to them in a way. Like, okay, we're the same people, we share the same culture, food, language, whatever, we got the same faith. That's one thing though. But outside of that, how can I relate to what they go through? I can empathize them, but I can never relate
yeah,
to what they go through though.
bingo, right,
Because
right,
think about it this way, they grew up differently, they have I grew up differently. I've got two languages, yes, but I got more opportunities than them. I'm not hating on them. Oh, I'm not selling out though. Some people say, oh, you're selling out. I ain't selling out, man. I'm just basically being super aware how different me and them are. And sometimes if I don't realize that now, they're gonna let me know anyway on both sides. So I better start
right.
accepting the truth.
Right. And see that I had to do that, Riz, because I was in the That's what I said. A lot of the times I can tell, and Chef will tell you this. I'll tell you off top if somebody's being smooth racist because I grew up in the suburbs. I have an advantage. The little slick shit you say, you would dare say that shit to a white person.
Yeah.
You get where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't dare associate being poor with a white person. It's racist as
Okay.
shit. You get where I'm coming
Well,
from?
of course, that's why basically if I had to be around other people, though my own
Yeah,
people, I'm probably gonna, if I had to be around them, no, if I had to relate though to my own people, I'm gonna go with the people who are born and raised
I
in the
relate
UK
to.
like me.
Right.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
you think I would run off with some Africans and I really don't know how they really play and click and how they hang out?
Right.
I wouldn't. I would be more destined to, even if it was some white people, I'd probably be more destined to hang with some people from my countryside.
Okay, I get you enough. I'm saying I'd probably the only ones I can relate to though are the ones who are born in the UK like me. Not the ones who are born in Western countries. I can relate to them in some way because we're like basically in the same kind of system slash struggle in a way though. Like I'm not
Right.
saying that those born Pakistanis they're not struggling. Of course they do. It's just that we can relate to them in a way and we got everything what we need. The only difference
Right.
is, though, man, is the way we were born. They were born and raised there. They were exposed to their own natural culture. For me, uh, we're like both of them, though, basically. We learn UK culture, UK slash American culture, we learn here, and then we also learn it at home as well. So at home, no, my parents just raised me to be more British, so it's more moderate, though. They wanted to be more Muslim, though. That's what my dad told me. My dad said, look, all you have to be is a good Muslim, and that's it, though.
That's
Forget
it.
about the
Right.
other things, though.
Don't want to go to
Well, that was
You gotta be
satisfying,
real.
though.
America. He's the reason why the terrorists is on pause. Everyone's acting like, oh, Trump did that on himself. That is crazy, yo. And that's why I say shot. And I know Shot and Sharp, but they gotta be working together, bro. 'Cause if he's still working on ESPN, now they say they're only giving him 2 days a week until like shut up, man. Y'all fire Paul Pierce for worse than that. Shut up. And Rice, didn't they get rid of Paul Pierce for having a party in Coburg with just girls? No niggas?
Okay. I
Yo,
mean,
ESPN. Hold on, Riaz, hold on. ESPN, yo, y'all, like as I said, y'all, everybody with the trick, and this story right here is way bigger than Shannon Sharp's story because, people is taking consideration and people's like, damn, what are we doing? This man giving free education and free housing to all the poor people and not the rich people. Is that what I'm saying? The poor people are bad.
No, it's not. It's not even that. It's every country does that for their citizens except for us. We've been exposed. The
Right.
citizens have spoken. And this is and this is what happens. Is happening to the United States. We're imploding. We want to act like
yeah,
it's everybody else's fault. You guys. Chef is right next door. Canada's not doing anything to us. We're imploding. No one's doing anything to us.
I know people just want
okay.
to make
Maybe
people just
that's
want
what
to
I'm
threaten
saying,
people with
man.
money and what they gonna do and all. Ain't nobody doing nothing to nobody. Ain't nobody
Okay.
doing nothing to nobody. You know what I mean? This man is just. I'm
What?
like, damn, dude. Y'all want to lock this man up because he said he's not coming there. He gonna take care of the people. Because y'all are saying it's a red zone, but he's saying no, I'm a green zone. Cause look, at least I'm doing this, and it's true. Right? Said.
I mean, he's not. They don't have the problems that we have. That the president keeps trying to make up. He jumped over there to him because he was just over in South Africa trying to make the problem over there. This is a lot of, and that's what caused South Africans to become more in tune to what we felt about them because our president lied on them. And so what they ended up doing is they started coming in our chats. We don't go in their chats. We're too proud. I'm
Mm-hmm.
Chef would say, Chef, I got a wide array of people and very few people in my streams, right, Chef? But I do have a South African lady in there because I reached out and we have real good conversations.
Yeah.
And she knows that I understand and we have the same doggone plight, righteousness. She knows that
Mm,
I understand that I didn't know anything, but I was one of the guys. I'm Riz. That's why I wouldn't suggest what was going on in the UK. If I heard something about the UK, you know what I'm gonna do because I know you Riz. I'm gonna get on
mm,
Chef's stream and I'm gonna wait for you to come in so I can say, hey Riz, what's going on
Yeah.
over there?
okay.
Because they saying this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, that
what she
makes
told,
sense though.
look, but Riz, watch this. She's telling us the South Africans don't really need the Americans for anything. She's telling them that they live pretty much like we live. She's telling them that there is no problems down there, that the Afrikaners, which are the white South Africans, that's what they call them, Afrikaners.
Yeah.
They're not under oppression like our president said. She's telling us this. And do you know my countrymen told her she was lying? And that she was a government plant sent over here to, make sure we don't know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And she laughed so hard.
Wow,
And
man.
she said, this is what I'm talking about with you guys from the United States.
Right.
You believe whatever your media tells you, and I'm right here telling you that it's not like that.
Okay. That's interesting, man. Okay.
It's true though because I want to know what anybody could tell me why we shouldn't get free education over here because if we got more money than these people, then right? Because this is what the Caucasian people are saying because I know this YouTube we try to censor these Caucasian people when they say they were hear the ignorant ones on YouTube, right? But these people are saying on other platform like, yo, if they got money and they could do that, giving their people they the homeless, making the homeless go down in their country by giving free housing and free education. Why can't we do it over here in North America?
Do
And we're
y'all know
those people.
China has do y'all know China has 1 billion people and less than a homeless population than we have, and we have only 314 million? Did y'all know that?
Damn,
Okay. Alright, I get you on that though, man. I'm just gonna probably. I know how China. I'm okay. Look, I get you on that though, but about China though. You know, already hunting one thing. Okay, cool. You know, I'm not saying all of them are, but you know what? How they treat. You know how they treat that though. I'm not gonna get into it, but you know what I'm trying to say though, and I'm not hating on them. No, God love
I
for
don't
them.
know. I don't know. You got bad and you got people that are discriminatory in every race for whatever reason, right? It might be
Mhm.
scared of the bloodline, might have gotten bullied by somebody or made to feel some type of way by a certain group of people, so they associate the whole thing. I know the Chinese is heavily invested in the NBA, and
Right.
I know that's an
Mm,
all black basketball league, basically.
okay,
They got
baby.
And I
they got
know that,
money in that in
and I
that.
know they got a Chinese NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's
Where
cool. That's
NBA players play down there too.
Um, I know that um I know that my media lies to me on a regular basis. And I mean they lie, so our president would just sit right there flat footed on national TV and just tell a straight lie.
Like what I said, Rice, the mainstream media is so racist. They will show a whole bunch of Mexican people,
I,
Puerto Rican people get deported in handcuffs on airplane and showing ICE at the door, but they will not show you how much white people get deported back to America and Canada unless we never like this. As I said, this is why people are saying, "Damn, our people are really getting sent back." You know what I
be
mean?
real.
Other
And they
countries,
are.
mm,
you know what I mean?
But
And
the not the hey look, it was an immigrant and he thought he had to go home. He got pulled over by the police. But since he's from you, he been here since look, cause he don't look like an immigrant, cause he's from Russia. But he's from the old USSR.
right.
He's from the Soviet Union. Well, the Soviet Union broke up, so they don't know
mhm,
what to do. They don't know what to do with him. So they're just like, okay, well, you're cool. Just go on about your day. Keep going to work and stuff. We'll figure it out later. He said, and they're really not trying to figure out what to do with him.
Mm.
He said, so he sees what everybody's talking about. He said, there's a lot of us here, and they're not even coming in our neighborhoods asking us for our papers. And if they do, where are we? He's right. Now that the Soviet Union broke up, where are we gonna go? Where do I go? And I was like, well, wouldn't you
mm.
go back to your country state? And he was like, well, they're countries now. They're not states anymore.
Wow,
You
that's
get where I'm coming
interesting.
from?
Yeah.
Okay, but you know what, man? I was gonna tell you this right as well. You know, actually, though, the original British Pakistanis, the people who just came over there, the immigrants, 50s, 60s, though, basically, though, they could not be, my people in the 50s, 60s, though, they could not be themselves, though. They literally had to hide everything about them, you know, they had
Yeah.
to hide their culture, their everything, man. They had to literally blend in with the rest of society, and still, you know what? They got beat up for it, though. They literally had no, like basically me and my fam in here are pretty much fortunate enough to actually be who we are because they had to go through that. After that, I think like 70s, 80s though, that's when they started to actually reveal their culture a bit more because it became more acceptable though.
Right. I'm just it's funny, man. It's like I say, this is a funny world. I think that the only base that we're as a world, because this is about to turn to a world politic thing. So I'm so done with my country. I'm trying to get involved in the world. And how do we move? How do I secure my spot in this world
Okay.
for my family? And I'm not telling them to take over or nothing, just to exist peacefully and be an example.
Okay.
So that's what
I
I'm
can
trying to
agree to
figure
that. Okay, that's interesting. You got a point. I just feel the same way as you. I'm kind of halfway, kind of done with my country too. You know, not saying on both sides. I got love for them, though. Even I still got love for America, but in the word type thing though for me. But for the UK type thing, I got love for it. But at the same time, no, I know how it's going though, and I'm halfway, like basically halfway done, halfway caring. Like basically, some
Well,
point. That's just how I feel though. I'm halfway
you have a
done.
shot. You have a shot because we're war torn here and it's a lot of mind game in the United States, and soon it's gonna erupt because we're so torn. And China is actually trying to help us. Like they have a visa free policy. Like, come on over. Let me tell you something, man. If I had it like that, the next place y'all would see me on the stream would be in China, yo.
But look
Okay.
though, look though, right? America had that too. They could have gone anywhere with just a passport until Trump came in, and you know what I mean. Thought he was
Messed it up.
did not knew that he was taking that away because now they're like, you sending people back, and y'all are done here setting up shop. Y'all gonna go back to America, get y'all visa, then come back. Yeah, I mean, wait.
Yep.
Yeah. Wait, but you know, actually, the Americans and the British are very favored in Saudi Arabia, though. Saudis love the Americans so much, though. Trust me, they actually love them so much. When I used to, okay, I'm telling you from basically back in when I used to live there, though. Nowadays, things is different. I don't know half the time what goes on. All I see, okay, things changed, though, man. But back when I used to live in Saudi, though, British and American citizens, though, literally they don't matter what I don't know based on my experience. So whether you're Pakistani, but if you say you're British only, those Saudis, the local Saudis, though, literally love you so much. They treat you like royalty, though. Literally, for example, my dad, though, happened to him. They asked him, "Is he British?" Though, and the same guy who was the police officer or security guard in the mall, basically, he literally arrested everyone in the store and let him go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, they probably do, but their country is, I guess, in a better state or in a different state.
Or probably that they see like the British
Yeah,
people, that they got more respect because you know why? They got them, the British and Americans helped them get their independence, and they probably don't have that much of a good relationship with Pakistan. No, they're probably cool and they got a relationship and everything. Probably their relationship isn't that strong with Pakistan. No, that's why Pakistanis though who are not Western, you know citizens though the born ones though don't get much love in Saudi, I guess.
the worst thing that happened to us is Elon started talking. He didn't even have to talk to do that job. He could just shut up and talk when he was asked to speak. And I think he learned that because I'm gonna tell you now, he let go of Doge, and he'll be out of there in a couple days anyway. And my little crypto jumped up. No sooner as they printed the story, I went and looked at my crypto, and it was up. And it looked like it was going back to where it was at first, so we can keep this party going. Being honest with you,
Okay, I mean, look, I get you now.
I
That's
don't
kind of
think,
bad food though.
I don't
That's
think,
interesting.
I don't think Trump tanked it. Hear me out on this. I don't think Trump tanked the government. I think Elon talking tanked the government because now they, like I say, they got a dude in Africa. He say he done already sold the cars to people that wanted them. He named names. We saying that it's false because because we don't understand it. It defies the rules of science. Meanwhile, the BYD we know is the best car on the planet. Y'all got BYDs over there, don't y'all? Riaz,
Hmm?
y'all got
So
BYD cars over there.
wait, what is that though? Can you explain it? Because I don't really understand what you mean now. If you explain
A
it a little bit
Chinese,
more, maybe.
it's a
Hmm?
Chinese electric car.
Probably though. I don't know actually. I probably gotta do some more research into that. You know,
Oh
I probably
no, I don't know if
don't know.
it's not a luxury. It's not a luxury model. It's pretty cheap and efficient. But it's
Maybe
not.
I'm
They
gonna
said they
go with the maybe.
okay, but you see that's why I asked because we don't know. All I know is that they say they got a 5 minute charge. Y'all know how long it take Tesla from if your batteries are dead to charge. Y'all know how long it take a Tesla to charge?
An hour?
8 hours.
Eight
A work
hours.
shift.
God. No, sorry, I don't mean to go down. Oh, wow,
You know
man.
how you know how long it take if you go to the charging station, you can pull up to the charging station and they got a machine that will pull your battery completely out of your car and put you a brand new one in there.
8 hours.
That's how the Chinese do it. But you know,
What happened? Nice chicken up. Are you good?
Okay. Okay, he'll probably be back in a minute. His audio cut out for like a few minutes, or maybe he muted up. I don't know what's up, man.
He didn't meet up. I don't know. He didn't meet up. He didn't meet up. I don't know what happened there.
my microphone went off.
Oh, his microphone. Yeah, his microphone.
That
Okay,
one
that I was right first time.
I was
Yeah, let me finish what you said. I didn't hear what he said. Cause he cut out, yo.
Oh, I was saying that the Chinese have, well, in their cities anyway. You know, we're all worried about the Tesla batteries and stuff because they cost so much. If one goes out, if you buy a Tesla and the battery go out, it's probably just as much as the car to get it fixed. Well, they got these stations that you just pull your car up into the station, and they just take your battery out and put a brand new one in there. That's how they charge their batteries, and then they take that battery and go charge it.
Okay, that's
And then, but
interesting.
wait, do you know how fast they cars charge from dead to full versus the Tesla? They got a 5-minute charge.
Wow.
So they're clearly far superior advanced in technology than we are. There's a lot of things.
Wait, how
As the
about the
United States, we
Japanese?
don't wanna give up. And let's not say this. Let's put it like this. Us as a society, we don't want to acknowledge the fact that our country went around bullying and trying to industrialize everywhere else, and they smothered their brilliant people, and so we're lacking the technology that everybody else has because they didn't smother their brilliant people. They actually made it easier. Why do you think the education is free?
Hmm. Okay. Wait, how about I gotta ask though, how about the UK? Do you think the UK did the similar thing as America? I'm not hating, I'm just asking a question. Do you think UK did
Oh,
the similar thing? That's why the UK is a little bit back though. They kind of declined a lot.
Everybody's a little bit back. Everybody is a little bit back now, yeah. So, you know what I mean? It's not just.
Okay.
yep.
You know what I mean?
Except for the thriving countries that are about to plan on working with BRICS. Mexico's
Wait,
moving forward, and Mexico's it's like they're waging war. They're like saying, "Yeah, you've
what
been
about
lying on us,
Japan though?
and you've been lying on us to the world for a long time, making it seem like we're terrible people with propaganda, and we're here now."
Mm.
Okay. What about Japan though? Isn't like Japan technologically, far ahead though?
Yes, that's why we all have That's why most American
Yeah,
cars are
but the only thing
Japanese.
about Japan that's going on at the minute is their population, though. The population has declined. Have you actually heard about Japan's population declining?
Did you hear what our president signed, Riaz?
What he signed?
Our president signed that he'll pay you $5,000 to have a baby,
So, what?
and if you have 6, he'll give you 5,000 every year if you have 6 of them.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. So people are just gonna start having babies in America now. That's like
Hey, no,
I'm
because
so
we're not built like that, bro. That's not, these kids don't want to have no family.
yeah.
We don't have a moral fabric. Didn't I keep telling you that? We lost that. We don't
Yeah.
have a moral fabric, family.
Yeah.
They don't want a family.
Yeah.
They want success.
Yeah.
They
They don't
want
believe in having kids no more. They don't believe in
Wait,
having
no
I've
babies.
heard,
They don't believe in
kids.
having babies. You hear these girls rap?
Ugh.
Like, oh, they
I
you know what I
hate
mean?
kids.
Yeah,
Like
hate
they didn't used to be one.
okay. Well, I was gonna say this as well, man. I heard the UK's population is declining too. They got like one of the oldest populations going on though. Like over here, probably like the native British people. I guess their population is declining. That's what I heard though.
As shallow as it may sound, now, as shallow as it may sound, I understand now one thing about my generation.
We might have wanted a lot of babies, mamas, and stuff, but at least we wanted family and people that loved us.
Right. You just want to be with somebody because they got a clout or some money and all that shit. Get the fuck
Yeah, we
out.
didn't.
Oh,
And now they want stuff. They want cars and vacation and
yeah,
travel. They want to do
yeah.
all that before
All
they
that.
settle down by themselves.
Okay.
And then when they get old, they want to settle down and have some children. But don't nobody want to do that when you get old because now you tired. And a lot of people don't
Okay.
live. You get
I
what
was
I'm
just
saying?
gonna okay, wait, but do you think that basically I'm kind of fortunate enough to be a little bit more old school minded because I've got old school
Yeah,
values too.
yeah.
I,
But that's
I,
again, you also have a moral fabric.
yeah, that's based off Muslim culture though.
Bingo.
Like basically, my family, my mom, my dad's main focus was Muslim culture though, not really British or Pakistani culture. They did not mind, like being a part of society or being cool. And they said, look, you're best of both. But they said, look, you're a Muslim always first though. So I took their advice though, and I actually saw it that way. That's why basically Muslim culture though is basically mostly in my house though. Like, look, my home though, my dad said they always know UK/American culture first, then Pakistani culture afterwards. It's not that though. My parents aren't willing to teach me that. They're just basically trying to basically put both together though. Because even though my mom's born and raised in Pakistan, though, she just understands the benefits she gets over here over than Pakistan. It's not the right thing. It's basically she has more than what she really needs though.
Yeah,
Like she has.
because when you come here, you get more than what
Man,
you need.
hold on, bro. Let me straighten up this nigga, man. This nigga, bitch ass nigga, it thundered, and this nigga had to use the bathroom. That nigga ran to the back door, but then it did it again. That nigga ran back. That nigga done peed all over. It's scary ass thing. Hold on, man.
Who?
Okay. Anyways, though, what you were saying, though, chef,
You
so
got that right.
you're about to say something.
Huh?
No, you're about to say something, though. Like what I just said, though, you're just about to say something to that point. I was just waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, I was trying to hear what Rice was saying. Like, what did you say? What did you say? You
No, I
said,
said something about my mom's a born Pakistani, but she also understands how, she's got it better here in the UK as well. She's not saying there's not the
yeah,
right. It's
because
more like,
yeah, and I was saying, yeah, and that's everywhere because when you have you don't have the opportunities like what you have in the UK or America or Canada and other countries. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, like what you said, your mom has a better opportunity over there than in Pakistani, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, because yeah, that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? And it's better. I think it's better. You know what I mean? In the UK, as you know what I mean, to be you know what I mean for a Muslim anyway, because it's more understandable over there. You see what I'm saying? Because
Oh, wait, to be a practicing Muslim, though.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. But
All
I don't
right,
know
I'm
what to
back.
say about that. I don't
Oh
know
no
what to
no no! But I'm saying no. You're right though. You're correct to be a Muslim in the UK. Yeah, but I mean, if you mean like the way they practice it, yeah, maybe I'll give you that. I give you that though. Practicing wise though, yeah, like like properly all the teachings though that is properly like old school traditional way. Yeah, then I can get you on that though. That makes sense though when you actually mention it that way.
That's the way it's supposed to be, Riaz, but we done lost our. That's the way it's supposed to be, but we done lost our way.
Okay,
That's what I
wait.
say.
I came over to.
You got a
Sorry.
moral fabric. You
Okay.
don't. You're cool. You got a moral fabric. I mean,
Thank you. I
th-
appreciate that.
I
I
got,
just got
I
a
got.
question. How do you think I'd be like if I came to America? Do you think I'd lose myself if I came here?
No, not a chance. There's not a chance. You think people were weird and crazy, and you go, wow, they really like the news. These aren't just isolated situations. Like if they could put everything that happens on the news on the United States every day, you'd see 7,000 murders. How many murders do you know? It take all day just to tell you who all got killed.
Okay. Wait, but when I meant by lose myself, I meant culture-wise. That like it'd be a culture
No,
shock.
no, because we don't have a culture. We don't because we don't. The reason why we don't have a culture or a moral fabric is because of the separation of church and state. You can believe in what you want to believe in, and sometimes that's deadly.
Okay.
Do you get where I'm coming from with that?
Yeah, that
Just
makes sense.
imagine a country where they actually really told you they believed in the devil, and that was a country, and it was very prosperous there. Just imagine if Dubai says we if you come over here, you got to worship the devil, and you know how nice Dubai is. Would you go over there?
Probably not though. Like that'd be
Bingo.
scary for me. I'd
Yeah,
be scared though.
yeah, 'cause anything goes.
Yeah, but
Um,
Dubai is a Muslim country,
uh,
but they understand. No, I get you on
and
that though.
see what you guys with you the you're not old school. You're a lot more wiser because your culture has been around way longer than the Western culture. China
Okay.
made a very profound statement when they told us about ourselves. They said we were China before the United States existed. We are still China. We were
Okay.
China for 5,000 years before there was a United States. And we'll
Okay.
probably be a
Wait, so
China
is
after
it
United. And they made this very plain and clear. And they said after a United States. So what do they know that?
well, that's interesting, no? You got a point there though. Isn't it
What
like
do they know?
basically the mathematics though? Is it like for example mathematics though that we use in school is the Muslim way of mathematics though? You know the Arabic numerals though,
Yep.
the way you write your numbers though,
Hey,
the way you write your numbers is the similar way you write in Arabic numerals though.
huh. But watch this. It might be funny. This might sound like a joke right now, but y'all remember how Canada was gonna be our 51st state?
Yeah.
What if we become 51 more countries or 51 more states in Canada?
I don't know.
These are possibilities because, like this man said, and I'm thinking he's telling this country he's about a wits end with the White House or any administration from here on out. It's over. He don't care about and he's specifically going after our politicians. He's not messing with the people because he told us we can come over there visa free.
Okay.
Look, Riz, they putting a Timu manufacturing plant and warehouse in Mexico. That's what they talking about.
Wow. That's
And guess what
interesting.
Mexico said? Guess what Mexico said? If you act right and you do right, you can come down here and buy it and drive it back home. It's because they don't want our economy to stop. Nobody wants our economy to stop except for this administration. This is why he's taking away all of your rights and all of like everybody was glad. Oh yeah, education system's terrible. He should remove um the education system up there at the federal level. Well, those were the people that oversaw whether the states were treating you right or not. And now the states get to do what they want to. You think I'm in Texas? Do you really think they gonna teach these kids the truth, or with the climate it is right now, especially with that boy? Do you really think that certain people are gonna get the same education as other people? Now, this is gonna be discrimination and racism at its finest because it's defined by the states now. You don't have that big brother watching over, making sure the states don't discriminate. People didn't understand that. That's what I was saying. It was deadly to fire a lot of people at the same time. We're other countries see it. They trying to help us, the people, because they know the administration is stupid. Nobody's up there has even done a job close to anything like that before. They're just friends. And he messed up when he sat there and said a lot of people made money today after he told everybody to buy. He got on TV and told you to now is the time to buy. The only thing about it is who who can afford to buy that much to make any money?
Okay.
So guess
All
who
right.
made all the money? His billionaire friends.
Well, that's
Now
interesting, man.
now he done with his tariffs and he wanna just talk to China like he got some sense. And they finna punk him. Cause that's what you supposed to do. When somebody get out of line or don't respect you. Once you put your foot on their throat, I don't think he ever read the book Art of War. Once you put your foot on somebody's throat, you never give your enemy a chance to rise back to yours. So we're
Mm,
done. I don't think y'all hear me. We're finished. And I'm not talking about the country. I'm talking about uh if it's the crown. This part of the crown is getting cut off. They're even think we're we were even thinking about leaving NATO. You don't think this is all a setup? We're finished as a country. People are tired of our shit. We don't hold the military might anymore. It's just that everybody else with the military might, they not going around making people do something and putting a military base there. They going around putting
okay.
manufacturing plants in places and working with people and building free schools and allowing people's mind to grow, and people are coming up with inventions so the rest of the world is moving without us.
Wow. Okay, I'm probably just not gonna say much, but I'm gonna say don't. I probably also think, right. I probably think, in my opinion, though, the UK has kind of declined. Of course, though, they might, find a way to follow after. But I'm saying currently, right now, based on what I see at the moment in a current state right now, and I'm not wishing on the worst case, man. Positive mindset here, but I'm just trying to be realistic. Though, right now, it's already declined. Though, you know. The UK is like literally being on a decline now.
Because
A
you guys,
little.
you guys got out of the European Union. That's why.
Yeah, but you and Canada, y'all part of the European Union
Yeah.
and under the
No,
crown.
Yeah,
And
the
this
you
the
shouldn't be
thing,
UK
worried.
has left.
y'all all right.
Y'all
Y'all all
shouldn't be
right.
worried. Y'all, like what Rice said, y'all are with us
Y'all
because
all right.
y'all are right.
Okay.
Y'all have this lady that controls everything that Canada does. She, you know what I mean? If Canada from UK and UK control every gold, hold every gold for Canada and America. You know what I mean? They
Okay.
hold all the gold in the world for everybody else. They hold the gold for America. As much as you see everybody talking like they rich and they got UK owes all the real gold for Canada and America because you know what I mean. As I said, they was the first one to conquer that shit. And like what Rice said, with the Canada and with a UK and America situation, you guys, anything that you guys said that we do, we, you know what I mean, right now. So you guys are all right now. You guys are actually on a good stage. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing really going on like that where you have to worry about. That's gonna come bite you like oh we got problems over here, serious problems. Like
Okay. I'm not saying you're not wrong. You got a point, though. I'm just saying, economy wise, though, at the moment, though, I have to worry about the economy. But other stuff, though, yeah, you got a point on that. I'm not going to take
same
that
time,
away from you.
economy wise, you guys, when we get back over here, we gotta pay back. Like you know, what I mean, taxes. You guys don't have to pay back everything. You guys are helping everything, and I mean, especially when it comes to like child support and all that shit. Over here, it's like you know, in the UK, you guys pay the government pay as long as you got a job. You government pay like what 90 something% of that, and they don't have to. You know what I mean? They don't have to give out of their money. So if they work and they get to keep it, you know what I mean? What they don't have to give all. You see what I'm saying? So they pay some out of it, and then you pay a little percent. Which, as I said,
Okay.
if you guys don't have, you know what I mean? It's just if you guys get rid of your government, then that's when it's gonna get a problem for you guys. You know what I mean? That's when it's gonna be.
No, I'm not saying you're not wrong, but I'm saying anything is possible. It's that possibility. I ain't wishing no worst case though. You have a point and you are correct though. I'm not gonna deny that. I'm
Yeah,
just saying it's a that possibility that I have to be careful for, not to worry for, but at least I keep an eye on it though, because you never know where things go.
yeah, because you guys are always gonna be because you guys have had the king, have the queen, so you gotta understand, like they the shot call. You know what I mean? They the real puppet of tyranny. You know what I mean? If you want to call it.
Okay.
They really pull the strings. You know what I mean?
Okay, but at the moment though, like in the UK, they don't really hold any real political power. They're more ceremonial type thing though. But their word technically, does hold some weight,
Oh,
but not.
you
But
talking
they
about the
do.
king?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the king has no real political power in the
Not at
country.
all.
He has no political power. He's more of a ceremonial type of thing, though.
Yeah,
It's just basically though they're just very very rich though.
bro.
They're not. They're very very rich, but this. Wait, let me finish. I was just saying they're like rich, but what I mean though is like they can. Their words do hold some weight, and they just come. The parties come to them asking them for some kind of thing, so they have no real political power though to actually run the country. They're just more like a ceremonial title.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the king, because London ain't part of. London is its own entity.
Yep.
You do know that, right, Chef? Like London ain't part of UK, even though it's like in the heart of it.
Yeah.
It's not part
Mm-hmm.
of the UK. But I think the Queen of England got to call London before she even go there. She got to let them know she coming. She just can't show up.
What you mean? The king, right?
Yeah,
The
the king,
king,
the queen is long gone though.
the queen dead, but the king now.
Yeah. But I get what you were saying though, right? Even when she used to travel and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
but
Charles ain't never did
you
no travel like what she did. She
because
did.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing here, Chef. You
Yeah.
do know that Washington D.C. is its own sovereign state. It's not part of the United States.
Right.
You know that?
You
Yeah,
said Washington is not a part of it.
Washington D.C. Washington, not Washington State. Washington D.C. That 10-mile radius where the White House is,
Yeah.
it's its own sovereign state. It's not part of the United States. The Vatican. The Vatican is in Rome, but it's not part of Rome. It's its own sovereign state.
Well, about Mecca and Medina, that's basically it's its own thing, but it's a Saudi and Saudi Arabia just holds. They're just basically the custodian. They just basically both Mecca and Medina, or Mecca or Medina, basically though are not part of Saudi Arabia. They're just basically Saudi holds the region, no, like because they have the keys to it though, so they're the custodians though. They're not really the owners of it though. It's its own thing, but it's just a part of Saudi because Saudi just rules over it though. Saudi rules there though, but at the same time it's its own system, its own thing though. Like it's its own thing, you know? So Mecca and Medina are not really part of Saudi Arabia. It's its own thing, but Saudi is more of the custodian. They hold the keys though. They hold the keys. That's what they have. That they just hold the keys and they clean in and out of the Kaaba, and that's it. Though they just clean in and out of the area, and then after that they go. Even the king. Did you actually know the king of Saudi though is not actually allowed to go inside the Kaaba himself? He's only there to just clean the Kaaba though, and then he has to leave.
My bad. All right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's why no one is allowed inside the Kaaba though.
Yo.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
Chilling.
What's
What's
up?
up?
Chilling.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, dog. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff. As I said, a lot of people like those guys are good. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna be rich. You know what I mean? As I said, that's why, you know, it's crazy though because you know what the crazy thing? A lot of people low key haven't said nothing recently, like it towards the favor of North America. It's just like, oh, we gonna do our own thing, or we gonna do business elsewhere. Like so that's when I hear these stories, or people don't go these places yet because you know, there's war going on. You know what I mean? People are not scared of these. They got their own money. They don't scare about nobody's stuff. And they could go and buy what they can't get over here in a other country or other business deal.
Oh, that's interesting though, man.
But they
But
putting
you
it
know
over
what I
here.
heard though?
Hold on.
Yes.
Right?
They putting it over here and letting you go get it yourself and giving you the game of how to get it back without having to pay any tariffs.
Mm.
Okay. I'm just gonna say, Russ, you know, I heard about Iran and stuff like that. They're actually known for being hospitable people, though. I literally researched into it, though, as well. Yes,
Yeah,
there's stuff that goes into it, though, but literally the Persian/Iranian people that are actually known for being very hospitable. They welcome everybody in there, though. Even I didn't actually know that, though. Even like Sunni Muslims, though, they go over there, though, and the people there, of course, Sunni Iranians, though, but the people there, they just welcome in there, though. They just welcome them.
Uh, so they get, so what you saying on rice? I don't know. Certain, as I said, I'm not, I don't know about the Persian people. Some of them are cool. I don't know though. You know what I mean? What you
I'm
saying on
not.
rice?
Nah, Persian people are mad cool.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
but I'm
know.
just saying they with everything though. Like certain they with
The
every agenda. You know?
every everybody's trying to include everybody in this world the way the world economy looks like it's about to go, right?
Okay.
The only person that's trying to make a lot of money off the backs of his people, and which everybody's recognizing, is our president.
Okay.
Well,
We're asking them
how
to
does he make? He
reach
don't really.
them to listen.
He don't directly make money off of us.
They get
Um,
food stamp. You
I
say
said
what?
Yeah, they do.
he don't necessarily make money off of us. But
Yes,
I do believe what you're saying, but in a government way, like they'll we'll make the money, but then they'll tax us on the money, which makes them richer.
we're not going to make any money on tariffs. Even if they lift the tariffs, we wouldn't make any more money.
Well, damn, what's this guy?
It was a terrible plan.
Nah, it was going good. Of you see what's happening in China right now?
Nothing's happening in China right now.
Yeah, a lot is happening in China. You see all the
Don't
factory.
believe,
You
don't
see,
believe that the
you
factories that they're showing you were closed down
no, I'm
five
not. No,
years.
I'm not. I wasn't. All the factories I seen weren't from like a news outlet or anything like that. It wasn't
Exactly.
like where I see this information is a guy who actually lives in China. He has a YouTube
Okay.
channel. He lives in China and
Wow.
he always shows what's going on in China. He actually did a couple of stories about how the tariffs are actually damaging the warehouses out there. Hold on, I'll pass the music. Hold up.
Okay. That's interesting.
He's
Sorry,
been
Russ. You
debunked.
know what I heard about, though?
Right,
Not saying
right.
China's bad or anything, so.
He's
So
been debunked.
he was showing that like actual footage that's outside of news media of how bad these factories are looking, that a lot of the workers got to look at other jobs. You feel me? Like they trying to do like I don't know what's the name of this type of work, but dealing with like fish, like
Yeah,
fish
but
breeding over there, stuff like that.
they've
And they
always done that.
and
Oh,
they're
that's
also saying
interesting.
They're agricultural people. He's not
yes.
telling you the complete truth. They've
So they're saying
always
Okay.
done that.
Okay.
they're saying like how you see now on social media saying that all these Chinese factories are saying that they produce all this stuff for Louis Vuitton and all this other stuff. They're saying not to believe that, because if this was a true statement, then how can you actually tell a
What did and
counterfeit bag?
why did the owner of Prada come out and say this is old news? Everybody went to China
No,
with their
no,
manufacturing
this is
because
what
it's so
this is.
cheap.
No. This is the difference. They'll produce their products in China because it's cheap labor. But what the Chinese are trying to spin off is that
Wh- Did
they're
you just hear
actually
yourself?
making
Did
that
you just
they're
hear
actually
yourself?
no
Did you
that
just
they're
hear yourself?
no.
Yeah,
Let me.
Wait a minute. What did you
You're not
just
letting
say,
me,
Fruit Snap?
bro. You're not letting me finish though. You're not letting me finish. Come on, bro.
I'm
Because all
just
right,
saying, did you just hear yourself?
you're not letting me finish.
Say it
Sneakers.
again.
Listen. I'm gonna prove it to you. Sneakers. How can you tell what's a fake sneaker?
I don't look
Because
into it, so I
a lot of
wouldn't
people.
know.
All right. So if you, um, I want to say sneakerhead because you don't really have to be a sneakerhead.
Manufacturing.
All
Where's the
right. So
manufacturing plant for the real sneakers in the United States?
no, that's all outsourced. You gotta remember Nike.
Ah,
Wait.
thank
No,
you.
let me finish. Wait, Nike is not an American company. Nike is a Japanese company. They outsource their work. That has nothing to
Nah,
do with us.
I thought Nike and Adidas were like German
No,
company.
no. Adidas is German, but those are not our companies. We don't
No,
have
I
nothing to do
think
with those
Nike
companies.
is like some kind of European though. Actually, I don't
Um,
think Nike's Japanese though.
well, Nike, I
Nike
think it
Inc.
could be German, but it started
Nike
as
Inc.,
a
American
Japanese company.
sportswear company. Nike Inc., American sportswear company that is one of the world's best known brands. It was founded in 1964 as Blue Ribbon Sports by Phil Knight and Bill Bowerman for his former track and field coach at the University of Oregon. The company was renamed Nike Inc. in 1971. It's an American
Oh, but
company, bro.
okay. Wait, sorry, I'm kind of
Well,
I
it's
was
probably
confused for a minute
most of the stuff
because
is made. Most of the stuff is made in like Taiwan anyway, Indonesia. So not necessarily China.
okay. Wait, you
Again,
know what I
so
found out though, Rice, is but you know your sports equipment and stuff like that. Most your sports equipment is made in Pakistan. Though I actually found that out
But
though. Me and my brother a few years back, we found out the sports equipment was created in Pakistan. Though they literally send over, they send it over, and basically the
China
Pakistanis make the sports equipment. That's what I heard.
China has put manufacturing and not military bases all over the globe. I don't think you hear me. They are prepared to cut they are prepared to cut 12% of their revenue down as we speak.
Okay.
And
Wait,
you
but
got owners of major brands. The only brand I know that is not and would not go it's an Italian brand. And I want to say Louis Vuitton is the only ones that said we refuse to do manufacturing
I
in
thought
China.
Louis Vuitton. I
Yeah,
thought
Louis
Louis
Vuitton.
Vuitton was
Yeah,
a
yeah,
French
you're right.
company,
You're right.
though not Italian. I thought Louis Vuitton was French, though not Italian.
Nah, bro.
Now I'm not sure. Wherever they from, I think they the only ones that said we didn't manufacture in China. We don't want to admit this as our people, but we have let the rich people that we love so much uproot our manufacturing companies and send them abroad because they paid less to make it. And
Okay,
then, hold on, wait a minute. The audacity to criticize them on how their workers work when we're the influence. Wow.
okay,
Amazing us as a people. Hold on, wait a minute. We allowed, they did it. We couldn't even do nothing about it. They did it, right? And so now everybody else makes stuff and we don't make anything. And because we have an inflated dollar, we can't afford to pay anybody to make anything and get it at the same price that we're getting it now or cheaper. Right? Because even look, if 10 of Chinese dollars is one of my dollar, the inflated dollar loses every time when I don't produce. Why? Let's put it like this. Because in his country, if I pay him, let's say his rent is only $50 because the dollar isn't inflated over there. They don't have a high rent. They don't have a high dollar amount. So let's just say I pay him $50. Just $50 of my money. That's 10 times. He got 5,000 in his dollars. You don't think he living well? Or 500, should I say? My bad. 500. You don't think he living well off 50 of my dollars? That's why I say we got to be careful. All we got to do is simple, man. They not living bad over there. I don't know why that guy is even making those videos with all the Chinese people that are also making videos and telling us what's wrong with us. We can't continue to do this, man, and then just say stuff. We
okay,
don't make
okay,
anything, and all of our big businessmen, they moved them over to China. That's the funniest thing ever.
okay. I mean, I get you on that though, but I heard about how China treats, the local Muslim population there. I'm not trying to get into that though. I was just trying to ask you if you actually heard about that, or is that even?
We can't say that about because every nation's gonna have their bottom feeder. All we know is that per capita, with them having 1 billion people, they have less of a homeless problem than we have. They have less of a jail problem than we have. And they have more of a manufacturing order than we have. We have to go off exactly what's going on. They can
Okay, I'm
supply
not
the, think about it
generalizing
like
them.
this.
I heard.
And look, the United States is only, even though we're the biggest ones in their market, we're only 12% of their market. What business do you know wouldn't survive just losing 12%? What business do you know? If you were mad at me and you already owed me money, and so you gonna tariff me because you owe me money,
Yo,
Right.
okay.
and then wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. You gon' you don't make nothing for me, and I'll make stuff for everybody around the world. You gonna starve in a minute. I'm not gonna miss 12%, bro.
Who's that? What company are you talking about though?
I'm talking about the whole United States and what they get from China, how much what they spend from China versus the rest of the world.
But China makes cheap products, so that's
It
all
doesn't
that shit
matter
is
what
irrelevant. Oh my
it doesn't
god.
matter what they make. They have it locked up.
Hey, food
We don't
stamp
make
is
anything.
crazy, yo. So they make cheap products. And people still buy
And
them food
everything in
stamps
this house is
and they still
Chinese.
make money, yo. Hey, food stamp, those cheap products that they sell, they make millions, man. I'm
Well,
telling you.
But look,
you got rice.
hey,
Actually, most of the stuff that's in everybody's household right now is not made in China. It's usually made in Japan. Your Samsung TVs and all this other stuff is either Japan or China. I mean, Japan or
Wait,
Taiwan.
okay, yeah. I was gonna say,
Everything, and China usually makes cheap stuff
wait,
affordable.
can I tell you, sorry, can I say something? I was gonna tell you, these glasses I got though, they're basically, frame, they cut and coated in America, because in the UK we don't have these facilities. So basically, I get the lenses here, and both lenses, the prescription for short-sighted and the color lenses, I get them, send it over to America. They get them cut and they basically put them in the frames and everything though. You got UK does not have these types of facilities though. So basically these are sent over to America and afterwards though they'll be shipped back here though. So basically my glasses though are made in America.
Chef, what's the
Yeah.
what's the best phone on the market right now?
What is that?
Mm,
Samsung.
I think it's a Samsung. I
Samsung.
don't know. It might be a
Wouldn't
Samsung.
it
I
be
don't like the
no, no,
iPhone.
no? That triple screen we can't get in the United States. That
We already
Huawei,
have that. We have that here
Well,
already.
they just now
Yo,
so they letting us have them now.
you're right. Right. Who you think they copied? Samsung.
I don't know who they copied.
Yes,
All I
they
know is they
copied,
got
bro.
it.
They copied Samsung, bro.
All I know is they got it. Regardless if
Yeah,
it's a
but
copy or not, they got it.
that technology,
Samsung brought back the
Okay,
flip
who
phone
makes
idea.
Apple phones? Where's that
America,
manufacturing
Android,
plant?
Samsung.
America.
Hold
Samsung
on,
and
y'all.
Android.
Yeah, Riaz, hold on.
No,
Hold on. Chill out, man.
no.
We're
Well,
talking to
where
each
is it
other.
assembled? But right, you have to
Um,
remember, it's assembled over there because it's cheap labor. Instead of paying an
Uh-oh.
American, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah,
Instead
wait.
of paying an American worker $34 to assemble an iPhone, we can build a factory in China and only have to pay them 50 cents. So that's why everything is
Y'all hear
made in
that?
China. It's
But
because
we
it's,
want to
it's
tariff
it's
them.
it's cheap labor.
We want
No,
to
we're
tariff
not.
them,
No, you
and we
have to
ain't doing no
understand.
work.
No, you have to understand. We're tariffing them. He's doing this, and he's telling the American companies, I'm gonna tariff them. But what I want you guys to do is bring all these American companies back home.
Okay, how you
That's
gonna
what
do
he's
that?
trying to do
How you
by
gonna do that?
tariffing
Okay, how
them.
much? If an
But
iPhone
let
is
me finish. Let
already
me
a
finish.
thousand
You
dollars,
wait, wait,
if
wait.
an
You
iPhone is
asked
a
me.
thousand dollars,
Bro.
I'm
You
just,
asked me a
just you.
question. You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer you. How are they gonna do it? You tariff China. Now that forces Apple to be like, damn, they tariffing the country. They're not tariffing Apple. They're tariffing the country. So now Apple is like, damn, Since they're gonna do that, it's gonna cost us more to ship this iPhone back to the United States.
I
So
thought they
now
wasn't
it's more.
tariffing them.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. It's not. They're not tariffing Apple. They're tariffing the country. People got to understand this. It's not the. It's not the companies.
Well,
It's
then
the
why they gotta
country
pay in order to bring them back?
because that's the law. It's not. They're not. They're not doing it for the whatchamacallit. Not. You guys got to understand. It's not the companies they putting these tariffs on. It's the
Then
countries.
why are the companies getting tariffed then if it's not for the company?
They're not tariffing the companies. They're tariffing the shipping over here. You guys are missing that point. It's not.
Who
They're not
using the
going after
shipping?
the Chinese companies that bring it over here. The people who bring it over here are not American companies. They're Chinese companies. They have to pay
So
to
they
bring it
have to
over
pay to make
here.
your stuff and then bring it back to you.
Yes, and that's why Trump is
Okay,
telling these guys, wait, let me finish. Let me
to
finish.
bring it back.
Yeah, he wants to bring all these jobs back over here. Look at all his speeches. Why do we have an American car built in Canada? Why can't we bring it back to Detroit like we used to
I'm gonna
have
tell
it?
you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Ford,
Really simple.
Dodge, they were
I'm
all
gonna
built
tell you
over
why.
here.
I'm
He's
gonna tell
trying to
you
tell
why.
these companies, he's trying to tell these companies, listen, if you don't want to pay the tariffs, just come back home and make the cars and it'll be better for your company. You're gonna probably make more because you don't have to pay the high tariffs. So what his plan is to bring every American company that's outsourced to a different country to come home and make America more profitable. Go ahead, Rex.
How much is an iPhone?
It doesn't matter. People
No,
still
no, no,
buy
no,
it.
no. I'm just
It
saying.
doesn't
Let's just give
matter.
it.
Okay,
Let's
all
just
right,
give
all
it a
right, all right,
figure.
all right. Let me tell, all
iPhone.
right.
Come
I'm
on,
asking
you're
you a question. The
reading.
iPhone is peep this because I know where you're going. An iPhone is 1100 before the
Okay.
No, it
tariff.
Now,
isn't. No,
okay.
it
Before
isn't.
the
No, it
tariff,
isn't. No, it isn't. No, it
an
isn't. No,
iPhone is
No, no.
1100, bro.
Let's
no,
just say
iPhone.
$1,000. No, no,
no.
no, Chip. That's easy. That's easy. That's good. That's good. That's great. I just
iPhone,
wanted
bro.
to
The
define it.
iPhone is at least 3,000. What are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
no.
Hell no. Hell no.
No, no,
What do you
no.
look,
No, no, no. No,
bro?
no, no. No,
Well, for
that
over
don't
here,
matter. That
for over here,
that don't matter.
3,000.
1,000 for
That
an
don't
iPhone.
matter.
The iPhone is
That
not
don't matter.
3,000.
Look, but watch this. Because this is
Crazy.
what happened. Now, that iPhone's $1,000 because it's way cheaper to assemble it over there because
Cheap
like I
labor.
said, they can work for $5 of our day of our dollars a day, and our government will make it seem like that's their $5 a day when their dollar is like 20
No,
of ours.
you're right. They don't get paid American money though.
No, they get
They
paid
get
their money, but
yeah,
it would their money would equate to only $5 of our money.
yeah. You can say that.
We
Yeah, yeah.
say
But
so
yeah,
we're
yeah.
saying that we're saying they're being slaved because it's only $5 of our money. Pay attention.
No, they're
Hold
not
on,
being
wait a minute.
slaves.
And there,
They're
wait a
not
minute.
being
And the people that work there, ain't nobody complaining. They look
because
like they living pretty decent.
because they're not being slaves because
Plenty
that's how.
cars.
Listen. That's how much they get paid regardless, even if it was a Chinese company.
It wouldn't matter. What I'm saying is you bring that same phone home in that same company, right?
Yeah,
For the same amount of employees, how many of us is gonna make that phone for $5 an hour?
nobody.
How much is it gonna cost? How much do you think it's gonna cost for somebody to work in a plant like that?
It depends their job.
20
Starting maybe.
let's say maybe
Wait,
20,
yeah,
25.
yeah. I was gonna say starting maybe $15. The highest pay would be probably 40, depending what job you're doing there. But yeah, $15
Yeah,
starting.
but okay, well let's just say the median is right about $20,
Yeah, yeah, 20.
right? So what's 1,000 times four?
1,000 times 4 is
Four
4,000.
thousand, right? That's how much that iPhone costs now. If we
I don't
make it
know.
here,
Nah, no.
that's why we make it over there.
Bro, if you believe in the news and media, come on. This,
That was just
all right,
math, fool.
bro.
Step,
Peep it,
you
peep
did
it,
the
peep
math
it.
with me, and now
Bro,
you're telling me what the
you're
news said
assuming.
today.
No, bro, you're assuming it's gonna cost that price. Because if that's
I
the case,
asked. No, I didn't.
listen, bro.
I
Can I
didn't
speak? If that's
assume
the case,
anything.
listen. The
We
price
came
hasn't
to
even
agreements on everything.
listen. The price hasn't even reached 3,000. So you're assuming it's not
I
three
didn't
thousand
say
dollars.
I'm assuming anything. I'm just saying if they want to make the same amount of money that they're making on the iPhone,
No,
that they can afford to charge us $1,000 on because they do it for cheap labor. If they bring it here and we do it for really, really high labor, that phone has to go up in order for them to make a profit. Nobody has to tell me that. That's the math.
Who's telling you that?
That's math.
No, you're
that's not. You don't assume math.
It hasn't happened yet. So how do you know it's gonna happen?
You don't assume. You don't assume math. Right, 2 plus 4, 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is not an assumption.
You're assuming they're gonna raise the price. We have to wait until it happens.
Well, okay. Why would you sell a phone for $1,000 that costs you $2,000 to make?
You're right. So
how long would that business last? Now let's just assume that I don't bought. Hold on, this is because I'm just amazed. Let's just assume that I bought 5 tomatoes for $25 and I sold 5 tomatoes for $2. How long would I be in business?
It's not gonna happen, bro. As much as you want to believe the TV, it ain't gonna happen.
Nobody's only believing no TV.
Come on,
that's
bro.
Where do you get your projection?
China's already messed up, bro.
China was messed up. How come your president's begging to talk now?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Well, I don't know.
I didn't know he's begging now.
You watching CNN?
Ain't nobody watching nothing. You don't know what I'm doing.
It ain't happening.
I ain't been here to watch no TV.
It ain't happening, bro. You getting all your information off the news, my guy.
I'm not. You don't know where I'm getting my information from. Just don't see. This is what I'm saying. Don't assume anything.
Bro, this is how I know.
I haven't told you where you're getting your information from. You know why? Because I don't give a damn.
This is how I know where you're getting your information.
Simple math. You don't know shit about me.
You're making it seem like
you're just a fuckboy.
You're making it seem. You're making it seem. You're making it seem.
I'm not making it
like China was the first person. Hold on, let me talk though. Why you so mad, bro? Why you so mad?
I don't even want to.
Why you so mad, right?
Don't do this.
You get too emotional, bro.
Yeah, I'm getting emotional because you're a bitch nigga,
bro.
I hate bitch niggas. God damn, you said me and agree on everything.
You getting emotional.
No,
you getting emotional.
We just. That's what you came up here to do. That's what you always do.
No, I'm trying to talk to you.
And your mouth get wide open and you go all
I'm trying to talk, bro. You
can't
get mad. You get mad, bro.
Now we just sit here and did simple math. We did simple math, right?
But you assuming you're gonna do that, bro.
Start me a GoFundMe for $500. That's what you do, bitch.
You're assuming, bro.
No. Start me a GoFundMe for $500. That's what you do, bitch. Now, man.
I didn't start a GoFundMe. My daughter started a GoFundMe. And if you want to talk about kids, that shows your caliber.
Why she started GoFundMe, nigga? Because you was gonna give me $500 last time. Start me a GoFundMe, fuck boy.
You're right.
How come you couldn't give her $500? What she need to go fund me for, fuck boy?
Bro.
Yeah, because you don't know math, you dickhead. I'm the one mad, you stupid son of a bitch.
I'm the one who donated.
Stupid son of a bitch. Now, man.
I'm the one who donated $1,000.
You stupid son of a bitch, Sheriff. And you quit following me around, faggot. Because I don't fuck with you, fuck boy.
Yo, Chef. Chef, I'm the only one who donated $1,000 to her. What are you talking about? You want to talk about people's kids? You want to talk about people's kids? You a sucker. You a sucker. You talk about people's kids? You sucker.
I don't know what was going on.
Now, don't even defend him. Don't even defend him, Chef, because everything he just said right now is a lie.
Because it's my first time heard a conversation what y'all talking about.
All right, peep it.
I know
he's mad. He's mad. Peep it. He's mad because my daughter started to GoFundMe to get her license to start doing nails. She started to GoFundMe. She lives in Florida. She's 22 years old. She lives by herself. She started it. She told me to share it on my social media. And when you look at the GoFundMe, who's the only person who donated? Her motherfucking father. Talk about, I can't give her $500. My nigga, I gave her $1,000. About.
Come on.
When you want to come on here and try to spend it off like I made this. It tells you on the bottom.
Oh, man.
But you let fuck niggas like this who don't let niggas talk. And all you want to do is bring up people's kids. Bro, she's 22 years old. She's independent. Matter of fact, she didn't even want me to donate money to her. And what the real father do? Give her money anyway. So shut the fuck up, nigga. You could click on the GoFundMe. You're gonna see my name is right there. The only motherfucker who donated to it, her own mother didn't donate to it. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, big up
What the
on
fuck
that.
you talking about?
Yeah, that's up on that.
Nah, you gotta stop letting fuck niggas on your shit trying to spin
That's up on
fucked
that.
up narratives, my guy.
Yeah. She's 22 though. She's
Especially
over the business though. I can't lie. If she want to do it for that, you know what I mean? Because that's what I'm saying. Real talk. You know what I mean? Because like
Chef.
even though I haven't had to do that for my business, that's how these kids are these days. They will do that. You know what I mean?
Yo, Chef.
You want their thing
Yo,
or not?
Chef, peep it.
I don't
She
know.
told me to just share it.
Easy.
She told me to just share it for her, bro. She didn't say, Dad, donate, Dad, I need your help. She said, Dad, can you share this for me? And when I shared it, guess what? After she told me don't donate to me, don't help me, I did it anyway, bro. What the fuck this motherfucker talking about?
Yeah, that's you know.
Yeah, they don't got the coconut. Yeah, that's some fuck shit bringing her up, bro. Like that's gonna get me mad. Nigga, I did what a dad do.
I don't know.
But anyway,
I
what I
know.
was trying to
I didn't even know about that. Honestly.
no, that's all good,
You know what I
bro.
mean? I didn't know.
That
I
shit don't
didn't know.
bother me, bro.
Yeah.
My daughter needed bread, I gave it to her. What's wrong with that?
I did not know.
If his daughter needed bread, what he gonna do? Not give it to her? The fuck?
That was crazy, but yeah. But it's information. But you guys gotta stop knocking each other information though, because you know what I'm saying. Some of this shit, like a lot of people
Nah, but
been saying way before the news. Not only
nah,
us.
together. You put it together. Yeah.
So, like you don't know to wait for the news to say shit.
Give me a second, sir.
Can't lie because man, man. That's why I said, man, that's crazy. I don't know. If I don't like, y'all notice I don't really like to touch the politics and the what do you call it, the Christianity thing because it always goes.
I was on the phone.
You know what I mean?
All right, man.
It's crazy.
Nah, but what I was trying to explain earlier about these, you see how the Chinese factories are saying, "Oh, we make all Louis Vuitton this, all Louis Vuitton that." This is where it's a lie because you can tell what's a fake bag. Like you can tell if somebody has a fake Louis Vuitton purse, right or wrong, or some fake sneakers.
Yeah.
Now, if these factories are actually making the same sneakers or bags for like Louis Vuitton, how come people can look inside the bag and say, "Oh, look at the stitching is not correct. This is the fake bag." If they're actually making these products, you will never ever be able to pinpoint a fake Louis bag. You won't be able to pinpoint a fake. Oh, and you see him. You won't be able to pinpoint fake Jordans. So this is what I'm saying. If you get all this information from the news and you're believing a Chinese factory is making a Louis Vuitton bag, you're bugging. Yes, there's some legitimate companies that's making bags for these companies. Yes, that's a fact. There are Chinese companies that are making real Louis Vuitton bags, but then you also have fake companies that are making. I mean, you have fake factories that are making fake Louis Vuitton bags. Let me give you the best example of this. You know the clothing company Bape and Ape.
Yeah.
Everybody heard of Bape and Ape. You know what this motherfucker? Sorry for cursing, but you know what this guy did? Bape and Ape.
Mm.
He had one factory, right?
Yeah.
He took that same factory and produced real products, right? Real name brand products. He sold it for like, let's say $500 for like a pair of jeans, $500 for a pair of for a hoodie, right?
Mm.
So on the other hand, he used the same factory to produce these luxury items. He started to create bootlegs out of this company, out of the same factory. But these bootlegs were actually real products. What he was doing was taking these real products, telling people they're bootleg, so they could still buy those products because he's a smart man. Oh, I'm gonna make this hoodie for $500. Guess what? Guess what demographic is gonna buy a $500 sweater? Motherfuckers want money. What he in turn did, he took that same sweater that I'm gonna charge a person for $500. I'm gonna make the same sweater branded as his bootleg and charge the poor people $50 for it. Guess who's still winning? Tell me, guess who's still winning? He's still winning. But the thing was, when people were buying these bootleg clothing that were produced in a real factory, people couldn't tell they were bootleg. You know why? Because he was mass producing them perfectly. Because it was the same factory he was using to produce his real legitimate business, charging people $500 for these hoodies. Now, I say that to say this: when you were purchasing the bootleg of his brand, you couldn't even tell they bootleg. Now, what these Chinese factories are doing is they're telling people, yes, these products are made here in these factories. They're telling you they're real, but they're really fake. So you can still buy them because at the end of the day, they're gonna lie to you and tell you, yo, that $5,000 Louis bag that you're buying over there, you can buy it over here for 180. But the thing is, it looks nice and pretty on the outside. Open the bag up in the inside and look at the stitching. It's not going to be the same stitching coming out of the legit factory. There's no way, bro. That's what I'm saying. All these TikTokers that's making these videos, oh, you can buy 5 pair of Jordans for $100 because it's coming out of a fake factory in China, but we producing the real sneaker. No, you're not. Because when you take out the insole and look at the stitching, it's not the same. But if you're telling me it's produced in the same factory as a real Jordan, how come the stitching is not the same? If you're telling me that, oh, that we produce the Michael Jordan sneakers in this factory and I'm going to sell you a pair of Jordans for $20, it's supposed to be real, chef, because it's the same factory, chef. That means that everything in the sneaker 100% supposed to line up. But if I take out the insole and you see the stitching in the bottom is different from a pair of $250 Jordans, they're not the same factory. They're not the same sneaker. That's what I'm telling you. If you believe in these TikTok videos, oh, look, we're producing the same sneaker from the Jordan brand, but we're doing it here in this factory. And we're only charging you $20. They still bootleg. You're not getting a
You see
$5,000
that
bag.
lady? You see that lady that's selling the Louis Vuitton and the Gucci and all that stuff? Balenciaga?
Bro,
You see her?
I seen it. I follow them. Because, chef, it looks nice on the outside. Open the bag up and look at the stitching. I guarantee the quality of that leather, the quality of the leather.
They have a part in that. Just like they have every part in our AI system. They have a part in that, bro.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
of course they have a part in it because now everything's AI. All you got to do is use the AI to scan the person and all of that. You get all the right specs. But one thing you can't copy to the T is stitching, because if you could copy the stitching to the T, no one will be ever able to spot a fake bag because the stitching would be like the original bag. That's what I'm saying. If these people are going on TikTok saying, "Oh, this Louis Vuitton bag, we made it for Louis Vuitton, but we're gonna sell it to you for $20," bro, that bag is still not real. It's not a real bag. Yes, they could copy their app. They could copy anything. China, I give it to them. They're the masters of copying stuff, but you're not getting the same quality. I bet you buy that bag, the strap is gonna break, the leather is gonna tear. But buy a real bag from Louis Vuitton. I guarantee you that everything will last you about 10 years, depending how you wear it. But bro, you can't believe all that, bro. I'm telling you, chef. There's a guy on YouTube. I'm gonna get the YouTube channel and I'm gonna send it to you. He's showing what's going on in China in these factories, bro. They're shutting down. They're shutting down, bro. So how is China doing so good if this guy is showing proof that's not on the news? So you can't say that this guy he lives in China. Why would he do that? What's his goal of saying my country is doing bad? What's this man's goal of saying, look, all these guys they don't have jobs because their factories are shutting down? Like, why would he lie about this? This is his country. Mind you, he can get arrested for putting this propaganda out. But that's what the Chinese people will see it as propaganda. Oh, you want to be a traitor? You want to show another country that we're doing bad? That's treason.
Mhm.
So he putting his life at risk. He's putting his freedom at risk. And I'm not gonna believe him, but I'm gonna believe CNN, Channel 5, Channel 11, and all these stuff that's basically controlled by our government. I'd rather see something that's not controlled by our government because you probably get the truth. Because our government's gonna censor it to make it seem like, oh, China's doing bad. I mean, China's doing bad and we're doing good, and all of the tariffs. Come on, bro. The tariffs were the best thing that he could do if he wanted to bring all these American companies back home. Imagine Tesla comes back to the United States, right?
Right.
Wouldn't I want to work in Tesla? Because you know how much the pay rate would be in Tesla? You would get paid maybe like $54 an hour. Why wouldn't I want Tesla to come back to the United States and build some factories here so maybe I can get a job in Tesla and make $55 an hour? And instead of retiring at 65, I maybe can retire at what, 45?
Yeah.
This is
You gotta look for all the tax that you pay back too. So,
yeah, but even with the taxes, didn't Trump eliminate the income tax, the IRS?
I don't
So
know.
what taxes are you really going to be paying from your paycheck? See, people.
But that didn't happen yet. So
Hi. Can I get?
It's not going to happen. But again,
croquet?
Chef, is the iPhone $4,000 yet? It hasn't happened yet, right?
no, but they put the price on it. They put the price on it though. They think it's about to be the new iPhone could be that price though.
But either way, this is how I see it. Chef. Even if the price of an iPhone goes up to, let's say, $4,000, what's the problem with that?
I'm not paying that. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying
No,
that.
my fault, Chef. I get it 1,000%. You're not buying it. You feel me? But you know what I could compare that to, Chef? This is how I'm gonna compare. Let's say if they raise the price of an iPhone to like $4,000, this is what I could compare it to, and it's gonna match exactly to the T. Some people can afford to buy a Honda Civic, and some people can afford to buy a Lamborghini. Who's gonna buy an iPhone?
The iPhone is not a Lamborghini though. Like you have
This is what I'm saying.
You have to say unless it's like 10,000 for the phone. Then
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say with that. People have the money, they're gonna buy it. It doesn't matter if it's $4,000 because why is a Lamborghini $1 million and a Honda is maybe 34,000?
You could buy a car that's gonna last you $5,000 way longer than the iPhone.
Yeah, that's the point though. If somebody has the means to buy a $5,000 phone, let them buy it. Just because it's $5,000, what is it to you? A Lamborghini's $1 million. I'm not bothered that a Lamborghini's $1 million, but maybe I can afford a Honda. It's the same thing with the iPhone. The iPhone's going to be 4,000, and let's say the Samsung is going to be 1,000. It's the same comparison. Some people can afford it, some people may not. What's the problem? Maybe because you're an iPhone fan and you want the iPhone so bad, and if they put the price to $4,000, you can't afford it. Or if you can't afford it, then buy yourself an Obama phone. You feel me? Like there's nothing wrong. Okay, they raised the price, and it's not one is not your company. Two, there's going to be people out there who can actually buy it. So let them have their choice to buy the $4,000 iPhone.
Yeah.
Again, if I had a $10 million, what kind of car you think I'm gonna probably get, Chef? The $1 million Lambo or the $32,000 Honda? Chances are I'm gonna get the Lambo.
Yeah.
So
you gotta, yeah, I hear you.
listen, not everybody can afford a Lambo. Not everybody's gonna afford a $4,000 iPhone.
Yeah.
And
Not
why should anybody be mad at that, bro?
Yeah. I don't know.
Like,
yeah, ain't nobody. That's what I'm saying. Not a lot of people gonna want that phone.
But that's my point, Chef. A lot of people's not gonna want that phone, and a lot of people's not gonna want to buy the Lambo because they can't afford
But
it.
a lot of people
So
will buy the Lambo except for that phone. Like what I said.
Well, if they can afford it. Like I can't.
cheaper to buy a $4,000 or $5,000 car or two of those than a phone that they know, yo, I could lose it, I could drop it, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, but like the iPhone right now, the iPhone is
And
not
then you can
even.
have tech problems with it too. Yeah. So like, come on.
Yeah, I feel you, but the iPhone right now, especially the iPhone, is a like a status symbol. People use it as a status symbol. Why you see people make jokes? Oh, if you got a Samsung phone, you a bum. Samsung is 10 times better than the iPhone, but
Wait.
people hang on that status, the status of the iPhone. If I know that Samsung is better and it's cheaper than the iPhone, why am I spend all this money on the iPhone for?
Right.
The camera on the Samsung is 10 times better. The screen on the iPhone is actually from Samsung. If you want to get technical, you feel me? Like,
Yeah.
but people gravitate to the iPhone because it's a status symbol. Oh, to have an iPhone, you got money. But we all know the better qualities in the Samsung phone. And like I was trying to tell him earlier, he was trying to big up. Oh, China got this phone that you could flip 3 screens. Okay, but where you think they got the idea from? Samsung had it first. They just copied Samsung, so they're not really inventing nothing brand new. You feel me? Like, look at the my wife. She had the Samsung phone that the flip. It flips like a little makeup kit, and then you got the other Samsung phone that opens like a tablet. Like all of this stuff, all this technology was here already. China just copied. That's why we're trying to say China is the best country to copy stuff. Like anybody could say, "Oh, look, America don't have this phone." Okay, but we have the Samsung and they make that phone already. So why do I care about that Chinese phone? That really I don't want it because why you remember that phone that China had? The United States said no, we don't want this phone over here.
Yeah.
The reason why they don't want the phone over here is because
I don't remember what phone looked like, but I remember some talk like that. I remember some phone.
yeah,
Oh yeah, it was no, what phone was it? I think I still got one of those too. Hawaii Hawaiian phone or something like that.
yeah. The reason why America doesn't want the Hawaiian phones is the same reason why America didn't want TikTok here. It's because it's controlled by by a country that's almost our enemy. This country can access that phone at any time they want, and guess what? Get information from American people. Why would I want that phone in my country? People got to understand. Yeah, that phone looks nice and cute. Okay, I get it. It opens up like a tablet. But why would you want to get it and possibly have that country tap into the phone, get your credit card information, your social security, and all this other stuff? That's why you want the phone? Because it looks cute? Come on, bro. Like, bro, they China, I give it to China. They make bread, they make a whole bunch of good stuff. But most of the stuff that come out of China is either copied, low quality, or it doesn't last that long. And you can say, oh, they have the best electric car. Okay, but again, it's copied, bro. It's just copied technology. They're not making anything that's not already made. It looks better visually. It looks better. The lines, it looks more curvy. It looks like a sports car. Okay, but we already have electric cars.
Right.
Like I don't know. We give it too much props to stuff that we already have in America, and we had it probably 10 years before. We had the flip phone before them. We had electric cars before them. Like I get it. The tariffs is good. Is good for us. At the end of the day, why not raise the price on other countries bringing their goods here? Oh, because we got to buy. It's going to cost more for us. Okay, so buy American-made products, and you buy it cheaper, and you're actually funding your country. You want to give money to a country that's our enemy, and they decide to go to war with us. Guess who paid for all their bombs? Guess who paid for all the ammunition? We did because we want to buy Chinese. Oh, I hope not. But you see what I'm saying, Chef?
Yeah.
I want to buy. Let's say if I want to buy that phone that opens up as a tablet, right? And let's say I buy that phone for all my family. And let's say the week after I buy that phone, China announces they want to go to war with America. if they want to go to war, I actually funded that war because I bought the money. I bought the phone from that country. So if you want to be proud of that, the phone is, I bought this phone that opens up like a tablet. Okay, but that country hates our country, and they actually want to go to war with our country. You're actually supplying them to go to war with us. If you want to be proud of that, if anyone wants to be proud of that, go ahead. Support the enemy. When they decide to go to war with us, and the United States wants to draft your son, your daughter to fight this war, think about the flip phone that you bought from China. That's all I can say, bro. That's what it boils down to.
Oh, so people are still buying the phone?
Well, the only person that has the phone right now in America is I Show Speed.
But you don't know that. He's the only one
No,
that's
no, no, no. He has it. He has it.
Yeah, but you don't know you don't know if he's the only one that has it. More people could have it. You know what I mean? And the reason why I don't think the reason why they don't want these phones because they can't they don't bing off the towers. That's why
I don't think you can buy the phone here in America because they put like a ban on that name brand. That brand of phone, the United States put a ban on it because they were afraid that they was gonna take our information and try to use it against us and stuff. All right, so people like this, Seth, imagine somebody who works with the president or the FBI. He has this phone, right? He has sensitive information on this phone. Remember, he works for the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say China decides to hack this phone. With all that information he has on that phone, guess what China gets? China gets emails. You know, they get a whole bunch of information. So that's why he wants to ban all this.
That's why what? You're cutting
I
off.
said, oh shit, my allergies. I said this is why the United States wants to ban that phone.
Yeah,
they're afraid that China's gonna hack the phone and get information from people.
Yeah, that phone's banned over here too. You can't make no calls off it, bro. You can't do nothing. Can't text, can't do nothing.
You say you can't make no calls?
No. Only thing
Take the
is Google and all that shit. Can't do nothing. That's it. No, that phone don't work over here. You can't. It doesn't allow. If you have that phone, you can't make no phone calls over here.
no, you can't. Even if you try to get it activated, I don't think it'll work without satellites because it's banned. Matter of fact, your chef.
Yeah.
Oh, give me a second.
You want some hot sauce?
I forgot what country it was, bro. Yeah, I think it was not India. So let me get in the crib real quick. There was some country that they actually took away. They took away all the terror from the United States.
Ah.
There's a few countries that actually put it down to zero because they didn't want to deal with it. You know what? Let's give the United States what they want.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
I know, some people hate Trump. I get it, but if you look at what he's doing, he ain't really doing nothing wrong. He found trillions of dollars. I don't see what's wrong with that. He's trying to bring American companies back home. I don't see nothing wrong with that. But again, you can't follow the what the news is telling you. Any media that's coming from a government outlet, you can't believe it, bro. Go directly to the source. You can find mad regular people who live stream in China. Why don't you watch them on YouTube? You're getting it direct from the source, no editing. There's nobody behind the camera holding up a sign telling them to read the script. because everything we getting is from the news. The news is telling us, oh, the tariff this, the tariff that, that country this, that country that. Go to the source. YouTube, you can find everything on YouTube. Just put live, click write China in the search, go to the live search engine, and you're gonna get mad people streaming from China. And some of these people are talking about the tariffs. Some of these people work. There's people who work in the factories live streaming, and they're showing the factories empty, bro. So how you gonna tell me that that's a lie? Now the news is gonna show you factories that people are still working. How come the news ain't showing you the factories that are shutting down and the workers complaining? Oh look, we can't even go to work because we can't even make nothing. The factories are shut down. The news ain't showing you that, right? The news is showing you that China's doing good. Nah, go to the source. Look for the people who actually work in these factories, and you're gonna see the truth over there, bro. That's why I'm like, don't believe the TV. Because if the terrorists are bad, then how is it affecting us? I have nobody so far complained about nothing. Oh, I went to the store and a gallon
I
of
know,
milk is $35. I went to
but
the
for certain, hear me out though. For certain people,
you
like
can't all
certain
right.
rich people and people that got
We
jobs, they
can't
ain't complaining. And listen, then we what they feel it first, but we feel it like months after. You know what I mean? We don't
yeah,
necessarily feel it right away. You know what I
I
mean?
feel you, but I can't assume that the price of all these goods are gonna go up. How do we know it's gonna go up? Who said they're gonna go up? The TV said it's gonna go up. The TV said, "Oh, the prices may go up. The iPhone may cost $5,000 if it's made in the United States." But how do you really know? No one is gonna know until it really happens. So if the news is telling me the iPhone is gonna be $5,000, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna believe it. I'm not gonna believe it. I gotta see it, because then at this point, the news is assuming that it's gonna be raised.
Um,
I doubt the news is talking to anybody directly who works for Apple. I doubt Apple directly told anybody on the news, yeah, that we're gonna raise the price to the iPhone to $4,000. Everything is a assumption at this point.
yeah.
And I know for a fact that Apple is not gonna talk to the news and tell them this. Because you know why they're not gonna tell them this? Because if they say, hey, Channel 5 News, when we bring the factory back to the United States, we're gonna make it $4,000. You know why Apple's not gonna do that? Let me tell you why Apple's not gonna say we're gonna raise the price to $4,000. Because if they go out there blatantly say we're gonna raise it $4,000, guess what Samsung is gonna do? Samsung is gonna be okay. Now we know. We know for a fact. Look, Apple's gonna raise it $4,000, and you know how we're gonna win this battle? The battle of the phones. We're gonna put our phones $3,500. And guess what? Everybody
No,
who
then
can't afford, everybody who can't afford the Apple is gonna go to Samsung. Why? Because Apple opened their big mouth. Oh, we're gonna raise the price $4,000. Okay, if you're assuming they're gonna raise the price $4,000, I can assume that Samsung is gonna drop their price to compete. And guess who? If I produce the best phone and then I lower the price for it, guess who's gonna make the most money? Samsung. That's why we none of us can assume that an iPhone is going to cost $4,000, that a Samsung phone is going to cost $4,000. Because if they blatantly say this, they're giving their competitor information, and if you're giving this information pre-advance, your competitor is going to win. Because then they're going to say, "All right, let me lower my price, and I'm going to win." Because nobody's going to buy a $4,000 iPhone. They're going to buy maybe the 3,500 because it's $500 less. Assume that all these companies are going to raise their prices on products, because when Ford and Dodge and Lincoln were making cars in the United States, what chef, they're the same price as if where they made in Canada and China and all these other countries. It's the same price. So like, what's the difference? Maybe in China, they pay the people less. They pay the people $2 an hour versus maybe $35 in the United States. but the car is still the same price. You see what I'm saying? It's the same price. So how can I assume that if they bring it back to the United States, that $23,000 car is going to cost $60,000 now? I can't. That doesn't make sense, because when it was made here before, it was affordable. Some cars are made in Canada and come back here, they're still affordable.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We can't just assume, oh, they're gonna raise the price. That'll be idiotic, bro. We gotta be patient and see what these companies are gonna do. If they're really gonna raise the prices, because some of these companies could take a loss. Look how much Nike is worth. Billions of dollars, almost trillions. Some people, analysts even said it, that China is ready, not China, Nike is ready to take the deficit because they can still manage. Even if they lose 13 million a year, they make so much money they can still be a profitable company. They don't, and they even say we don't even have to raise our prices for our sneakers.
You gotta, yeah, and all that stuff made in China.
No, they're not.
The Nike products?
No, bro, I'm gonna get you. I could show you. I could pick any pair of Jordans I have now. Any pair of Jordans I have, I can look at the tag. It's gonna tell me Indonesia or Taiwan.
No.
I have yet to see. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pick any Jordan here. Let me get my Jordan 6s.
And I think that's why they got such a big investment in the NBA.
Let me see my Jordan 6s. My Jordan 6s are made Taiwan. The Yeezys, I already know where the Yeezys are made. That's China.
Right.
But nah, bro. That terror stuff is a good thing, bro. It'll be a good thing for Canada, for Mexico, and the United States.
I hear you. It's true.
I'm telling you, bro. I bet you give it a couple of months, maybe to next year. We're gonna have the only truce with Canada with this tariff stuff. The tariff's gonna probably be dropped. I'm not gonna say like they take it away 100%, but they'll probably drop the numbers, bro. This is like a scare tactic, bro. Scare tactic. Yo, let me do this and see if I can get everybody else to fold. And guess what, bro? If you really look at the tariffs, if people say they know what's going on with the tariffs, how come they're not giving you this information, Chef? How come they're not telling you all the countries that took away the tariffs from the United States? How come these same people are not telling you that a lot of countries lowered the tariffs to the United States? All they can tell you is, oh, China this, China that, China this, they make a phone this, they make a phone that, blah, 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 blah. But tell that same person to give you all the information. Come on, bro. Again, there's countries who 100% dropped. They put the tariff to zero. Zero. There's other countries that make less. And this is an example. Let's say if they had the tariffs at 25%, they dropped them down to 13%. So they're cooperating with us, bro. But these people are not telling you this information. They're not telling you none of this. They, again, believing what the TV is feeding them. They're not going directly to the sources of these companies, bro. Instead of going to Channel 11 News, how come you're not going to Nike.com, getting it directly from Nike? How come you're not going to, let's say, Samsung.com or Apple.com? You rather listen to it from Channel 11, but you can't get it direct, bro. And everything I'm saying is a fact. Everything I'm saying is a fact, bro. It's not made up. I'm listening to the news. No, bro. I'm going out and getting direct source information.
Yeah.
So when somebody says, oh, the tariffs ain't working, the same person who's telling you that they're not working, ask them, all right, so tell me the countries that's actually working with us. I bet you they can't give you that information, Chef. I'm telling you, they won't give you that information. Because they just believe in this TV. Whatever the TV's telling you, they just believe in it, bro. The tariffs is doing good for our country. They're doing good for other countries. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Trump is the only person that's actually stepping up for us in doing this. Why would I be mad at that? Again, I am not a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for him. But why? What is he doing that's bad for America? Oh, because the stuff might cost more. I haven't seen anything cost more yet. And you can't say the eggs because the eggs don't have nothing to do with the tariffs.
The what?
The, the egg, the prices of the eggs going up.
Eggs, yeah.
The eggs going up don't have nothing to do with the tariffs. That's because the bird flu wiped out a whole bunch of population of chickens. But bro, all right, let me ask you a question, Chef. Right now, since all this tariff talk, right? How is the tariff, any tariff, affected your day of life right now?
Can't lie. I've been having wonderful, wonderful days and months.
And that's why I love asking those type of questions. What
Okay.
has the since all this tariff talk has happened? How has it affected my life right now, Chef? I still go to work the same
Nothing,
time.
nothing. It just sounds
I,
like more people complaining on the media to me, and more of a rich people problem than more a white people.
exactly, bro.
I mean,
Listen, it's a rich people problem, and it's a company problem because they got to figure out what they got to do. I don't care. I'm not out here trying to buy an iPhone, so why should I care if an iPhone costs $4,000?
I was
Well,
buying,
I'm not
I was buying Samsung
exactly,
too. I was buying Samsung,
exactly.
so it don't really matter to me.
You don't care that the iPhone is gonna cost that price because you mess with Samsung. So why should it affect anyone? I don't care. That it cost $4,000 because the people that can afford it, God bless them, they could afford an iPhone. I'm gonna stick to my means. I'm gonna get my Samsung. You know, as for sneakers, I haven't bought a pair of sneakers in probably 5 years because I got so many sneakers that I haven't even worn. So there's no sense of buying sneakers. So that won't affect me. The name brands I buy are American name brands, so that's not gonna affect me. The car I drive, they're gonna start producing it in America, so that's not gonna affect me on the tariff price. Like all this tariff talk is like fear mongering, like putting fear in people. Oh, the price of an iPhone is gonna get high. The price of a microwave might go up too. Bro, if that's the case, perfect example right here. How come the PS5 right now? How come the PS5 is in $1,000 right now?
Oh, the PS Pro? Yes, it is. Over here, it
The
is.
PS
The PS
over
Pro?
there is $1,000.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's like
Oh
1100.
wow, wow. Out here,
It's
I haven't
11.
seen the price raise.
It's
What?
11. The Pro. The Pro. Listen, my
Ooh,
girl Pro just bought that for $1,000.
ooh.
That's crazy, and I think that's crazy because it's the same games that he plays on the five that he played on the regular five. It's the same games on the Pro. So I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Dang, 1,000 sheets. Thank God. I didn't even buy that shit. I know it was like what 700.
That's why I believe. That's why I agree with you. Some some kids will buy it. They don't have to be rich. They will buy that shit for $4,000, my nigga. Three thousand
You know,
dollars.
no, I get it, because you're right, you're 100% right. You do have kids that are responsible. They work hard. They save money for what they want. I,
Right.
I agree. I agree with you. But some people they probably have more bills than others, so they really maybe not can afford it.
Mm,
But you know what? I know 100% they got a phone that they could afford,
mm,
and that's what it's about. If you can afford it, okay, buy it, enjoy it. But if it doesn't affect you, like if you don't have an iPhone, why should it bother you that the iPhone is $4,000? Again, the example I used earlier, a Lamborghini is a million, a Honda is 34,000. If I can afford a car, I'm gonna probably buy the Honda. If I'm a millionaire or I make good money, I'll buy the Lambo. So it doesn't matter. How come nobody's complaining that the Lambo is $1 million? And guess what, Chef? It's still a car.
right.
It's nothing different. They have four wheels. They go on gas. They have windows. They have radios. They have steering wheels. What's the difference in them? Nothing. The name and how the car looks. That's the only different thing. But it's still a car. One is expensive. One is cheap. The iPhone might be $4,000. The Samsung might be 2,000. I'm gonna get a Samsung.
Right.
And plus, you know, I'm gonna probably go for the payment plan. You feel me? So when the new phone come out, I can just trade it up. I'm not gonna buy the phone 100%. That's a person who lives that way. You know, they can't put a $2,000 to buy a phone straight out the thing. They got to do payment plans, and that's the majority of Americans. A lot of Americans can't go to the store and say, "Hey, I want that $2,000 phone. Here's $2,000." Most people gotta go into a T-Mobile and say, "Yeah, here's the 350 for the taxes, and then $60 a month for the payment plan." So I'm not mad at that if they raise prices on these products. You know, if somebody could afford it, they can afford it. If they can't, you just stay in your lane. You know, it's okay if you can't afford it. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, if you like a Samsung, yeah, get a Samsung. You can't afford the Lambo, get a Honda, get a Maserati. But I know one thing: all of this is just gonna help America, bro.
Man, crazy. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna be out. There's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be losses too. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of losses this time.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't see. But guess what? The losses, and that's another thing, Chef. You're 100% right. There's going to be losses, but guess who's going to take the loss? You think
Everybody,
we're going to take? You think we're going to
everybody,
take the loss?
everybody. You can't say, "Oh, we're not gonna take no loss." Everyone's taking a loss in some
Chef,
area.
chef. All right, people like this. Again, they raise the price of a vehicle. Most people nowadays can't even afford to buy a vehicle straight cash, straight $34,000 out the dealership. Hardly anybody could do that. Most people are gonna have to lease it and make or finance it, make monthly payments.
Mm.
So even if they raise the price, you're gonna make monthly payments anyway. Why are you mad for? And you're probably gonna have the car for maybe a year, and then you might trade it in. So what are you mad for if the price of the car goes up? You're not gonna buy it. You're not gonna buy it straight out the lot. So why anybody cannot be mad. If you're gonna finance the car, why are you mad? Maybe the financing might go up, but still, you're not paying $100,000 straight down. You're making payments. There's nothing wrong with that. Half of America makes payments on cars anyway. So it doesn't matter if they bring it back over here and it goes up $2,000 more. You're not gonna keep the car forever anyway. So come on, let's be realistic here. Again, if you can afford to go to the dealership and buy a car straight out the lot like that, perfect. But if you're a regular person that can only afford monthly payments, why are you mad? Stay in your lane. You know, if you can afford monthly payments, be comfortable. Stay right there. It doesn't matter if the car costs $2,000 more. You know, who cares, bro? That really doesn't affect your life. Again, there's tariffs going on right now. Everybody who's watching, who has commented, or who tariffs are ruining my life. Come on, Chef, have you heard that lately? Somebody saying, "Damn, these tariffs are ruining my life."
Yeah, and the white lady. Yeah, she's like, "Oh, I can't get no food stamp. I can't." I said, "Wow, this is
The tariff,
crazy."
the tariff don't got nothing to do with food stamps, though.
Yeah, she said I can't get my Section 8 is on pause, all that shit. I said, "Wow."
Section 8 don't. All right, a tariff is one country importing a product over here. What does food stamps and Section 8 have to do with a tariff? What are they importing?
Why kill me though?
Nothing.
Why kill me when she said the taxpayers is responsible for her getting that money?
Okay, yes, the taxpayers are responsible for that, but how is the tariff? The tariffs don't have nothing to do with food stamps. Food stamps is an American thing here. What does another country have to do with an American thing here? Nothing. I'm just saying, like, China has nothing to do
That's what she was saying, that her Section 8 is on pause, so she can't get her food stamp.
because of the tariffs.
Yeah, or whatever she was.
Oh, I gotta see the video. I gotta see to learn to understand more because I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, but
You-
that's why she was saying.
Yo, I'm like, yo, chef. This is a general statement, not directed towards nobody. Like, you see when they send those people into space, Gail, Katy Perry.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that's real? Like, you think they really went up to space?
No.
All right, perfect. I'm perfect that you said that. You don't believe they went up to space, but guess they showed it on the news, right?
Right.
So now you know for a fact that they didn't go up to space, but you seen it on the news. Are you still gonna believe it because you seen it on the
I
news?
don't believe everything I see on the news. Anyway.
Thank you.
This is
That's
why.
my point,
That's
bro.
why I was be able to tell you all about that. You know what I mean? Well, remember when we had that little oh, they gonna shut off the light. Remember, that's why I know
Yeah,
they were talking shit because I know they was homies and they
yeah,
only
you
put.
was right. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That's what I knew because I don't believe that. That's what me, especially when they're pushing the views. They want you to tell lies so they push your views. You know what I'm saying? Look how much when they was telling those lies on CNN. Look how much. You know that's what I said. I don't believe everything. You know what I mean? I know.
no, you can't, bro. You can't believe the TV, man. I'm gonna stand by that to the day I die. You can't not believe the TV. Some people like to say tell live vision. Matter of fact, I've heard a lot of people say that on this platform. Tell live vision, but
Yeah.
yet they still getting the information from the tell live vision. It's
Yeah, but who's you damn well know that everybody get their information from the television because there's groups that people sit down and they talk and they share information. Like I'm telling you.
that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. That even the people you watch on YouTube, and they want to come on here and do all these educational podcasts and stuff. Where you think they get their information from? The TV too.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. Don't look at the TV. Go directly to the source. Find people who live in China. There's a matter of fact, chef. There's an app called Red Note. That there was. Remember when they were saying that TikTok was going to go away? They were telling people to go to this. The new app is called Red Note.
Mhm.
Guess what's on Red Note? Nothing but Chinese people.
Oh yeah.
Nothing but Chinese people. Yeah, it's another Chinese company that's like TikTok. And guess what they're showing on this Red Note?
What?
They're showing how China's factories are shutting down. And these are regular people like you and me who live in China who are uploading this to this app. The same way we upload stuff to TikTok, they're
Mhm.
doing the same thing. Regular people. So now I'm gonna believe CNN Channel 11 and not the actual people who don't have jobs no more. And they're showing the factory empty, but I'm gonna believe the news that's showing me factories still running. Yeah, you might have some factories that's still up and running, but they're not showing you the factories that shut down. They're not showing none of us that. Come on, bro. You don't, man. Can't
Yeah,
believe that shit.
I hear you too. But one thing about that, not every country is going to show that their stuff is shutting down. You know what I mean? That's what we that's why they say us in America, North America, we should stop posting. You know what I mean? Which is like we shouldn't post everything or video everything and throw it on the web. You know what I mean? Or on the internet because
No, but
they don't
yeah.
do all that. They don't and by them doing that too, this time, hold on. They could be shooting miscalculation at you by just saying, "Oh, this is what they're doing," because they don't really want you to
Yes,
know what
yes,
they're doing.
yes,
You mean?
yes.
And that's what they is, because they're manipulators, bro.
So
They,
peep it on that app on Red Note. There'll be a couple of channels of people. You know, they'll go to like supermarket and do grocery shopping. So while they're grocery shopping, they're showing their prices of their products in like China, Taiwan, or a lot of Asian companies, especially China. So they're showing it. They like, let's say this, they show a bundle of bananas. How much is a bundle of bananas in Canada?
like what,
Give it
69 something like that?
69 cents.
Or something like that. Yeah, or 50.
American,
Yeah.
69 cents American, right? Guess how much that same guess how much that same bundle of bananas would be in China. But I'm gonna calculate it in American money. So it's 69 cents here. So now I take that 69 cents and go to China to buy that same banana, that same. Guess how much I'll pay in American money?
I put a bunch of banana, right?
Let's say it's a bundle of 5 bananas.
Right.
We pay 69 cents over here.
Usually you get like a dozen. A dozen.
Yeah, let's give or take a dozen for like 69 cents. You go to China and get that same dozen bananas for 2 pennies of American money. Guess what, chef? Guess what, chef?
What?
It's nothing different. They're just bananas. How come they 2 cents in China, and then when you come to America they 69 cents, and they the damn same thing. I'm telling you, bro. Over there, it's a different world in China, bro. A different world that we can't even comprehend over here.
I feel you.
You can't comprehend over here, bro.
So, yo, what do you feel about? Oh, let me jump onto something else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What do you feel about Shannon Sharp with three more girls coming after him? Man?
3 more?
Yeah, that's what they saying, though. There's one black girl. He came out.
I honestly,
But listen, though, listen. As I said, these are all ex relationships. These are not like that's what I said.
oh,
You know what I mean? They're all just relationships trying to get money, and I think that's crazy.
yeah, bro.
Why you see certain basketball players, regardless if it's a thought or not or a model, they
Yo,
they let you know. Yeah, I was talking to this girl because just in
yeah,
case,
yo, chef,
yo,
chef.
yo,
What, what's that ex girlfriend gonna do as soon as y'all break up? She's gonna talk shit about you.
yeah, she gonna slander you.
When she was with you, when she was with you, you the best mother, you the best person on earth. And when you break up, you're the most fucked up, blah 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 blah. Come on, if they are ex girlfriends, I get it. And now, if
Right,
it was an issue, peep it. If it was an issue, why are you telling me now?
right.
Why
But
you want to wait?
but here's the twist. Is the age difference, my nigga. Is I'll never think that a nigga like him will be trying to get up with a 19-year-old.
Oh wait. Okay, you can't be mad at that because if you going by the law, because this is what they're gonna talk about. Wait. Let me finish. If you go by the law,
I hear you, and I hear you. I hear you. Loud and clear.
wait. If you go, she's already legal. No matter what no matter what you say, I say, or anyone else says, according to the law, he followed the rules.
All right, let me ask you something else. In America, can you buy alcohol when you're 19?
In America, no, you cannot do that.
All right, so why is she illegal? Why is she illegal? Why should the law be for a 19-year-old to be illegal if she can't buy alcohol if she's 19?
Well, that's like
That is
saying
something
that's
that the
like
government that is
yeah, I
something
feel
that
you.
the government needs to look into because if
No,
you're
no, no.
saying
I feel you. I
if
feel
you're
you. I feel you.
saying if you're saying oh a 19-year-old girl is illegal, you're not because it's not Shannon who said it. This is the law. You know what I mean? So, but she can't buy alcohol. That is just to me is just crazy because if that's the case,
Yeah,
then y'all should make it for a 19-year-old. You know what
I
I mean?
feel you. But when they say that she's 18, they're really talking about like the age of consent, where it's okay for her to have sex without it being a crime. So if yeah, let's say she's 18 and he's 56. No matter if people don't like the age difference, he's technically obeying the law. I'm not gonna be a hater and be like, oh my God, she's 18 and he's 54. Thank God she's not 13. You feel me? Now people may say, oh, but she's still a child. But I get it. But again, if you talking about the law, she's legal. And if she likes him and he likes her, well, who am I to say anything, bro? Again, if she's underage,
But
big problem. I get it.
for a man
But
like East, yeah, and I get it. But for a man like him, his caliber, you know what I mean? His
yeah, but
black people in society, he shouldn't be doing that. You know what I
he,
mean?
but he's obeying the law, bro. And no matter our opinion, don't
I
matter.
get it. I get it. And I totally get it. But I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm saying it's nothing. It's just the art part I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Because, you can't say the real word.
Oh, he wait. So
Yeah, they're saying that, well, some channels on YouTube are saying that the R he got charged R, but
Yeah, I get it. But if
um,
you want to get even more crazier, and I'm not defending any of this, in most states is 18. 18, you're an adult. In other states, the consensual age for having that type of relationship sometimes it's 15, and this
yeah,
is the law.
18. I don't know about the 15 part, but it's 18 over here. You know what I
Well, no,
mean?
I'm talking about like the age to consent to have
The amendment
sex.
about
Some
alcohol.
places it's like 17, 16 years old. So
Yeah,
let's say if he decided to do that with one of them, but it was within the state where that law is okay. Is he still wrong? Well, yeah, he's still wrong because she's still 16. But I'm saying according to the law, I'm not agreeing with it. This is the law in some states. He would be technically not doing anything wrong.
yeah, because they made it so they want it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Why ESPN? I can understand why they still got him on the shows because once again, it's not like what I mean. They was in a secret relationship. She got mad because he got mad and because of the sex tape that got released with him on Instagram with the girl that actually got leaked. That's what she's mad about. That's why I don't really to believe this because I believe this is a made up story or a sidetrack or something. You know
who
what I mean?
who released it? Who released the sex tape? The girl?
Oh, remember when he was on Instagram, right? And
Oh, oh
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah, 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 yeah.
she mad, basically saying, "Oh, you know what I mean? He was out there doing this and cheating me, and this time and da, and you know what I mean, bringing me gifts and all that shit." Like I'm like, damn, this bitch is what you want? That's why y'all gotta understand. That's what I'm saying. You can't be with some like you know what I'm saying. Like your age is different. Like your mentality is different. So I'm saying, food man,
Nah,
hear me,
nah. I feel what you're gonna say, but you
hear
know
me, hear
what?
me. Let me finish. Let me
No,
finish.
no, I know. Hold on, wait. I know what you. I know
With
what you're gonna say, but hold up. They have women that's older than her that still do the same thing that she did.
you.
Talking about after the breakup they want to bring up stuff and do this women 40 years old doing the same thing this young
Yeah,
lady did.
yeah.
So it doesn't really matter the age of the female. It's in their DNA to do that, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, with the laws and the way these girls know is using these rules. Yes, it's the age in a way because it's easier. You see what I'm saying? To slander when it's a
Yeah,
young. Like you see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why the age does. You know what I mean? Especially for like him. You know what I mean? Because everybody, you know what I mean? Girl, you just had, Monique try to tell you, you just had what's it called? You know what I mean?
yeah. Cat
That,
Williams.
you know what I mean? Like, bro, you gotta understand what you doing. You know what I
But you
mean?
know what's crazy? They were all snow bunnies too, man. And they were telling them, stay away from the snow bunnies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They warned him. They don't, you know what I mean? They warned him. Like, you crazy. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know, but I get what you're saying though. They made that rule, but I didn't think it's funny how the country makes a rule like that for a woman, but a woman you can't buy alcohol when you're 19. You see what I'm saying? So there's a problem right now because if you're gonna make a person illegal,
You know what?
at age as and so well, this is safe. Then you're gonna have to say, all right, then if she's an adult, I mean, she could be with an older person. Why can't she go to the store and buy herself a bottle of champagne or go buy you a pack of cigarettes? Why she need a fucking ID? Just saying. They gotta switch that law. Not Shannon's fault. They gotta switch that law. That's what I'm saying. Certain places don't make no sense. Over here now, um, even over here, it's kind of it's I think it's 19 now. So if it's 19, you can buy alcohol. I don't know if it's 18, and I'm pretty sure it's 19 at 18 common. But anyway, you got to be 19 over. You got to be where you could buy alcohol in Montreal, but it's not Ontario when you're 18, and you got to be 19 over here to buy alcohol. But you're an adult when you're 18.
Yeah, yeah. We hear you gotta be 21 to buy alcohol, beer, and 21 to buy marijuana. And then I believe did they raise 21 for cigarettes? I'm not sure, but before it was 18 for cigarettes. I'm pretty sure they raised it up to 21 now. Cause they over here they're trying to prevent people from smoking, so they raise the age up and then they raise the price of a pack. So back in the days, the pack used to be like $3, and now if you buy like a real pack, it's gonna cost you maybe $21 just to buy a pack of cigarettes in New York City. You get that same pack of cigarettes in like in a different state, it'll probably be like $8. Damn near everything over here is like it's up they up the price. Especially like if you go to Manhattan, a bottle of water in the hood would be like $1. That same bottle of water in the city would be like $8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. You go to Manhattan right now, you try to get a bottle of water. Sometimes $12. You looking at them like $12 for a bottle of water? Okay.
Bottle of water. Eh? Bottle of water for what you said? 12?
What happened?
What you said? How much you said a bottle of water for?
In Manhattan, like a bottle of water would be like $8. Yeah, bro. But then like let's say you go to Brooklyn, that same bottle would be like $1. Some places maybe like 75 cents.
Yeah. Like 80, 89 cents or something like
Yeah, but I see why they do it in the city because yeah, so like let's say to have like a regular store in Manhattan, your rent would be like 5 times more than let's say a store in Brooklyn. That's why they say like a lot of rich people live in Manhattan. Get the property value. Oh god damn, the property value is high.
that. I don't know. $8 for a bottle of water, I could believe it. But, you know what I mean?
Yeah, bro.
You pay
Don't worry,
$20 for a burger over here, $25 for a burger. Remember, I've proven that before. I'm telling you.
man. Yo,
You go to the CN Tower, bro. You paying like $25 for it. Like even more, like $30 for the burger. I just
yo,
feel like
chef.
that,
I remember my fault. I remember when you would go to the store and get like a hero sandwich. You know, like lettuce, tomatoes, ham, cheese, and all that, mayonnaise. That I remember back in the days that used to be like $2. $2. Guess how much a hero is right now? It's like $8 for a hero, and this is like in Brooklyn, $8 for a hero. So let's imagine you want to go to the city and buy that same hero. That hero $8 here would be like $15 in Manhattan. It's crazy, man. Crazy over here. Yeah, but I get it. A lot of the tourists when they come out here, they want to go to the city and spend money, and they rob you. But yeah, back to that Shannon Sharp stuff. It's kind of crazy that females like something like that will happen and then they sit on it for like the perfect time. We got to start making laws. They're like, hey, if something happens to you, you have to say it and put a statute of limitation because why are you waiting for when you can actually get help for your situation? If there's a criminal in the street, he did something bad to you. Why are you waiting for? Oh, because people may not believe me. But I bet if you say something, guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna investigate, and then that's what you really need. At least they looking into it. But to sit on it for like 3 years and then wait till he makes $100 million, and then now you want to say something because now he got $100 million.
yeah, and then y'all are running with it like, oh, you know what I mean? Like it's like, come on, it's crazy. Man. We gotta stop. After a while, it gets played. That shit gets played out.
Like they gotta start making laws to protect. And I'm not saying this just to protect the man because some men do this to females too. They just got to make a law to prevent this stuff because guys get raped too by females. It sounds stupid, but it happens. You
Yeah,
know,
listen, bro. this girl, like she had text messages telling this man with herself tied up, telling her this is what she wants to do it and all that. You know what I mean? She weird, bro. You should know from that, bro. You know what I mean? You should know block and delete, right, bro? You know what I'm saying? Real saying.
Yo, I'm sorry to say, chef. I'm sorry to say, if I was to like be a millionaire like that, I'm sorry to say, I would have to record every interaction with a female. You want to know why? I'm gonna have video cameras all in my crib. You want to know why? Because I want to capture the time that you chilling with me. I want to capture you laughing. I want to capture you having a good time. I don't want to. I want them to see that you're not in distress. That you're not kidnapped. I don't want, bro, bro. Nah, you wildin', my nigga. You wildin'. I don't. So then, 10 years later, you can say I did something to you. Oh, word. Guess what I got on? Guess what I got in my safe? I got the videotape of my security system when you was chilling in the crib.
Yeah.
So what you said I did? Oh yeah, I'm sorry to say I got a security camera in my bedroom too. And guess what that camera called? You having the time of your life. So what you said I did what? Now we gotta start normalizing this because people might say, oh, but why is he recording them having sex? Bitch, that's my security camera in my fucking crib. I'm not gonna turn it off because I'm not gonna turn it off because I got company. It's a security camera, and the security camera happened to capture that. Oh, but why you got one in your bedroom? Just in case somebody try to creep in my house and while I'm sleeping. Hell no. Let me be a millionaire. That's crazy. These guys gotta. I don't know. Well, I won't say it's the guy's fault because look how vindictive these females are, bro. I didn't really look into the story, but if they saying he did stuff to them, why are you waiting for? I want my daughter to wait 5 years for her to tell me something happened. Like, come on, bro. I will hope my God forbid something happens to one of them. They able to have the strength to tell me right then and there. Don't wait years later because maybe this guy could run away and then we never could find him.
Right.
But come on, this is vindictive right here, bro. Well, I want to say it's vindictive because I can't assume that he didn't do it or he did do it. I gotta wait for the evidence if there's any. But at this point, my thing is why wait? Why wait, bro? Why wait for any of that? I'm not waiting. But then I get it. They say some people be scared that they're not gonna believe it. But tell your story. Some people might believe you. Some people might start an investigation. And guess what? If you say your story, maybe somebody else might come out and say that that person did it to them too. And then if more people come out, maybe they might believe it. Look what happened with Puff Daddy. Enough people said that yeah, Puff Daddy's a weirdo. Where he's at now,
Right.
you know, he's in prison. But people want to wait. People want to wait, and like waiting doesn't help the situation. It makes it worse because now you dealing with that pain for like 5 years until you have the courage to open up. And then the 5 years you're waiting, he's probably doing it to other females. You feel me? So like I don't get that. Like why y'all waiting? Say it and protect any other female that could potentially be after you, like another victim.
Yeah, it don't look like, that's what I'm saying. It don't look like Diddy's coming up anytime soon, And to me, that's unfair. The way they have him locked up like that, and they're about to start, because they're about to start Harvey Weinstein trial, and then he's gonna have to sit back while that trial goes back. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Chef, if they start the Puff Daddy trial and don't release anything about the Epstein case, like the flight list, who was on the island, that already telling me something fishy, bro. Because the Epstein stuff, when did he get arrested? Years like 4 years ago,
Yeah.
and they didn't say nothing of what he did wrong. They swept it under the rug. But then, like, let me guess, they're gonna put Puff Daddy through a whole case. It's gonna be televised and all that, like the OJ case. Look what they did with OJ, televised and all that stuff. A guy like Epstein comes along and does some crazy stuff. Not even Epstein did it. Oprah's best friend, that Weinstein dude, did it. The guy who was running Nickelodeon did it. Have any of these guys gone on trial or been arrested or anything? Nah. But but then peep this. R. Kelly, Puff Daddy, Shannon Sharp. Who else got charged with some weird stuff like this? Three so far. Look, I named three white guys, and then I named three black guys. But guess who went through trial to all the cases? R. Kelly went through trial. Puff Daddy's about to go through trial,
Yeah.
and now Shannon Sharp. Let's see what happens with him. But all the other white guys I named, one got supposedly deleted in prison.
I don't think Shannon
Weinstein.
Sharp, I don't think Shannon Sharp should go to trial. You know what I mean? That should be like,
Well,
yeah,
if they have enough evidence,
for what? So you and your ex when you're freaking like, come on, y'all gotta relate now some good time. If that's the case, then imagine if everybody that has a baby mom go back there and have some guy.
you can't believe.
No. That's how we doing. That's how we doing our track as building families and you know what I mean. All that is never gonna be on point because it's gonna be all about that. It's gonna be all about being with somebody for the bag or you know what I mean for a setup or you know what I mean. Come back at them when they're rich. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's wild to me. That's wild. Not gonna lie to y'all. The whole situation is wild. I don't know. Like I said, for him though, I don't know. I understand what you're saying about the age food stamp, but he's just way too old to be playing around like that. That's wild. And if you got caught up with them, you know what I mean? You got caught up with you got caught up with that's crazy. Y'all got caught up with. You get caught up like that. Like I said, ESPN, man, they can't really get rid of him because he ain't did nothing wrong. But I don't know. They fired a lot of people over some dumb shit. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Man, this is, I don't know. We'll see. As I said, he messed up because you're seeing them people coming after him. He messed up big time. Big time. Well, you should have seen that coming. He should have seen that coming. He should have seen that fish coming from like a mile away. No, how he didn't see that?
So she came out of nowhere with this, or like something happened and then she came up.
Something happened. I don't know. As I said, she look. She must have came out when that sex tape came out, right? I know they want to drop it, but that's what she mad about is the whole. You see what I'm saying? She mad about him having sex with somebody else.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Who's the guy in the background there?
What?
The guy in the background of your StreamYard.
Oh, that's dude right here. He has free education and free healthcare. Free what do you call it for the thing down there? I already talked about that. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later. I want to focus on this right here because I've been talking about because I'm just trying to figure out how he got shot. Why would three more girls come out? And I knew that wasn't gonna happen because once you pay somebody, that's what happened with Puffy. He paid Cassie. They said he paid Cassie, right? But we ain't never seen those other girls. Remember Food Stamp? We ain't never seen none of those other girls that they said they had.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. This is all like obviously. That's why I wanna say yeah, it's a shakedown, but you know what I mean. It just shows you that yo, you know what I mean. There's some men out here that have some ways. You know what I mean? They have some ways. Yeah, they have some ways. Not gonna lie to you. Some serious ways right there, but you can't like get. That's what I'm saying. That's what society set you up. They tell you this is that and this is that. But once you know you a girl come on and say you do this, someone's like, oh, you know what I mean? No one looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Food stamp, no one looking at the A. You know what I mean? They only looking at the fact that oh this young girl said this and that. So I tell some of y'all, stay away. Stay away. What's up, man? That shit right there, there's no way. There's no way that shit should be out there on the news right now. Because once and it's a big deal because it's not like he lied about his age and you know what I'm saying, food stamp and lower her. You know, he actually you know what I mean, they was actually in a deal. But that's where it is too. If we got people like that. And that's where you gotta as a man, you gotta know to talk to, you know, like you can't talk to a young girl like that because she gonna, you know, she could switch up and, you know what I mean? What talk? She's not in the same mindset as you. And fun. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these young girls, they just around until they get, you know what I mean? Especially like a 19-year-old. Especially. You know what I mean? And then, you know, so I don't know. Everybody thinks in a different way. Different. I don't know. Okay, you're coming out. There's no way. Yes, it looks so maybe because of his age, but hold on, we get to that there. We get to that there. Hold on now. It looks away. It looks away on Shannon, I can't lie. As much as everybody said, well, that's illegal, it looks away on him. He's a big ass, do that thing.
Let's see.
You know what I mean?
Hopefully, did he do anything bad to these females?
Oh, one girl said you know what I mean?
Okay. Yep.
He's
You
trying
don't
to
gotta
say,
say.
uh,
He,
uh,
he,
uh, I don't know. It's crazy.
damn, that's wild. I don't think Shannon Sharp would do it though. It don't look like his character. Like you could tell a douchebag from a mile away. You feel me?
Say what now?
I said you could tell a douchebag from a mile away. I don't think Shannon Sharp would do that type of stuff. But you never know. You never know.
He so you know, he make them took advantage of him. You know, he should like everybody said. He should have known and know, and they hated. Oh, everybody kept calling him uncle.
Unk.
Yeah, uncle. You know what
Oh
I mean?
wow. Wow. Wow.
Now it's like
Unk is the new N word.
crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't. I don't. I don't really feed into this new stuff these kids be doing. I don't really feed into none of that stuff that people be going crazy over. Like, yeah, it's messed up. That's what's happening to do, but you know, what can we do? You got females, and we know how females can be, bro. Especially when after you break up with them,
Yeah.
they will either go out the way and say, you know,
That oh that nigga, you know, he's playing with for the other team, meaning like, oh look, he's down with the LGBT community. But meanwhile, while you was with them, you know, you was daddy the whole time type shit. You feel me?
Yeah, because that's what she was calling him. That's
Yes,
what she
you
was
see, but
calling him. It's like everything. It's like, yeah, daddy, come put this big, black baby in you. All that other shit, dog. This girl,
and then after, yeah, you see,
come on, yo. Come on, yo.
should be a little, it should be a
We
little
are,
daddy, but
that is crazy. That is crazy. That is
it should be Illuminati, man. Okay.
you should have seen that shit. You should have seen that shit coming. I don't want it.
That's crazy, my guy.
You should have seen that shit coming, please,
Today you're daddy, tomorrow you're a chicken.
I mean, everybody wondering, man. Everybody kind of wondering. I'm not doing anything. You know what I mean? Or you gotta have some pause on some of those things that these, now. You know what I mean? But even though he still get numbers on his show, yes,
Yeah,
he dropped the on the road show yesterday. And he still got numbers. You know what I mean? Just believe it or not, he still got numbers. I think the numbers even went up more. They say
that's
free.
crazy.
They got Gilbert Arenas around them saying free shining there. It's crazy. Man.
Free
Yeah,
Shannon shot.
yeah,
That's
them.
wild.
He ain't even lock up yet.
All right, they wishing that bad stuff on them already.
That's crazy. But like I said, he shouldn't get locked up there. You know what I mean? And if you have a relationship with somebody, regardless of what, and you know what I mean, or whatever, you shouldn't have to pay for all the freaky things y'all done together. You know what I'm saying? When y'all
Yeah,
break up, and she don't, like, you know what I mean? Real talk, it's crazy. It's like y'all really don't want the society of, man and women being together, bro. There's no
yeah,
way somebody could go back in time and do that. You guys wonder why none of these people don't want to be in a relationship and they're going overseas. You know what I mean? Real
hell
talk.
yeah.
That's crazy. Y'all gotta stop that. Yo, we gonna leave our fucking coach. Oh, this shit going on. Yes, he did like he back in the days. You know what I mean? Your grandma and your mom was like, yeah, he shouldn't have done that. He whatever. They'll say, he's a bad man, whatever. But you know what I mean? She should have known better. Now y'all are wording these girls and
I love
keeping.
everybody.
You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? Real shit. Real talk. Real talk. You know what I mean? Real talk. Because she should know better. Like, she should know better. If you think that relationship was gonna be serious, and you know what I'm saying? She was gonna marry with him and take his will or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's a football player. Be real about yourself.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but he should know better. He should know better.
Oh shit, my fault. I don't know if it's loud.
He should know better, man. But him himself, you know what I mean? Even though the woman will tell you, like, yeah, but you're the older one, you should know better. And I'm pretty sure that's what everybody's saying to him right now. Monique and all them, like, yeah, Shannon, we try to warn you. You know what I mean? You should know better that these people, and they was going to send somebody your way. Now, we know you're not guilty, but you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, and that's that. fucked up situation. Messed up. Messed up. A messed up situation. A whole lot of it. Just that. Yeah. And the only reason why it's bad for him because he's doing shows like that and what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And who and who is young and who's sleeping with who and who's old and who's not sleeping with who. That's, you know what I mean? So come here, Jimmy. Come here. Come. What's your please? Okay. Thank you. So that's the only reason why that's kind of because you're judging people, and no, you said what I'm saying. That's the only thing. Your show is all about judging people. So now, when it's your time to be judged, you know what I mean. You see Ray J talking his shit, and he just chasing club. You see what I'm saying, Food Stamp? So, you know, when it's time, you know what I mean. You're gonna see people and motherfuckers that like to talk. Real shit. That nigga one of them people there. Ray J. Yeah. He just like, man. Ooh, love a clout. Not gonna lie, the boy Ray J, he love the clout. Love the clout. You know, but yeah. Man. It's gonna be fun to watch this, see this because I'm like, damn, 2 more women come out. Keep telling y'all. Remember that? Jen Doe, even though that sometimes that can be real. You know what I mean? The Jen Doe or the John Doe could be an informer, so I can't really, you know what I mean, say that's not really you see what I'm saying, real or whatever. It's not. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. I don't lie to you. Yeah, food stamp. But this dude right here, right? Burkina Faso, right? You hear me? This dude in the background. He's gone. Yeah, this dude right here. He giving free you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I got the TV on, so I'm here.
Yeah. He giving free education and free what do you call it? He giving free housing to the homeless people. That's what, you know, some of them people are talking about. Like, you know, we need to get that. We should have been doing that with the money, sending it to other countries. We should have been giving it. Because there's been a lot of people that's complaining that thought there wasn't taken care of, even over here, like vets and shit like that. Like, you see what I'm saying? And I'm looking at it too, like, damn, these people are poor. You know, we're a poor country, and they paying their people them. You see what I'm saying? To what do you call it? You know, to survive. Like basically paying their free housing or costs until they get a job, and then they could survive. You know, from there they'll start paying their shit because, you know, obviously the house. But yeah, they're getting free housing and free education. Yeah, and he also told Trump that he wasn't coming because he needs to build his country. That then people are coming back. So, you know what I mean? And he don't. Yeah, so he Trump mad at him, and France mad at him right now. Yeah. And you know what I mean? Low key, they're trying to get rid of him. You know what I'm saying? If they get rid of dude, they try to get rid of him before other people that they got a problem. It would be crazy though, because you can't, you know, put I don't know, you just can't put scare everybody off with some, some stuff or just I don't know. You got to be able to sit at the table and talk. I mean, there's times when I remember that, the government could talk people out of their socks, their shoes. You see what I'm saying? And make deals right there. I know what's going on. But today's era is different, man. Everything is different. Everything is different. I can't
That's what's up, though. We gotta start doing that over here.
Yeah. Yeah, like think about how good that would be. You know what I mean? For the people and if you know what I'm saying? Everyone, it would be set more money in more people's pocket if you had that. You don't have to pay certain things. You know what I mean? Because you know why? And it was worth it anyways because half of the things, or you know what I mean, or half like what I was saying, half of the stuff in history got thrown up. But yeah, why not make it for free if we're making so much money and we're paying all these other countries? Like, you know what I'm saying? All these other big ass countries that, you know what I'm saying? Even like, trust me, even India, low key, you know what I mean? They the biggest scammers of America, and you know what I mean. That's why certain Indians don't. You hear his mom and them don't like mix themselves up with them because some of them, you know what I mean? Because majority of them, they big time criminals. They only pose as Muslims, but they're not Muslims. They're big, you know what I mean? They're big time scammers, but they'll stand there and duplicate your phone company. I don't think that's why I said I don't think they could do that to AT&T because the security in the US is so strong. But you know what I mean? There's certain companies like the Kudum and all them companies that they had back then, Kudos or whatever that those old phone companies, they was using those to scam. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody, that's why I believe in everybody, but certain countries, if they doing stuff like that, they should have to pay. Those are the big countries that should have to pay the big bucks. If you're scamming from your country and then sending the address to America where somebody to go pick up something. Yeah. But yeah, free, I believe if everybody had free education, free housing for the poor people, not for the rich people. You see what I'm saying? And making sure they work and all that. And then say, yeah, you're back in your feet. All right, here you go. You see what I'm saying? But yeah. But I'm gonna say in that real estate, that you know, it's I don't know, it's crazy. Some crazy stuff going on. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, some crazy stuff going on. That is the thing that I hear. If you could live in a country and you get all that good treatment, like housing and all that other stuff, that's good. Yeah, that's good for the cost, I guess. Making this rotisserie chicken now, man, a whole lot of stuff going on, a whole lot of shit going on, but yeah, you know, that's crazy. I don't know what he was thinking. Uh, and, I don't know. It's what I'm saying, like crazy. All and all this, even Stephen A. turned on him. You know what I mean? Boy, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. They're making sure they're doing everything and him not getting the like Shannon Sharp got Holly's homies like and nobody want to be beside and that's crazy. And I just think it's crazy. You know what I mean? Real talk. I think he was trying to throw people off because I think he knew I think he knew they knew about it because man, he was remember he said he liked young men, young boys. So You know what I mean? I think he was trying to throw people off when he said that. So, yeah, man, it's messed up. Damn. You know what I mean? Patricia, whole motherfucking freak. That's what I'm saying? Yeah. It'd be crazy. Man, it's crazy. I said that's what they do to y'all. Play by the game. That's how you know what I mean? And man, yeah, they I think they're about to when I was the one that said this though, if they don't get him off ESPN, yeah, other people gonna complain and people's already complaining. But why should it be off there? You know what I mean? Because she what they call it? I don't know. She is OnlyFans, and y'all. As I said, a lot of y'all are pimping these girls. Whoever this OnlyFans site, y'all the biggest pimp in the world. I tell y'all, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Y'all should be a part of y'all self ashamed. Have 19-year-olds. You're not even doing that shit, man. Y'all crazy. Same people that give you a tour.
Yeah,
Same people
people
give
got
yo.
people got to stop paying for pussy.
Yeah, the same people. That's what I'm saying. The same people give y'all the tools. They're gonna set y'all up. Y'all keep falling for it. You know what I mean, real
Say
talk.
that again. Say that again.
The same people
I'm
who
glad
give y'all the tools is the same people setting y'all up. Y'all falling for it.
Message.
You know what I mean?
Message.
The same people give y'all the tools is the same people setting y'all up.
Message.
It is crazy. That's why I'm like, damn, why would y'all want to go eject and even get your mind, even as a single man and you got that much money, don't get your mind eject in that because they gonna know you log on. They have these smartphones. That's why these phones are like $2,000, $1,000. You know what I mean? Because like people gotta understand they setting you up, bro. They setting you up. Jadakiss said this a long time ago. Why would you want to be on them and set them putting all them young girls on and set you up? You know what I mean?
Message.
You say that, oh yeah, she you know what I mean, she's illegal or like she's overage, but when you see what I'm saying, so y'all gotta know that's what I'm saying. I'm setting y'all up. When you're shot and shot, y'all should, you know what I mean? You should know better. You know what I mean? Real talk. You see what I'm saying? But that's why a lot of y'all think y'all ego. I'm this person, I'm that person. Man. You know. Not everything is what they say it is. But I'm saying real talk. Not everything is what they say. Not everything is what they say it is. They be lying. They be lying. They be lying. Setting people up. Y'all been letting them help y'all, setting y'all up. It's crazy. It's been crazy too. It's been over here. It's been crazy shit. Been crazy. Like the last couple of days over here, it's not been crazy too, boy. Like 2 days ago, a whip got pulled over. You know what I mean? This 16-year-old, 15-year-old, and 20-year-old coming out of the car, right? You hear me? You know what I'm saying? It was a traffic stop, red Infinity. So now, the driver gets up because they didn't have proper plate. You know, he takes out the girl. So now he's about to take out the 16-year-old. The 16-year-old start blazing, bro. You know what I mean? So now they start shooting inside the car, and he got you know what I mean? He got analyzed on the spot. And then today, again this morning at the airport, there was an altercation. I don't know why people bring gun at the airport. You know what I mean? And I think the police, they're gonna get in trouble for all these things too, because we gotta understand why is people bringing guns to the airport? Why, you know what I mean? And they they analyze him too at the airport. Like you could look that up at the Toronto Pearson Airport. You know what I mean? Shooting. It's crazy. Wow, I'm not like the fuck is going on. That's what I'm saying. Once they see that gun, I guess they popping you. I don't know. I don't know, yo, but that's what it seemed like to me. But I'm just thinking, some of y'all kids don't need to be here with no guns, yo. Real time. Don't need to be with no guns. Real shit. Y'all gonna come out and see police and do all that shit. That's what I'm saying. Times gonna change because some of these kids ain't that smart. Like, yes, they got the strap, but they're not smart like how some of these people are. Some people shouldn't have certain. I don't like. Certain people have certain things to talk. Not gonna lie. Just for talk. These kids these days, like, damn, they're just trying to be anybody, any. Crazy world out there. Serious world. Gotta watch what you're doing. If you get yourself set up, if you're out here talking down on people and trying to expose people, you know what I mean? And they out here doing because, you know what I mean? There's two types of group of people out here. And we know that. People that are like shining sharp, and there's other people out there too that will say, yeah, he talked too much. You know what I mean? You trying to expose what we're doing, and oh, we got him. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is, to me, is, the same thing. Right. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Time and time again, I see one some people only have they side of the story. I just think it's funny. My bad. I was fucking wrote this stupid chicken and shit. Smoke it.
Shit, shit getting crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be this summer. This summer though. This summer, I know many people already doing is they're gonna save a lot, and nobody want to spend nothing. Too much stuff.
Yeah, that's why.
And that's why a lot of people don't really say, you know what, all right, yes, this price going up, and it's all over the world. People saying if we're gonna have a trade war, we're just not gonna spend no money. You know what I mean? And that's a good thing for everybody. You'll save your money. You ain't gotta, you know what I mean? Everybody should be able to save their money.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on.
Everybody should, you know what I mean? Everybody should be able to save their money. Real talk. You're gonna have one of those. Just frick, you save your money. What they gonna do? Tell you to spend your money? No, save the shit. When you get out of because we have, there's a couple of times when we talk about we talk about people say Great Depression and we said, yeah, I believe we're on a Great Depression right now. Believe it or not. That's what I said. Mm-mm-mm. It's good to know what you know and it's good to do what you do. You know what I mean? Everybody's good at what they do. You know what I mean? It's when you know people want you to do what they want to do. That's when you kind of like mess up and lose focus in what you want to do. Jamaica, we said them things that are ready. Can't be ready. Oh shit! The NFL draft is on today too. What's that?
Yes.
NFL draft. It's a countdown. It's a countdown.
I think the draft is this weekend.
What's that? Say it again.
I think the draft is this weekend.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I seen the commercial yesterday.
Right. Man. I guess it's a countdown. You know. But yeah. Shit shining. I don't know, dog. I don't know what to say. Is you know, is them people they was coming at you should know them people was coming at you because you know you had a you know what I mean they know they're like hold on this nigga trying to create a black TV show. is, is what I'm saying? Hey, come on, food stamp. He should. You know what I'm saying? Y'all
Wow.
got, yeah, y'all got all them people up there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, can't be that wild. You gotta be calm down. Trying to you know. But yeah, we know that girl line. 'Cause if there wasn't a relationship, regardless how we want to see him, the age amount, whatever, but it wasn't a relationship. Only thing we can say, yeah, that nigga a freak. You know what I mean? Real shit. Only thing we can say, yeah, that nigga a freak. Something definitely wrong with that nigga. That nigga have some type of, I don't know. They gonna be crazy. They gonna be crazy. But for Shannon though, I hope he's been only talking to that young woman. What do you call it? You know, I hope it was just that. Shit, man. I hope it was just that. You know, it was just they just met. I hope they better be. Shit, man. You out here looking crazy. I'm not gonna lie, dude out here looking crazy, crazy, crazy.
You be paid for that.
And you know,
You gotta get paid for that.
I'm gonna, I'm gonna say why I said that because his show. He was talking about other people and what they say. You start talking about exposing people and acting like that. That's why they kind of told him like low key. You know what I mean? And that's why he kind of switched his show up. Like, you see, he on the road now. He not really. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. Crazy. I'm like, damn. Jen, come on, come on, come on. No, no. What's going on in my camera, girl? Your music. What's wrong with you? Jeez. But yeah, man, oh man. dude, he is. They're trying to toast him. They trying to toast him. They're trying to toast him.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right before he get 100 million. Yo, there's always a scandal. That's crazy. You notice they give Stephen A. his 100 million, no problem. You know what I mean? So I'm like, damn, that right there, niggas should have known that they was gonna give two black men on the same TV station 100 million. Come on. Come on. You got two niggas on the China with 200 million. Jen, please, princess. Stop. You think you think your team gonna win? You think they're gonna beat Detroit tonight?
Who's this?
The Knicks.
The Knicks?
Yeah.
Where they playing?
Okay. In Detroit.
Detroit. They probably could win. What's the series at?
Tied up.
Tied up? Damn.
Yeah.
I went to the virtual game, but there was like $600 a seat, man.
Tied up, dog.
2-2?
Yeah, they won one apiece.
Oh, so 1-1.
Yeah. And
Alright.
they in Detroit.
So they probably lose, you know, because I like to think of home court advantage. You know, I'm not a hater and shit, but they could lose today and hopefully come back home and get it back.
Knicks gonna win tonight, man.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
No, I'm telling you. Knicks winning this game tonight, bro.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't been betting in a while. I wanted to take a break to my birthday. Next weekend, kid. There's gonna be some good fights all weekend. Friday, there's boxing. There's gonna be out here in Times Square. There's gonna be Friday's gonna rain. Friday's gonna rain. The boxing event that was gonna be in Times Square. I don't even know if it's gonna be popping. But yeah, Devin Haney was gonna fight some dude. Ryan Garcia was gonna fight Romero, whatever his name is, the Romero kid. And Temofingo, whatever his name is, gonna fight some other dude. But they're all fighting for belts. And then Saturday is the Canelo fight. And then on Sunday, it's some Japanese dude fighting for a belt. So the whole weekend's gonna be lit for boxing.
Yeah, so it's gonna be lit in boxing next week.
Next weekend, yeah. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the one that's happening on Friday, depending who wins, if Devin Haney wins his fight, and if Ryan Garcia wins his fight, they're gonna give them the rematch in Las Vegas sometime this year. But the thing is, they have to win their fights to next Friday in order to get the rematch. That's the fight where Ryan Garcia beat the heck out of Devin Haney. So that's gonna be two good fights to look out for.
Right.
You know, everybody want to see that rematch, man. Because Ryan Garcia, you know, he kind of beat him up. It'd be a good fight if Devin Haney get the comeback fight and beat him.
Yeah.
But then if he loses, honestly, and Ryan Garcia wins, Ryan Garcia can say, "Listen, I beat him this time, and I beat him the first time, but y'all took it off his record. If I beat him now, and y'all drug test me, and there's nothing in my system, I should get that other win back, and they should give it him, you know, they should give it him back because If he beat him now without the so-called steroids or whatever they said he took, then what does that tell me? Can it tell me that the first fight, them and Haney did lose, and it wasn't the steroids? But let's see. Hopefully, that rematch does happen. And then that Tank Davis versus, I think they want to run back to Ryan Garcia with Tank Davis.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know. I really don't want to see that. I want to see Tank Davis in that last dude he fought. Frank, I think his last name is Frank. Because that's the only guy that I think could beat Tank Davis. So that's a rematch I want to see too.
Oh, they have a Tim Hortons in Detroit? I lie. I didn't know that. Yo, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
what?
They have a Tim Hortons in Detroit. I'm looking at that shit right now.
Oh, the game about to start?
No. I'm looking at it. And I'm said I didn't know they have a Tim Hortons in Detroit. That's why I told people like Donald Trump putting tariffs on this shit. Some of it was fake because Americans own Tim Hortons. They're not Canadian brand no more. You know what I mean, a lot of people don't. That shit is owned by Burger King. You know what I mean, we don't own that shit. It's owned by Burger King. Americans bought that out a long time ago. Yeah, that should be crazy. I thought you'd have been betting on the game already, Food Stamp.
Say that again?
I thought you'd have had your bets already.
Oh, no, I took a break. I'm saving it for next weekend. It took like what? It took like a month off. I wasn't placing no bets. So I know that whole weekend is going to be boxing. I like my boxing. So I got something for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Plus, I'm going to the Yankee game that Saturday. So I got something lined up for that day. I wanted to go to the next game at nighttime, but they wanted like 700 a seat. I was like, man, and the seats weren't even all that good. The thing was, like, I'm not paying damn near what, like 1,400 for some bad seats. I don't think it's worth it. But yeah, let's see what happens.
New York just gotta be calm.
Yeah,
I like how they're playing right now.
but they got it though. They did good last year. Hopefully they keep that.
Oh, sure. Bronson got a favorite foul.
Oh, for what though? What he do?
He poked the nigga in his eye.
On purpose?
Yeah, he was trying to block the shot.
Oh.
Yo, but you know what? I don't like that. And I'm gonna tell you, Food Stamp, I don't like that. If the player do it by accident, they should not. They shouldn't be. I don't know. I think it should be a regular foul. I don't think it should be a favorite foul where that puts the player in danger. I just think.
Nah, yeah, I think I can see if he does it, like, let's say if he does it every so often, like if Bronson was known to poke people in the eye, then okay, flagrant foul. But if it never happens and this is like once in a lifetime for him, regular foul, bro.
Right.
Like, bro. Like let's say a perfect example, Draymond Green. You know the guy's known for getting technical fouls. So you expect him to get a technical foul in any game that he plays. You feel me? So you're gonna be ready. All right, he's a troublemaker. You're gonna be ready. I'm gonna give him a tech if he wild out. Again, if he don't normally be poking people in the eye, just give him a regular foul. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. But they do be saying that refs be cheating.
Yeah, I don't know. I think certain. I don't know some God, but I don't know. I think they made it like that. Oh, I think they made it like that.
You seen what they did to Aaron Judge?
Who?
Aaron Judge on the Yankees, the baseball player.
No, what they did?
Yo, homeboy hit a home run, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was clearly a home run. They called it a foul, and he didn't get that. They basically took away his home run, bro. Mind you, it's on videotape. They rewinded it and all that. It's
You
clear.
know why though? Because they don't want people winning money. That's always playing with the lotto, yo. That's why I don't play with that shit. They're scammers, yo. They the big scammers.
Imagine you had him that night to hit 2 home runs.
Yeah, bro.
That
That's
was his second home run.
yeah, that's what they do, yo. Yeah.
Yo,
If I tell you it's a scam, bro. It's a
yo,
scam.
you,
It's a,
I feel bad if anybody had him for plus
yeah,
1 home runs.
yeah, you lose. Look much. Think about how much money you're losing. My next going. Yeah. I know. The next is gonna win. I know. I know you're riding with the Knicks all the way. Eh?
My next gonna be the
Yeah,
Pistons.
I know they're gonna advance. They're gonna go. They're gonna get there. You know what I mean? They gonna go on. But they got to beat Boston though, and Boston beat Orlando's a good team. And Jason Tatum is injured that one. They're doing real good without Tatum on the floor. I mean, Boston. I always tell people like Jalen Brown. You know what I mean? He's that guy, but you know what I mean. People always think I'm talking crazy. Jalen Brown that guy. Jason Tatum just gets that. You know what I mean? Because he's more of like, oh yeah, I kind of like yes man. You know what I mean? Yes sir. Don't say shit, but that's why they don't really they say Jalen Brown, but that's a lot.
That's sensitive there though.
But yeah, but think about how much money. Think about how much money though. Food stamp. That person lost on that bet. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
he definitely was.
Lost on that bet, bro. You know what I mean? Think about it.
I would have had him for at least if I seen that game. I would have probably bet it ever. Yeah, for him to get plus 1, so at
Yeah,
least two,
yeah,
and I would have lost. Definitely would have lost.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It'd be crazy because, man, you know, bro. I'm telling y'all, this, uh, this, this game right, this playoffs is as I said, these teams are playing. I don't like if they was playing like this. I know somebody must have told them something, but they was not playing like this in the regular season. But the Knicks are gonna win. You know what I mean? The Knicks are gonna win. The Knicks, they're definitely winning this. Detroit good. I can't lie. Detroit good, but Detroit gonna be like, you know what I mean? They gonna need a couple more pieces. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. They will win, but probably next year. We'll see. New York will definitely. I mean, Detroit will definitely be one of those teams next year, but not with this New York team. This New York team is too smart. They kind of like low key play with you, and I believe they will bring Boston to a game 7 as a bet. You know what I mean? I believe they got a lot. They got a lot. I believe all that. And Shannon Sharp has been CNN just fired. Breaking news. Shannon Sharp just got fired from ESPN. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's official now. It's official. He just got fired from ESPN 10 minutes ago. What? Yeah.
What about his podcast? He still got his podcast?
You mean what they gonna do? Take that away from him?
Yeah, even if they do, he can start his own.
Huh?
I said, even if they do, he can start his own.
I mean, come on, they can't take that away from him. But can they? I don't think so. You think they could take his thing away from him?
The podcast? They could.
I don't think so. You know, I don't think so. I don't think they could. You know, what do you call it? That's his own club, unless those guys. Just, I know Club Sheshe is his thing, right? That's not their thing. I mean,
It could be like
he makes more money off his show anyway.
but it could be like the Adam 2 situation. Like no jumper is not Adam 22 show. He's just like the host on the show. If it makes sense, so he might be on that YouTube channel, but I'm pretty sure like they could probably take it away from him or tell him to step down. Because there's more than one person that's running that show. He's the act. But I'm pretty sure he got somebody like just running it. But he can start his own. To be honest, he already got the following. People follow him, so you can go on YouTube or like Twitch or something.
That is to me is great. I knew that was gonna happen though. I knew that was gonna happen. And did you see how fast? Yo, did you see how fast Stephen A. turned on him? And who's that?
Say that again.
Did you see how fast Stephen A. Smith turned on him, bro? Yeah,
He has to. He has to. That's the only way he keep his job.
That's crazy, though. Nah, yo. That is crazy, bro. That is crazy, dog. That's crazy. So you're telling me, food stamp. You're telling me you get yourself in trouble. And I gotta be like, as soon as, man, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. That is crazy, crazy. Hang on, I'm not gonna talk about it, but he said he has to talk. He said you will talk about if you talk about your family member. If no food stamp, you said if that happened to your family member, you would talk about them though. You know what I mean? Working with them, that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta watch. That's what I'm saying. We gotta watch what we say sometimes because you know what I mean. Those things are like crazy. That to me is crazy, yo. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, you were talking about his homie like that. He's acting like everything. I'm not doing my homie like that, yo. Straight up. Until everything is out. That shows you that, you know what I mean? As a type of man, he would take money for anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, everybody got a price.
I'm saying it's crazy. That is I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a video about that tomorrow on my sports channel. It's crazy. It's situation now is very. You know what I'm saying? Stampede is getting. Because you know what's more gonna come. More stuff are gonna come. As I said, once you hear a 4 or 5 person, you better believe more people are gonna come. Not about 3. You know what I mean? I heard there's 3 more person. They got 2 more women. They're crazy. They're crazy. They're crazy. Yeah. But yeah, he just got released. He just got fired, yo, from it's breaking news. The boy Shannon Sharp just got himself taken off ESPN because he was trying to get some OnlyFans coochie. Yeah. I gotta talk it like how it is, Unc.
Oh shit.
Yo, listen, man. It's crazy out here, man. That nigga said he was gay.
Who said that? He said he was?
And them niggas said he was gay, yeah. And this nigga
Oh yeah.
from left to right. You know what I mean? This nigga fucking everything. This nigga fucking everything. God, pardon my language. My bad. This nigga effing everything. You know what I mean? He effing everything. Yeah. Like I said, don't let them person them bags fool you, yo, because I know niggas like him just like that in Jamaica, rich niggas. You know what I mean? Because you see the niggas that got money, that you see Jamaican niggas walk around. You see the niggas that got money in Jamaica, they're just like him. And they got a lot of hoes. You see what I'm saying? A lot of girls, bro. You know what I mean? Real shit. Because you gotta understand, when you are a certain man, like even like when you're a certain age, people expect you to dress different in certain things, and people, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's crazy how they be dressing like that with they tight and they funny purses and they be getting all the girls though. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, yo, Shannon Sharp just lost 100 million. He don't care. You know what I mean? He made that anyways off YouTube. They just mad at him because they didn't want to give him an extra 100 million, knowing that he already made that off his own interview. You see what I'm saying? Off that viral interview. Because he made that about that on that interview. 100 million. Believe it or not. Yeah. He made that off that YouTube. YouTube had to give him that check. You think they're not mad? They're like, oh, we gotta calm this nigga down. You know what I mean? He gonna get a bigger check off of us. Oh wow. You know what I mean? Yeah. Damn. But yeah, the breaking news, Shannon Sharp got released from ESPN, and no longer is gonna be working with Molly and Stephen A. You've been no longer trying to, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Stephen A. You should feel safe now. You shouldn't feel threatened no more. You see what I'm saying? You shouldn't feel threatened no more. You shouldn't feel that. You know what I mean? This nigga gonna take your girl because at one point they was like, yo, Molly was falling for Shannon Sharp, like, you know what I mean? So Stephen A., you're good now. Go.
Yeah, chef, I'll be right back, bro.
Yeah, but yeah. It's he's officially gone, you know. He's officially gone. He's officially gone. Officially gone. You know what I mean? So he did that to himself though. He wanted some OnlyFans coochie and you over there and like, you know what I mean? And it's crazy. But back in the days, the man, you know what I mean? Oh, y'all girl just, you know what I mean? That's what I'm telling you. Y'all gotta stay. Y'all getting set up. You know what I mean? Real shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Real talk. Y'all going on these sites to get set up. You know what I mean? Y'all going on these sites to get set up, y'all. And y'all OGs is sad because y'all falling for it. Y'all falling for it. The Detroit and the Knicks, yo, they going on it like the bad boy and they going on it like back in the days, yo. They out here, yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're out here. Yeah, they're out here going wild. Up in the town. Wow. Make you some pasta, okay? Ireland in the wrong town.
You open it?
Yeah, give me a second. Open it. I didn't open it. Princess. Ireland in the wrong town. Ireland in the wrong town. Yeah, but Detroit playing though, they playing. I mean, it's been a while since they've been in the playoffs. But they playing right now. They swinging. They trying to put everything on the Knicks. Knicks, they gonna win this game. It's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight, but they got this. They gonna win this. But yeah, you know, the club Shay Shay, that's his. You know, I'm gonna see if they're gonna fire him off that and put someone, but you know, I don't know. And he's got his nightcap, so he don't really need. And he makes numbers anyway, so he don't really need. So now I'm saying they need him. That's why they came to him. So, you know, yeah, they needed him, so that's why they came to him. So I don't know. In a way, it's crazy. It's just that they took his 100 mil. That's all. And you're gonna have to do without a bag. But who put himself in that situation? Shannon. Nobody did. As I said, when he got that text from that girl, you should leave her alone. And you should have been like, oh no, bad news. Should have been like, bad news. Bad news, bad news. And so you should have been like, bad news. When you fell for these things, you know, hey, you not, now look, went from 10 mil to losing 100 mil. Hey, gotta be careful, man. I gotta stop buying the coochie. You know what I mean? Because even when you're paying for it, you're getting in trouble. Even when you pay for it, you're getting in trouble. So you gotta, is it really worth it? Y'all are crazy. You know, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. Is it really worth it? You know what I'm talking? Is y'all buying the coochie? I said the only fans is the pimp and making all these girls doing whatever they want. They're all going to lock up a nigga when he out with two. You know what I mean? Got all the juice on. Even though my bad, I can't say that they got it. You know, they created that. Here we go again, talking over my head. Yeah, been crazy. It's wild, absolutely wild. Ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, it's wild. Okay, here goes RL. Damn, what up with it? What's up with it, family? You can hear me? You're on mute. RL. You hear me? What's going on with him? You can come back. What's going on? Shit must not be working. Camera not working. Let me hear what he said. Hold on. Let me see what he said in the back chat. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I changed my name on the channel. I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know, man, you crazy. Yeah. Try to change my name. People still follow me. I mean, it's not. I'm gonna go to subscribers only to see who's really following me around. They just give us a new thing where we can check people who not. You know what I mean? Who people who are not sub. They watch. You know, like some must have been on the mobile or something. Mobile phone. I was really, I didn't really look at it. I kind of seen a little bit, and I'm like, nah. Sometimes I don't really like to, you know, you know, every day is an update for YouTube. A roundup, update, roundup. I don't know, say roundup, update, same thing. Crazy. Always something going on, something changing. It doesn't matter. 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 Yeah, this is crazy. Crazy. Yeah, crazy way to lose your job. Imagine that. Imagine with a girl and she came back after y'all break up. You know what I mean? Even though food stamp says, yeah, grown women do it too, but how would a grown woman doing that then, you know what I mean? Some type of, but even then you'll still lose your job, so it don't matter who. I mean, yeah, yeah, it'd be crazy. I'm telling you. I be telling you, it'd be wild. It'd be wild. But Shannon Sharp, his career, his ESPN duties is over. No longer in full effect. No, yeah, it's over. It is over. It is over. I mean, he did that to himself, trying to buy some coochie after, the OnlyFans 19-year-old white girl. Y'all crazy. I'm telling you, crazy. I'm so sick with it. You know what I mean? Especially when I know people know what I do. I'm like, no. You know what I mean? Especially when I go these places. They'll be like, oh, and you such and such, we doing cater, and they be talking to me nice. I'm like, yeah, I gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. What happened there with Bronson? What happened there with Bronson? So yeah, it'd be crazy. Y'all grown ass man though. I'm sorry. At 50 something shouldn't be able to get yourself in them type of trouble. Like I'm saying, especially when you're and you have opportunities to make big money like that. Y'all know these people am I watching y'all. Once y'all get to them numbers like that. Oh, they definitely they trying to, you know what I mean. They're gonna be like, oh, we like you, we gonna pay you. You know what I mean? When you do this for us, you're doing it for us. I mean, shit, they already make, even though they already make more than that already, they still don't want to pay you. So I tell you, ain't nobody want to pay nobody. So people got to watch what they do in real life too, even at your job. Not only the media, the rich people. You see what I'm saying? The only thing, only the rich people. You know what I mean? You yourself, your job, your business. That's why I said it's very very hard to move around, do anything like what you really want to do. How people were doing it before, because what? Man, I'll tell you. Very hard, people. Very hard. That's crazy. I know there wasn't no fire shining sharp there because they said 2 days, and then Dan said, nah, they gonna let him go. That's what they do. I mean, it's like a regular job. When they gonna let you go, they give you 2 shifts, 3 shifts, and then 1 shift, and then next thing you're not in the schedule. You're fired. You're gone. I mean, I'm saying, oh, I mean, you gotta do that to yourself, Getting a bag like that, that's what you're doing. bag and this is what you're doing. You're a bag and this is what you're doing. You get money like that. Not supposed to be getting money like that and messing up. I'm getting money like that, I'm good. You know what I mean? Too busy to be fucking with no motherfuckers. I'm out with, you know what I mean? That y'all need to understand. Y'all need to understand. When y'all, these superstars, I should say, and that's everybody in general. You know what I mean? Y'all these girls, and you got all this much money. You know what I mean? Oh, listen. They know somebody else want off your lawyer want to eat too. Yeah, they gonna definitely come at you, come for you for that bag. So you gotta watch yourself. You gotta watch yourself on that. You gotta watch yourself on that. Like that. Crazy. I know, but man. So niggas gotta, people gotta start watching themselves, yo. I mean, y'all know who they coming after the most. They come after everybody, but y'all know they come after the most. You know what I mean? Because that's what I'm saying. Shannon Sharp was entertaining, and now it's just like, yeah. I mean, they laughing like, This is what everyone's gonna do and what who's gonna do what. Yeah. I mean, man, it's gonna be a really, let's see what goes after this. What's next for him? What's he gonna do next? You know, what's he gonna say about the firing? You know what I mean? Is they gonna cancel his club, Shay Shay? Like what? Man, he got himself in some history. Real messed up stuff. Yeah, it's looking terrible on your boy for this one. I ain't gonna lie to you. Ain't nobody, I'm gonna tell you, low-key, ain't nobody really want to stay at ESPN like that after all. Everybody else always go anyway. Like, people always come and they go. You know what I mean? That is me. What I see, even though without they get in trouble, they always end up leaving anyway. And yeah. But man, what a way to go out. What a way to go out. Damn, Shannon. Damn. Oh, my bad. Let me let you back in. You back? You good?
Yo, what up,
Yo,
Chef?
all right. Yeah. What's up? What's up, yo? Yeah, my bad. I had to change my name, yo.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, I
Because,
saw.
yeah.
I thought you stopped going live, but
Yeah?
I,
Yeah, nah.
yeah, I thought you stopped going live because I guess I the channel changed and I looked it up
Yeah.
and I wasn't seeing it wasn't popping up
Yeah.
on my searches
Yeah. That's why you got
because
that's why I'm,
I have a YouTube,
yeah.
but I can't log into it through the app because
Yeah.
I can't remember the password, but it's saved to my Safari, so
Yeah.
I'm only able to log on through StreamYard. So
Yeah.
I have to search your name by typing it up. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
what up? What up?
Yeah. I changed it, yo. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had to change it for a reason because other people's out there has, just crazy. Just so they could do whatever they want. I'll wait. But what do you think about Shannon? He got fired from ESPN.
Today
Yeah,
is this official?
yeah, it's official. Like he got fired today.
Can you show me something that says it's official?
Look
Can you
it
pull
up.
it up or
Look it up. I don't want to get copyrighted. Look it up.
okay, all right.
It's there. It's
Damn.
there.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, yeah, it's there. I'm dead
Man, I
serious.
gotta pull over and look at this.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
You tell me your thought. I'm gonna look this up. Tell me what I want to hear what you have to say about this, man.
That's crazy, isn't it? You see how crazy that is, Ara? You know what I mean? Boy, he did that to himself, though, bro. He did that to
Okay,
him.
it says what I'm reading on Fox News. It says he's temporarily stepping away.
Nah, but they really that they lying. They released him. They
Yeah.
released. They released. Him. Come on, yo. They released. They always say that.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you know, they know if you know what's coming, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Even though you might try to beat them to it, it's just they're gonna look like it was gonna release. It was gonna release you anyway because they only started scheduling you for 2 shows, but right there and then you know they was gonna release. You know what I mean? Just think about it. You're working, you're driving, and you're doing all this Uber, right? And you're doing all whatever. Next thing you know, you got in trouble, and they give you 2 days. You already know what time it is. You see what I'm saying? You already know what time it is.
Wow, that's wild. That's uh I haven't looked into detail, but I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean? Yeah, you think it's a shake? You think it's a shakedown?
Yeah, because if she liked him, then this wouldn't have happened if she liked him. If she truly liked him, or unless that's how he. I don't know. I don't. Because I don't. Shit. The media's not gonna be on his side, so it's a white girl. She's younger than him. It's yeah.
I don't know, Not right. That's
They're saying temporarily he's done. Like
he's done,
just like you said, I think he's done. It's
Yeah.
and then it might come out that this white woman is related to someone in top of some executive or something or whatever.
He's done, yo. Hold on. He's done because, as I said, well, he's smart for that though. For like, just kind of like, what do you call it? Just kind of like be with it like that, but still, that looks. What I say, that looks away on him. That looks away on him, but I'll tell you this.
You were going in and out.
Hold on, mix that one. That's it, and then it looks away on him. Like, it looks some type of way on him. I can't lie though. You know what I mean? Real talk. For a man his caliber, yo, he shouldn't be. You see what I'm saying? None of that.
I mean, but
But you gotta remember, he 56, yo. You can't. You
well,
know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
but I don't really care about his. For me, I don't care about his age, and I don't care what he does behind closed doors. But when you when you have to use that to expose somebody to get ahead or to
And take
in a
their
legal
money.
battle.
Yeah.
In a legal battle, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I would just rather want to. I would rather want to see pictures of her neck, like with his arm, you know what do you call it? When someone has your hands around your throat for a long time, and you can see their handprints. I would have liked to seen that first before him just talking about choking her. I would like to have seen like proof or a little evidence. I know that is evidence, but
Yeah.
they always do. They always got to do the tapes on us. That's why
Right.
I mean I'm with Shannon Sharp, but then again I don't know. He could have been choking the shit out. I don't know. It's just, you never know. Or like you said, it's a shakedown. What do you think?
Yeah, that right there. So that's what I'm saying. I don't believe the R part. That's R part is just ridiculous. You hear me? You know?
Yeah.
Because you know why she mad though? She mad because remember when the sex tape got released of him and they said he was gay and then like, oh, I guess he's not gay no more. She was mad because of that. That's when she went and made a report. You know, she made a report around them times because, you know, she's mad and, you know, because she said, oh, you cheated on me. So, you know what I mean? Basically, when I was calling you, you neglect me and then you went and go do that. You know, that's why she made that report. For that sex tape.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
You hear me though? You hear what I said?
Yeah, she said she made a report.
Yeah, when remember that Instagram? That whole Instagram thing that happened with him?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, she mad about that.
But no one ever knew her name though. No one ever knew her name. No one ever knew what she looked like. No one. They never had any type of photos of who he was with until now. Like we've never seen who he's been with currently until now. So I mean that's for me it's the first time seeing it. I mean I know they never put. I mean I don't know if you've seen anything, but I feel like this is the first time since the as far as the second incident they put a face to the voice with photos and the name. But with the Instagram, they couldn't match who was who the they couldn't tell you who the name of the person was.
Yeah.
Wait, they said Michelle. He was saying Michelle. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't even think of who the girls because I'm driving, but I can't even think of the girl's name. Do you know who she might be?
Who?
You know who she is?
Who?
Uh, the girl that's accusing Shannon Sharp.
The white girl.
Yeah, what's her name?
I don't know.
Olive.
Oh yeah, I can't remember her name.
So
You said her name. I can't remember her name right now. Remember, she's an OnlyFans girl.
So I was gonna ask you because it's been a while. I was gonna ask you about the popes. Did y'all talk about that already?
Nah.
Oh, y'all didn't talk. Okay.
I didn't do the Pope because, you know what I mean? I already know the Pope, you know what I mean? The Pope was already sick, bro. He was already, you know what I mean? I know he was going to go. He had a long time. I mean, that.
But what do you think about those? You know how they said those frames? How they only built a certain amount of frames for a certain amount of popes, and there's no more left. So.
You saying there's no more left?
Yeah, there's no more frames left. So, like, I had someone who I was speaking with yesterday was telling me that, like, that means like the end of the world or end of times, because it was like prophesized, and it's like been written for years. And they've always had like the frames ready for each pope to come. But since this last one died, there was no frame set up. I mean, because they've already had them all set up, and that was it. So
Ain't nobody.
I get it was written. I was told it was written. I haven't looked it up, so I can't. I'm going off of hearsay. But I was thinking about that. I was wondering if y'all covered that.
Yeah, we never did that. I mean, we never did that. I'm not really. I mean, as I said, the Pope. They said that. Hold on, 1 second. They said that. JD. They said that. They said that JD Vance, he's the one that got the Pope analyzed. You know what I mean? They said he went in the room with the Pope and then everything was messed up. But as I said, the Pope was old, bro. He was sick. You know he was gonna go. You know what I mean?
You said who was in the? You said who's in the room?
What's his name? JD. JD Vance. Who that? The vice president.
Oh, okay. What happened? I didn't hear what you said.
Right after he visited the Pope died.
Damn.
Yeah, he was the only one.
He was the only.
That right there. I don't know. I can't say that's true or whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't know, but
that's some wild shit though. Like.
Yeah.
And it's crazy that they released the JFK files and we still haven't.
Yeah, see what going. Right? We haven't seen nothing going on or seen nothing. But that's what I'm saying, that you got to wait for a time, you know? It's not the right time.
Remember when we were talking about those New Jersey drones or whatever they were?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those. Those are just private drones. I don't know what they were. Those are just new technology the government was using. That's all. Getting us ready for certain things. That had nothing to do with no other Iran in those places.
Have you seen those Waymo cars in Toronto?
Waymo's car?
Waymo, like they're driverless cars. We got them in here in Austin.
Yeah, they have those over here.
In Toronto?
They probably have those in Montreal or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Toronto's a rich culture, so they're gonna have all that.
So what?
Yeah, but the Pope though, he's like, as I said, he was sick. You don't know the time he was gonna go. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
You seen all that? He was very 88. I mean, yeah. But I'm saying that's when certain people they go up at that time, like you know, on that.
So who's that guy you got on the back screen? Who's that guy that you got on the back screen?
The African leader.
What did he do?
He say no to Trump by not. Now he just giving free education and healthcare.
Okay. What country?
Not that. Not healthcare. Housing. He's doing good. That's why all them people are saying like, oh, we're richer than those guys. We should be doing that too. We should be getting that type of attention where, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All that stuff happened for us. You know what I mean? And this is a big thing right now. Apparently he's saying no to. You know what I mean? He's saying no to Trump. You know what I mean? But yeah, his name is Burkina Faso. And he as I said, he right now, they say he's doing good for his people. Burkina Faso, he making it free housing for the poor people. He what do you call it? And he only 35 years old, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he giving them free, and you don't have to pay for education.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he told Trump, no, like I can't come to America right now. I gotta build my country. You know what I mean? So we don't have that much. Real talk. So he mad because he said he's not coming to America. And they made it where because of the whole deportation, you know what I mean, he made it where now you American, you can't just go with a passport. You're gonna need a visa too. So all flying, in other countries with just a passport, you're American. That's not allowed no more. Especially in Africa, you're gonna have to have all your documents. You're getting sent back.
So are you a Canadian resident? Are you a Canadian citizen?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, and are you a dual? Are you Jamaican and
Yeah.
okay? Because I'm dual. I'm dual. I'm British and American.
Okay.
But I need to get my passport updated
We're in
just
America.
in case. Just in case.
We're British.
I was trying to go to either Central America or the Caribbeans. I'm not sure where in the Caribbean, but somewhere coastal.
Ah,
Would you go back or would you prefer?
I don't know. It depends. You know what I mean? I said right now it looks like the Chinese are just taking over and building whatever they want.
But I thought
You talk what? Are you Americans? Got
no,
Trump in there?
I thought Jamaicans were like good at business. I didn't think they would let the Chinese just
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. But you know why
take
though?
take shop and bring all their.
Uh-huh.
But is it a good thing though?
It's a bad thing because
It's a,
black people, they like that, man. And that's their fault, but they be busy ripping out people. They don't know when to say no. They let certain people control their business. That's their fault. I go down there and open a business. Ain't no Chinese gonna outdo me crazy. No way.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said if I go down there and open a business, ain't no Chinese gonna outdo me.
Yeah.
Maybe American. Like I said, the country's backwards because it's the Jamaican government why the Chinese people are doing that.
Yeah, because even with the sports, because I follow the Reggae Boys sometimes because
Yeah,
my mom's dad is Jamaican. I seen
yeah,
how that team is run, and I seen how they're not able to get the
right.
Jamaican players who are British, but they know that they can get those players, but they're not either they're not paying them or they're not going after them hard enough. Because I know I know the Reggae Boys got the talent to
Yeah,
at least make it to the World Cup, but they need to get those Jamaican British born players to come, or just Jamaican anywhere players to come play play for Jamaica. But I've seen like the president. I've seen how many turnovers on the managers. The reggae boys have had. It's wild.
Yeah. They're always gonna be good. They always, but I guess what you're saying, they need better management, right?
Yeah, better management. Yep. Or just management that we can stick with for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think from the last time I checked on YouTube, I think there's a new manager now. I think a white guy from England. I think a white guy from Germany or England. I'm not sure.
Which is kind of not better, but I don't know what happened. Now, as I said, that trust me, that's what I'm saying. But that's why you see this dude right here acting like this, because he don't want his country get like that. That's why he's like, saying, this is how we gonna live. Our government are gonna live like this. We're not gonna wear suits. We're not gonna buy the expensive stuff because we do that. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, give them free education. We got a government that like to look good, drive around a Mercedes Benz in a poor country. You know what I mean? And all that looks kind of terrible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Real talk, it looks terrible. Not gonna lie, it does. Yeah.
But it's still a beautiful place from what I've seen on YouTube.
Yeah, well, Africa, right?
Yeah, Africa and Jamaica.
Yeah, but Jamaica though, right? You see Jamaica, right? It's the real estate. That's why the Chinese they're doing that. The Airbnbs are down there by a lot of Americans, and now they're trying to low key put their business in there, like their car business. You know what I mean?
Like, are people going down there who do like digital marketing, or who are work online and then rent a space for a couple of months, bring business down there, and then leave whenever they make their money?
Yeah, that's what they do. They got these restaurants, and believe it or not, like they'll buy like a river that you could go to like 10 years from now. 10 years ago. They buy that shit now as a private riverside, so you can't even go there. If you go to your trespass, and you get locked up.
Yeah.
Now they got that shit. Yeah, yo. That's why you gotta that's why, but they can't do that to me though. I already got I'm not worried about that. Cause I know I'm part of in places. There's places I'm not gonna pay nobody, no fucking Chinese or white person to go in my country to go chill, go take a shower in the river. Is you dumb? Fucking stupid.
Right.
That's dumb. It's dumb. You build a house on an Airbnb beside a river, and then you're trying to tell me, oh, no, it's not. Like, come on. And then you make it a private river because it's beside your property. Where now the people them can't even walk on and take a shower. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all. You know what I mean? But look, before they came in, it was free for black people to do that. But that's why the Africans don't want them in their country. You know what I mean? Because they don't want the people them have to pay for their own fucking free water and river. You know what I'm saying? Think about that.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Ginger, move and stop saying that. So just think about it, yo. Pay, you have someone to come in your country, buy a property, and then they're gonna buy that river and say it's a private river when people used to come and take shower. You know what I mean? The rain falls in that river stream and run. Like, come on.
Right.
They're doing too much.
Yeah. No river is private.
That is stupid.
A river can be dangerous, but no river is private.
Right. You cannot say it's a private river in here. And you do your ad, and you say, oh, there's an Airbnb right here to rent RL. You know what I mean? And then beside you, but right over here, I'm giving you the tour. But I'm saying over here, we got a private river. You could go over here with your family, huh? What? Man, stop this, man. Stop this. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're messing up. That's why you see like people like, we'll get 20 million American and move out of Jamaica because they already know what the white people are doing down there, the Chinese people. And they're only doing that because they want farming and all that shit. And just now they're gonna try to control all the farmers. What? Messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying about Belize. I don't know if you ever been through there. Belize, have you ever been to Belize?
Belize, I heard you said something about that last time. I've been hearing about that. I think I heard about that last week too. Yeah, we're going now. You talking about where in Jamaica?
Not in Belize, the country.
Oh, the country. Oh,
Not Belize City, Jamaica, but Belize, like, because I feel like I'm in Texas. I feel like I could just drive to there
right.
from here, and it wouldn't be that bad of a drive. But
Yeah, man. But yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. Yeah. That's why I said
it,
that whole lot of stuff going on because people trying to. Jen, come over here. Go this way. Yeah, but a whole lot of stuff that they're doing underneath the quiet. You know, that's why they're like I said, half of the country is like basically, you know, the Chinese, and half of the country is basically the Kingston. I think the Kingston part. I don't know who owns the Montego Bay or who owns Kingston, Jamaica, but they both trying to claim. You know what I mean? Especially Trump. He having a hard time, man. Chinese people them. They over there. And it's true. They're down there selling cheap products. I'm not gonna lie. RL, they're down there selling cheap products. That's why people saying they're down there selling product, but people buying it. I mean, but we have you know it's crazy because I don't know they sold that gas station up because they didn't fund it, but then they give the Chinese people. As I said, the Jamaican government is the biggest pusher. He's the reason why they did that. I mean, he's a big part of that because he got money to like that. He allowed them people to take over the slowly. That's why if the American government don't move now, that's why there's terrorists on him because he is the reason why because of shit like that. You know what I mean? They're like that's what I'm saying. Crazy. People don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about in Jamaica, like they got 10%. You know what I mean? But that's why they got it on them because of what they going on. They crushing the American business with the Chinese people them done. The Jamaican government doing it. He's a big part. You need to go. That's crazy. You know I seen that shit. I was like, that's crazy. These guys are setting up shop, opening up their own. And how they get to do that shit, I don't know. But I'm not gonna lie, they've been had their own, you know, car companies and shit down there like that. The Japanese people, I mean, not only them because the Japanese is a big part of the country too. The Japanese is a big part of the country. I mean, they do more down there than the Chinese. It's just that people don't like because the Japanese people they will listen to her music. You know what I mean? You go to Japan, like people go to Japan and they have like reggae shows and stuff like that. People really don't care.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to Chinese,
I know reggae has effect.
yeah, but when it comes to Chinese people, though, it's kind of odd. They don't want to give nothing; they just want to take. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why people always like, oh my god. I mean, real talk, they don't really give you that much. They take more than what they're supposed to take. I mean, that's my problem. Real talk, they take more than what they're supposed to take. Act like they're giving you a deal and they're giving you something better, and you might have something, and next thing you know, that shit's broken. Like, you know what I mean? Like a year later, you know what I mean? Real talk. That's why sometimes I have to turn my TV off because I'm like, yeah. Especially when I get something, if I have something from China and it's made in China, I'm lit. You gotta you better use that shit or wear that shit and put that shit up for souvenir. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit might break. That shit might break. It's a fact. We all know that. We all know that. What I'm saying is, you know, they right now is, you know, I don't know. The Knicks right now, the Knicks is killing Detroit.
You said what?
The Knicks are stomping on Detroit right now. The New York Knicks.
What's the score?
66 to 53. Still, you know, a big game, but they
So Jamaica, have they started building paved roads, or they still got the same roads they've
No,
always?
no, they got highways, traffic
I
lights.
was okay.
They got they got, as I said, they got Airbnbs, they got hotels. So listen, so this is what they have. They have Pizza Hut, they have Double Double, they have not my bad, they got Domino's. I'm my bad. I'm not my bad. The Double Double is I think it's Canadian. But they got Pizza Hut, they got Domino's, they got Burger King, they got uh what else? They got Popeyes, got KFC, but people don't really fuck with Popeyes like that. They only fuck with KFC. I mean, but I think they got rid of the Popeyes that they put down there. I don't know, but yeah, pretty much. They got Chinese restaurants, they got Italian restaurants, they got Mexican restaurants. You know what I mean? All of that. You know what
So
I'm
is there a
saying?
lot of Asian people out there?
Yeah, yes. The Mexican. You think Puerto Rican? You got a lot of Puerto Rican restaurants. You got a lot of Mexican restaurants, but you got a lot more Puerto Rican and Dominican than Mexican. So, but you got a lot of Puerto Rican, a lot of Cuban, and especially a lot of those restaurants are there in
Well,
because they buy those guys too have moved to our country and buy their own little properties, but they don't do it like the Chinese. They make everybody do whatever. They just take care of their business. They don't try to take over everything, like make it like a river into a fucking island that everybody was going to and control it. You see what I'm saying? I'm done. I'm
yeah.
gonna do freaky weird ass stuff over there. Dumbass is like crazy. You know what I mean? That to me right there is crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. What's going on, bro? What's going on?
Have you seen Sinners?
No, I heard
Okay,
them people.
I
I
watched
heard
it today.
I heard them people was working real life voodoo witchcraft. I heard the one lady had a voodoo instructor. You know what I mean? When she was doing the one girl, a voodoo instructor. People them said they had on there to say.
You said what?
A voodoo instructor on the set of that movie. Like somebody that knows that tells you like a work witchcraft and voodoo and all that shit. They had them people
Right.
on the live set when they was doing that movie. You seen that movie though?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
Yeah. How was it?
yeah, I saw it. It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
I have to watch it again. It was good. It was. I had to see it in the movie theater, but it was good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. It's worth going to see. It looks like it's worth going to see in the theater. But I
Yeah.
watched it on a
Computer.
little iPad screen. So
Yeah. That shit's on it. That shit on be on the internet in 2 days anyway. So I'm not going to movies. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna wait for a while before I watch that. I'm probably gonna wait for like maybe. I'm gonna watch that from like 5 months from now. No, I'm gonna watch it right away. Maybe like I'm gonna watch it like maybe like the end of June or something. Maybe July. Maybe in August. I'm gonna watch it next time. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't know why. But yeah, it just I don't know. But if they really had live shit like that going on the set like that, yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
They really have they have voodoo instructors on the stuff like that. That shit is nothing to play with.
Yeah, it isn't. But I didn't know that until now. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. A lot of things like you don't know. You know what I mean? Until you know, you're like, oh yeah. You know what I mean? So it's I don't know, and that's what I'm saying. That's what you gotta understand. When something look too real, and you know what I mean, you gotta understand. You gotta act. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because remember, you don't have an audience when you're doing those things. It's just you, the director, and the actor. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they bring to you. It's just like when you the exorcism. You're doing that shit, and you're trying to cleanse your house. You might need to bring, you know what I mean, somebody that knows about it, like you know what I mean, a priest. So yeah. Kenzen, what's up with you? Why are you running around like that in my house? Doing all that? Yeah? Doing all that crazy stuff. What do you want? What do you want? It's crazy. Madness, yeah. But yeah, I heard it's a good movie though. I ain't gonna take nothing from it. I ain't gonna take it. I gotta wait for a while before I watch that. How long is that movie?
About 2 hours.
Yeah, see? Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to the theaters to see it, and that's gonna be in the theaters for a while. So I'm probably gonna wait till it comes out. It's gonna be on the internet somewhere before I see it. I'm not gonna watch that like that. I gotta watch that in my house. You know what I mean? Yeah, in my house.
But you
Oh,
know the way Ryan Coogler was talking about it, he said it was made for the big screen. So
yeah,
I have to go see it at least once because he said he made certain shots and
yeah.
you can only take in certain so much like in a small screen. Even though you might have like a big ass screen, but in a big even like IMAX screen,
Yeah.
he said it's worth. He made it just for that, like the
What movie
film.
is this?
So Sinners.
Oh, food
Oh
stamp.
yeah, that movie, crazy. That's the best movie I've ever seen
You said that's the best movie you ever seen?
so far. I can compare it to like theatrical movies, like I can put that up there with like a Titanic.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn.
because
I
what
just saw it today. I gotta watch it again, but I'm only seen it once. But I'm only
yeah
taking
my
it all in right now. But
my oldest daughter seen it 3 times already. I feel like seeing it again. It's just the way that movie. There's like a certain part of that movie. I don't want to say because I don't know who didn't see it or not, whatever. But it showed a lot. It showed a lot. You feel me? It showed a lot. Like whoever hasn't seen that movie, gotta go see it, man. That movie's definitely fire. Definitely worth the money.
yeah, you definitely didn't expect as far as the beginning. You you just didn't expect it to shift like that
Yeah.
out of
Oh
nowhere.
yeah. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. The
You know
way
what
it
I'm
set.
saying? If
Yeah. The
you
way it
know,
set. The way it segued to that aspect of people. Yeah. You wouldn't expect it in that type of movie or that type of setting. Again, you gotta see this movie for whoever hasn't seen it. Fire.
because there is a lot of messages. So I mean, I gotta watch it again. I gotta watch
Yo,
YouTube breakdowns too.
it's a lot of what's the thing? It's a lot of messages that we already know, but the way they emphasize it in the movie is like like you better be
Oh,
more aware. Be more aware now.
you were showing you got people been using witchcraft to get their way, and people been using all that stuff to fight certain things. They're saying that that's not just now.
Yeah,
Always.
they showed the little witchcraft aspect, but if you really think about it, from that time, it's already branching off and like a couple of years after slavery. So they right
But
there, they kind of right there they showing that kind of
witchcraft,
the roots of
witchcraft.
them.
Again, that movie. That's what I was going back to. What I was saying before that movie come out. What did I say? That's what we used it back in the days. They got to get rid of slavery. Is they use witchcraft to trick. You know what I mean? The slave master, right? I've been saying that. They used a little bit in that movie. Just I didn't like. I have to watch the movie because I hear you saying it's good. And I hear Ariel saying it's good, but I haven't watched the movie. But it's just I just don't like the whole thing of you know. I just don't like the whole demonic stuff. I mean, like that.
I understand your breakdown too. I understand. Like you said, it's witchcraft, and
Yeah, it's just when you
but
have a lot.
it's also a message in the film too. I feel like it is a message.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you how I know Mexican, Puerto Rican, and African people have said that they're working live witchcraft in that movie. And when they said that, and then I heard this girl was saying, oh, they had a live from the movie. They said they had to one of the actors they said they had a live voodoo priest up on them. Like real shit. They had a live voodoo priest that had to teach them a lot of stuff up there, like a voodoo instructor. Like, you know what I mean? That you know, that to me is just like, man, I could, you know, I don't know. But for them, I said that's nothing for us, but for the actors, like yo, they don't know what that could do to them in the long run. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all can open some doors and open some spells on yourself. You know what I mean? And that's what that does. If y'all don't believe in spells, who's time we believe in spells, right? And all that shit. And things happen. So, again, I didn't like the way it is because really and truly, you know, that's how the ancestors used that. That's why they said, oh, you know, Queen Nanny had spiritual power. I'm talking like from what I know from the Maroons, the Jamaicans, and all that, the story of Queen Nanny, how she got rid of you know, conquered the slave masters from the British. So look that up. That's taking ideas from that time, and I did not like that. I don't like that because, yeah, you got to tell the real story.
But what'd you say about they used
So,
witchcraft on the slaves?
so no, Queen Nanny, right, is used in voodoo to got rid of the masters, to trick them, right, to sidetrack them. Just, you know what I mean? And that's why I said they kind of perpetrate the maroon lifestyle in that movie. That's why I didn't like it. Like, you know, that's why I didn't want to watch it. But I don't know. That's why I still don't want to watch it. Yeah, some of that stuff, like, it's kind of like y'all took it from the maroon culture. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, you know, why couldn't we just make a movie about slavery and back in times where the black people used the witchcraft to fight off, you know what I mean, the slavery.
Yeah, but they only showed it like a little bit in the movie. It wasn't like, you know, drastic, showing a lot, but it showed a little bit of it. But
I understand, but once again, you know, this is why certain people, you know, certain things, African people, they get mad at certain things like that. Just like when they got mad at what do you call it, New Orleans for what they did, and I forgot what that shit was, but they did something and they did not like it because they twisted the story up. And nowadays, when you twist story up, you gotta watch when you twist it up. You know what I mean? Because like you don't know, they don't know, they just want to make money off of it. Yeah, I mean, they don't know the real, you know, things behind what they're doing. That to me, right? Yeah, like I said, I'll see it. I'll probably watch it, but I probably won't watch it anytime soon though. I just gotta see what's going on first. Certain things, yeah, it is me, and yeah.
Hey, do you drink clearly Canadian?
No, I'm just none of that shit.
Oh shit.
I don't drink none of that shit. One thing I drink is you know is either the American shit or the Jamaican shit.
So you don't drink sparkling water?
Yeah, I do. Like my girl would get like 4 or 5 of them. Then that's when I'll drink it. Like, you know what I mean? And she buys that shit all the time. She have like
How much is it cheap out there? Because that's my favorite drink, and they don't have a lot of those out here in Austin.
sparkling water. It's not that expensive. Not at all. You can get one big bottle. Sometimes you can go to the store and get one for like 99 cents. Yeah. Right? Hear what I said, Ara? I said you can get a sparkling.
Can you buy me a couple cases and send them to me?
Huh?
Can you give me a couple cases and send them to me?
Hold on. I'll have to see because you can get them. I get them at you get them at like yeah, I could probably do. I'll see what it is. Yeah, I'll probably get you send you somewhere you can order them because you know what I mean. You could probably get them at you know where you can find those at a drugstore. Like a
They
store.
don't have like it's not common to see those in drugstores.
Yeah, yeah, but
Out
believe me,
here,
yeah, believe you me,
yeah,
they're gonna be there.
out here
They're
you
gonna
don't
be
see
there in
them
the
in drugstores.
refrigerator. You know what I mean?
Huh?
And that's the best place to get them.
You said what?
Yeah, the sparkling water. I
Yeah,
mean,
you won't see them out here like that.
no.
No.
Yeah, we got them like that. You know, we got all that. Everyone, we got the sparkling water. We got the water with just the taste and the sparkle. You got the, you know what I mean? You got the, you know, you got all different kinds. Yeah. That's how I was shocked when food stamps like, damn, some places you go up in Manhattan, you're paying like what, $8 for water, $8.50. I said, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, $8 for water. That's too much. I'm not gonna lie. $8. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not paying that for no water. I'm walking down Brooklyn. I'm gonna buy my dollar water. Straight up. Your juice is in the room, man. Your juice is on your table, Janine. Your juice is on your table. It's on your table. Yeah. So that yeah. It There we go. It's crazy. I'm telling you, man. It's shining sharp. He got fired. I'm just trying to see what they're gonna do though. If they're gonna flag or they're gonna shadow ban his channel. Because you know they could you want that ESPN, you know, they might shadow ban his shit.
They might what?
Shadow ban his shit. Like it show. A blackball it show.
What?
Yeah.
Not with Stephen A. still there. I don't think they would do all. Nah, Stephen A. still carries the show.
Yeah, but I'm talking about his club Shay Shay.
Oh, Club Shay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. Damn, that'd be fucked up because he
Right?
always gets millions of views, like no
Yeah,
matter
bro. Yeah, I
who
mean,
he's
that's why I don't
interviewing.
think he cares
And he
about
gets good.
money. He gets good money off that. Real good money. He gets
But
millions.
he gets people you would you
Yeah.
want to see interviewed and you want to see answered.
Questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why they got him like that because they wanted to slow him down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because he was.
Yeah, because he was, you know, there's everybody out there like that. They want to slow that. They're like,
Yeah. Especially
Yeah.
since Cat Williams.
Yeah, the Cat Williams and the Monique. Cat Williams and
Yeah.
Monique did it. Cat
Yeah,
Williams.
that's it.
Cat Williams and Monique did it for them. They was mad. They're like, all right, we got these two motherfuckers. You
Yeah.
here. You know what I mean? That don't listen to us. He done got to interview the Twitter people and all that. Like, you know, Monique don't listen to nobody. You know, Cat don't listen to nobody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was it for them right there. They're like, damn, he brought these two people on the show that don't listen to us. Don't even. You know what I mean? So that was kind of like, yeah, you know. That to me was like, man, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy.
Yeah,
But,
it is.
you know, for you to lose your job of a OnlyFans coochie girl, that looks bad. You know what I mean? Real shit. It seemed like real talk. It's crazy. It seems like niggas just, man, y'all don't meet people in the mall and talk to them no
But
more.
if it's not real, then that's fucked up.
It's real, bro. She just mad because, listen, bro, the letter of saying she got, you know what happened? Like she called him over. He never went over. And then when he went over now and made his move, it's like, oh, I didn't want it this time. Why you never came this time? And, you know, get out of here. You already had thing with this girl already. So why you coming back to me like it's crazy, y'all? It's crazy, yo. I'm just saying. That's why y'all gotta know who y'all talk to. You know what I mean? Because when a woman is not gonna play with you. If she says she don't want to let you in, she's not gonna let you in. She's not gonna let you in and get you in trouble. That's between big difference between a woman and a kid. Like, you know what I mean? Real talk. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? I think a kid will play games. Especially when a kid said, when a girl said, what does that mean? You know what I mean? That's not a grown woman talk. You know what I mean? Real talk. So you got to know the caliber of, you got to put, you can't just talk. When you're an intelligent man or whatever, you smart like that, you can't be talking to people down. You see what I'm saying? He, as I said, and he low-key, it's like he low-key set himself up on purpose. You know what I mean? Because he didn't want nobody to think that he's gay. So he just said, I'm just going to take on allegations. You know what I mean? Real shit. Because no, you can't say he's, you know what I mean? He's the G word no more, right? No, he low-key took maybe you can't say he's gay no more. Maybe he took the, you know what I mean, the $100 million loss on purpose. You know what I'm saying? You never know. Because remember, he's the one that came on and showed the text message. He's the one that made nobody know who she is. And nobody never know who she is. And nobody never seen no text message. He's the one that, let's say, yeah, this is what y'all are holding back. You know what I mean? And showed everything. You know what I mean? Showed what she was saying. She sent him a picture tied up. She sent a picture tied up with, you know what I mean, with the you know what I mean, with the black D. You know what I'm saying? Trying to tell him come over right now and do this to me and all that stuff. It's all in the text. So all that's gonna come up in court. You know what I mean? And it's what I'm saying. It's not. It's just Jen. Really? I just told you that. Why you so rude, bro? Anyways, so all that's gonna come up in court because they're gonna be like, yo, why did you text him and all that? You know what I mean? And then what? He brought, and then he brought you gifts and all that to make up because of the whole thing. And they still release the tape, bro. You know what I mean? The crazy part, I guarantee when they released the tape, Shannon probably went and seen her after that, didn't? You know what I mean? And that's where the setup was. You know what I mean? Next time when he comes see you, tell him no. Even though you already just send him a text, send him all this photo. And then, you know what I mean? When he comes and he's going to go out anyways, and then, bam, that's where it goes. You know what I'm saying? If you're playing that freaky game, you're saying, this is how I want to be set up. This is how I want to get down. This is how I want to be tied up. And then now, you know what I mean? And this is how I want to be, I want to be choked like this. And when he's saying that to you, you making it look like it's unwanted. That's why I say they gotta watch themselves. And these men set themselves up with these tools, yo. Shannon Sharp should have never been on an OnlyFans, bro, acting like that. I'm sorry. I have nothing against what he's doing. He's a grown man. What I said, you know what I mean? They made it a late age like that, but at the same time, they should be rethinking if they're making if they gonna look at a man. Don't worry, this girl off this. That's what she did her last one. Look. She gets in trouble. It's my daughter. And she gets in trouble. She does not. She thinks it's the end of the world. Man, that's the thing I'm having to boys and girls. Boys, I understand when they get in trouble, but girls is like they gotta cry. They gotta act like you're doing something for them. It's crazy. This girl does not want to get off the phone, It's my bad. I gave her the phone. She always play this Roblox game and Minecraft, but it's just I'm like, damn, how does this girl playing all these games to understand how to conquer these games at 4 years old? I don't know. It's amazing. It's amazing. No, it's amazing that she could sit there and play the game. And I watch her won. Because she comes to me and said, I won. I watch her got gold trophies by herself. Like, so she kind of upset. You know what I mean? Every night she's supposed to go to her bed, she gets upset that she can't play it. And I don't want her like that. I don't like her. like tablets and phones for these kids, man. I don't remember being even on a computer. I want to be outside and doing certain things. Yeah, my girl had to tell her the phone was dead, and she still don't want to listen. That was crazy. She's crazy. No, you know what it is, Jen? You know what it is with her? Come here.
No, it's dead. I turned off my phone because it's dead. Okay.
No, come here. I'm gonna think though. I'm gonna give her.
No, she needs to go to bed. It's freaking 9:00.
Man, oh Lord of mercy. Having a girl child, boy, they get mad. 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 Where's the phone stuck at? Why did you do your phone? Why did you do your phone? Yeah, literally like broke the phone. Like, madness. That's what I'm saying. It's always this guy, this guy. She did. No, she didn't. She didn't. Yeah, RL, but yeah, no more Shannon Sharp on ESPN. Losing the bag. I thought you fumbled the bag though. He fumbled, you know what I mean? He fumbled the bag like real NFL. He did fumble that bag. And man. It was a big one. For Shannon, that was like a touchdown you should have never, you know what I mean? That's like a touchdown you should have been like, yeah. You know what I mean? I run over here to the bank. I got this bag. I know they're going to come after me, so let me kind of like low key, you know, stop. Like, I don't understand how he did not know that this girl and the whole industry was plotting for him, bro. You got to know these things. These are things that you should know. You know, when you out here, when you out here being thirsty and just want to get some OnlyFans coochie, that is going to be happening. That's going to happen to you. But yeah, you out here trying to get OnlyFans coochie, you know what I mean, and don't want to, you know, I get it. There's big grown women, not, you know what I mean? There's women out there that's not on OnlyFans that don't want to be attached. You know what I mean, to all y'all who are scared of just, you know, I just don't want to be attached. That's why I don't want to start. No. You know what I mean? Y'all better start thinking. So who's that?
Yo,
Donald Trump really paying people $5,000 to have a child?
yeah, that's how they do it in Europe.
But ain't nobody want to have no child, bro. Here these girls said they don't want to have.
I feel you, but you know, he's just copying what Europe does, you know.
These girls tell you. No, it's not messed up. Sorry. These girls are telling you. You hear what they say? I am not getting pregnant because you're not gonna ruin my body. You know what I mean? They already ruined that.
Probably, yeah.
I said, you got a girl now and she wanna have a baby for you, and you good with it, you better, yeah, you better. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. Because these girls, they want your bag, they want your house, they want your car, but they're not giving you no baby. Look what happened to Dogface. You know what I'm saying? You never like trust me. I think yeah, trust me. If Sex Leg was in Jamaica, you think she could do that to a nigga in Africa? They would have gave her a baby a long time. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I'm telling you, real shit. I mean, it's been like that though, where these girls thinking that now you got more American women or more, black North American women saying, "Yo, I don't want to have, I'm not what's going on, willingness? Much respect. Shout out to your family. You know what I mean? That they don't want to have babies. They're not going to ruin their, you know what I mean? They're not going to make no man put no baby in them. So if you do get them pregnant, you already know what's going on. Basically, what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. It's crazy. Madness. It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's straight straight straight. Good luck with that. Paying a 5,000 a female, 5,000 to have a baby. You get 5,000 each child, basically food stamp. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. So that's why he sent all the immigrants back home. That's right. Trump said, "Yo, we ain't gonna have no baby over here. We're getting 5,000. No, only more." I mean, only me, only my people. I'm not wrong with that though. I mean, damn. So, if you have a baby tomorrow, you're getting 5,000. Damn. Damn, y'all. When you have a next one, you're getting 5,000. That I don't know. That's a lot right there. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. I wouldn't fall for that. Man. The females, y'all gotta done. Time is too hard, yo. Time is too hard. Time is too hard. Time is way too hard for y'all to be going around making this man. You know what I mean? Tell him $10,000 a bit. That's crazy. That's that. Y'all don't understand. It's more than that to raise a child. And if you're gonna get that every month, you know what I mean? You're gonna get that every month. Then yeah. If they're gonna give you as a mom, you know what I mean? The people should tell them like, yo, you can't. We're not gonna take that. Give us 5,000 a month. You know what I mean? Until the child is 18 or whatever. And then then y'all can start having babies. You know what I'm saying? You have two babies, you ain't gotta work. That's 10,000 every month. Yeah. Stumpy, what the fuck is going on in this world, dog? We're really trying to keep people at home. We're really trying to keep only the woman though. I have to see this movie tomorrow too. This is the movie I want to see. Fuck the Sinner, the Accountant. Nigga. Part 2. That part 1 was sick. You know what I mean? Real talk. I'm telling y'all, man. Shannon Sharp. Crazy. Whatever. But that's what it is. ESPN is like that. You know what I mean? They don't like when people on their show give all their attention to women. And they don't like all the women on their show give attention to men. They want all their allegedly. I could be wrong. They want you to give all your attention as a man, all your attention to be demanded. And it should be all about the woman. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But I like how they switched up where they mixed the man and the, you know what I mean? I hate when they're just trying to make it into a whole woman workspace with just one man. Like, you know, it shouldn't have that. Like, come on, man. We just like, you know what I mean? And that's what y'all bringing these you know genders in too. So y'all be doing shit like that. Man, it's hell. The aim. Yeah, huh?
She's literally my twin.
She's something else. Man.
She's crazy when she wants to be.
Yeah, I told you,
She's
she's,
like, what the?
yeah, yeah.
You want to take my phone away from me? I'm just going to scrape my head off.
Yeah.
I don't like that shit one bit.
Yeah, she just.
You did it. You gave her my phone. I was trying to prevent that today. I said, where's my phone? You gave it to me.
Yeah,
That's your problem.
yeah, but that's it. After this,
No more phone like that. I'm telling you that. I try to get her into the Minecraft game.
yeah, but then she
I don't care if she destroys my things. That phone is crazy.
yeah, girl's chaos. Yeah. She'll throw something at you too. She'll throw something at you too. Like she does not play. Oh shoot! It's 70. It's 75 to 73. Here comes Detroit food stamp. Detroit. You watching this? You watching this? Yeah, they doing they doing. Oh my, I didn't even know he did. Yeah, they doing Jalen Brunson. They doing Jalen Brunson bad. Yo. I hope y'all watching this, y'all. Man. Man. They doing them. They doing them. This is a big game. Come on, I picked the Knicks to win this game. Y'all gotta eat. What is y'all doing? Hey, Z, I know you watching this right now. Like, what the hell's going on? You know what I mean? What the hell's going on? Yeah, white guy on this. What she say? Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I told y'all Knicks gonna win this game. Mm-hmm. Ooh, damn, protect the paint, man. Yeah. Damn. Shannon, though, he did that. He should, if he would have stayed with Skip and worked that shit out, that wouldn't happen. Yeah. Telling y'all. Crazy, but yeah. I'm going to yeah, she gets real angry. Real angry. Yeah, she get angry. She does not care. She gets angry. 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 Angry little girl. Angry little girl. Angry little girl. The frog.
What did I tell you to do? Come.
Here comes Jalen Bronson. Here comes the Knicks. Yeah. Here they go. Here they go. Here they go. Yeah. They got this boy right here all messed up. They got shining all messed up. Messed up. Messed up, messed up. He got himself messed up, but he shouldn't have done that. Yeah. He got himself messed up. He shouldn't have done that. At the end of the day, he should have known better. He should have known better. He should have known better. That's my thing with that Shannon Sharp. He should have known better. And yeah. That'd be crazy. Well, I mean, I messed up. It'll be like that. It's gonna be like that. But we're gonna see what happens if people gonna still not come to the table or whatever they say. But we'll see if they're lying or not. You know, if some stuff are made up or not. But yeah, y'all, I'm gonna see y'all on the next one. Make sure y'all have a wonderful, wonderful week. I am going to shut down. You know, see, baby, you're angry too. Yeah, that's why Jen wilding, because you're wilding too. You're like wilding. Let me see. One thing I wanted to say more about. Yeah, so this trade war, this, I don't know. People need to stop. I don't know if people are, because what people need to stop lying and terrorists when it comes to like when the lady was saying she losing her thing, the food stamp and Section 8 because of tariffs and all that stuff. I said, man, that's crazy. But I had nothing. That's a different department, So when people see them type of ads, that's why when y'all post these posts up, they don't get views. People are just doing anything to go viral. And the Section 8 is on hold. They can't get food stamps. That was already. Remember last year they was gonna send y'all food, food care packs anyways. So, stop telling the lies. Stop telling the lies. That's all I'm saying. Stop telling the lies. Stop believing the fake videos. Yeah. Top. Yeah, damn. Tim Hardaway is one of the top 5 search YouTube. Damn, that's crazy. On Google search. Yeah, people. I'm gonna see y'all on the next one. I'm out. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Peace, y'all. Have a blessed.